Chapter 1 Awakening Goth Abilities. The fractured dover past lumid like the remnant so fa colossal Iran beast, sprawled across he-dust-laden streets the setting, sumbled crimson, casting a post-apocalyptic we over what twasing see thriving metropolis. Ye Hansel Huet, Gontan solitary, weaved through has shadow sofa abandoned fickles, gripping Garrus Dyron rod tightly, his sen sailor to surroundings. 3 month shade lapsed Zinsithian Satoft Hepicalipse former friends San family, had Largilla transformed into mere shell-soft their former selves only anomalious like hin could manage a tozier vivint the shellish world. Roar. A killing howl of a zombie echoed in the distance, causing Ihanto halt abruptly Hainhole deeply, hiss acute, enabling him to, certain Tumbaran proximity of tune dead. 3. Inside an arby convenience store he held his breath, crouching low, silently maneuvering around to the contrancio of Tor. The back doors to Dodger, littered with food wrappers, clear lie indicating the tie the don'ts been frequented beothers he hang cautious slide pushet the door open. A wavy of pew tried a door assaulting him hess oppressed is discomfort, tightening is gripon thiron row dash epid inside. Help, someone, please save him. A girl's voice, lay said with terror and despair, emanated from behind the shelves and she art tightened hecklin chet hiron road and moved toward of the voice. Behind the shelf estate Jirlin a white address, collapsed on the ground hurling hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears, and thysitofer, resembling in soaked pear blossom, evoked decencyophagy. Before her, a grotesque zombie advent said menacingly, its decaying garm still clutching scraps of flesh, a sight that was utterly horrifying. The girl's name was Tango Han the apocalypse struck, she had been shopping with her friend Han Mimi the sudden calamity had left them separate amidst the chaos. Tango had fled in desperation, and utterly exhausted, shes up tree giant the store, unaware of thady tharberdal yerking zombie. Seeing Sumiani appear, Tango grasped a chance for salvation, crying out, please, help me. I don't want to be minster. Ye Han remained excellent, his gaze cold as she cessed the before him, internally conflicted. He looked at the asparagur land thing crouching zombie, he's emotion tumultuous mix. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity had twisted in tosamethig grotesque had witnessed to many villains masquerading as saviors, exploiting the Cheostopria upon the vulnerable, rendering him wary of Fanyan. Yet, he was not devoid of compassion thedral she are trenching please reminded Haimo of his sister, how is also struggling to survive vine thighs, wretched world diff shuarito finder self in his malar plight, Hugh undoubted risk everything to siffer. Roar. The zombie, devoid of patience, lunged towered Tang Yawathaffrel screamy Hansias, narrowed hegripped thiron rod tight lion charged forward, delivering goff force full bloateth the zombie shed the creature collapsed, but soon began to regain, relentless lie reaching for Tang. Don't comini closer. Tango creed out in terror, shutting hearies, only to feel a warm hand grasp fear arm, pulling her behind. Coma hide behind him. Yehan positioned himself in front of Tang Yao, wielding thiron rod to engage the zombie. Althawasa was strong, facing his imbuner med proved to be formidable challenge, especially Ostwamari zombies, drawn by the commotion, joined the fray. As Yehan's strength waned and despair began to creep in, Azure Joff peculiarinerge Europe Ted from within Yim therein rode in his grasp was suddenly enveloped in frost, and with Aswing, Heron Deredinoff te zombie Sintoanis sculpture. Simultaneously, Tanga discovered that their pal memanate to warm white a light this light illuminateth the Geshani Hans arm, causing Jiddo heal at a visible pace. What is this? Yehan and Tango exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the extraordinary glow of awakening powers within Yakother. At that moment, a voice called from Thentrancy of Testorer you will okay? Yehan and Tang Yeoder Nedto Seedle figure standing at the door, wielding gas hartmuchady at Twasley lay. The acquaintance said they had met earlier at the gas station. Lilay? Tang Yeo exclaimed with joy, what ariatoing hair? Have ye seen May? I've been searching for, Lilir replied anxiously watery out woodoing gare. It's too dangerous when need, Talive immediately. Yehan, Tang Yao, and Li banded together, utilizing their respective powers to eliminate tethermaning zumps at the store. When he to find a safe place, Yehan said, gazing gather vegetsity, a sins of confusion filling art. Evert the recent abandoned research facility Toth and Orthoft, he saidith a strong defense and could service our sanctuary, Lili proposed. Thus, Yehan, Tang Yao, and Li lies at Fort Han their journey Toth and Northern Research Facility, unaware of wait awaited them. As Thesan dipped below the horizon, the bloodred remnant soft a light painted hof theski, adding gainy rehuthu and soft hesity. Yihan, Tang Yao, and Li Lai tread warily along the desolate streets, vigilant of their surroundings. It seems to be just ahead, Lilu pointed towards a building concealed within a grove of trees. It was a quintessential structure from the last century, its gray-white facade appealing to reveal roosted steel beneath the entrance of the research facility way stightly shut, overgrown with ivy, with on lie the faintly visible words Supernatural Biological Research Institute Tesignify and Jitherpus. But careful there may be dangers inside, Yihang cautioned in a shed tone. Li Lei nodded, gripping his mache tightly as she proched the heavy entrance the door, seemingly neglected for ears, creaked loudly as Li Pashedatapan. A killing dampness wafted out, enveloping the mass they stepped into the darkness with an only a fure soft sunset filtered through heshedred windows, illuminating the disarray inside. Fragments of various instruments lay scattered across the floor, while Avini sand moscluncto thules, and the air was the quit hamayas mavi. It seems Nuna has been here for quite some time. Tang remarked, covering her nose with hair hand, Herber furrowed. Yihan remains alintash switched on his flashlight, cautiously advancing forward. The corridor of the research facility weighs eerily quiet, their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Be careful, Lilisadin called out, blocking Yihan's path with his arm. Yihan followed Li Lei's gaze and saw glimmer soft, cold light flickering on the ground ahead. Hesh honed his flashlight in that direction, revealing Guro wove sharp metalic blades, connectedo hidden mechanisms within Thualain encounter with the swoodai ill dire consequences. Let me handle this, Yihan said, placing a shind on the ground a wavy offici energy rapid lie spread, enveloping the entire trap. With a firm stomp, thigh shantly, rendering the mechanism inoperative. Yoris ability is seran credibly convenient, Lilir Markedna. Chapter 2 Surfacing Above Water. Yihan smiled and continued onward. The traver set the corridor, Eraving got a heavier and door rusted lock hung from it, clearly having remained dented for an extended period. Let me give aid a tree, Tang Yao said, placing her hand the lock a warm white light emanated from air palm, enveloping Theron lock. After a moment, a distinct click resounded as the lock melted away. It seems Sayo your healing abilities extend beyond mere injury, Li Lai chuckled. Tang Yao blushed slightly, pushing Theron door open behind it, lie a spacious laboratory, cluttered with various experimental apparatuses, thoughtmas torrendous repair. A the center of the laboratory stood a massive a metal table, upon we crested allop top. Yihan approached, pressing the power button, and to his astonishment, the laptop flickered to life. The screen displayed a document titled Apocalyptic Virus Research Report. Yihan, Tang Yao, and Li Lai exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and hope they seemed to Hofstumble Dupont, plus regarding the truth behind the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Yihan opened the document titled Apocalyptic Virus Research Report. The content was extensive, detailing the research institute's investigation into an unknown virus. The virus origin was sunky year, yet he possessed extreme infectivity and mutability, capable of transforming a man's into bloodthirsty monster swat people for to as a in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Could this report reveal the truth of the apocalypse? Li Li murmured, disbelief vident in his tone. Tang Ye grasped his hand tightly, Harrius filled with dread she realized that if the report's contents were accurate, what they said was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Yihan's expression were increasing lysarious asheska med through document. Their report indicated that the research institute had attempted to develop an antidote against the virus, achieving some success in the experiment tall phase however, as the virus continued to mutate, their research in the antidote hit a bottleneck. Wait, there appears to be a shanaft antidote, Yihan exclaimed, pointing at the screen. The final section of the report detailed a formula for antidote dubbed Dawn. According to the description, the creation of Dawn required an exceeding lyra remineric known as starfall, along with extracts from several mutated plants. Starfall? What is that? Li Lai inquired, utterly perplexed. I believe he having countered Thesanabuk. Tang Yao pondered earnestly. Ida said Tobe fragments of famity or teframuter space, possessing formidable energy fluctuations and is exceeding array. In other words, to develop Dawn, we must first locate his starfall, Yihan's to Ted in a gravitone. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of footsteps resonate outside the laboratory, accompanied bitchling, eerie howls. "The sis dire the zombies," Li Lai exclaimed, his face belaying Euripides. "Ye han swift le closedis lapto pan calmly declared, etap here's we haven otami to lo su mustex sits placiatants." The trio wasted no time. Rushing Gutoft he laboratory as Themerjed from the door, they were met with a horde of grotesque zombies surging in it. The sound of Hunded's roars grew increasingly closer, and Yihan, along with his companions, stood back to back, wielding rudimentary weapons, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The air was the with a nauseating stink of decay, nearly suffocating. Bang! Lily fired at it, obliterating the skull of a lunging zombie, its viscous fluids plattering gal over him there to manio the creature swings devise with upper night. "Follow him!" Yihan exclaimed, grasping Tang Neaser man sprinting towards the opposites eye of the laboratory. Hurry called the existencio phenox siluri passageway that might lead them to safety. As Thera said forward, virulent la zombies burst them closely just as they approached entrance at Othilternatirat, a shadow suddenly descended from above, blocking their path. "Hogos there!" Li Lai shouted, raising his maquette, his eyes fixate on the unexpected intruder. Before them stood a touring Cladina black trenchcoat, his face obscured by grotesque, save for his gold, unfeeling eyes inhishant, who wielded a dagger that glimmered with a killing light. "Hand over the items, anime spare your lives," the man spoke in a deep voice, his deni lay said with an oppressive weight. "What items?" "E havenoi da hadi war speaking goth," Yihan retorted dissily. "Stop feigning ignorance, the Tim Sayu quired from the research facility," the man declared, his form flickering gash lunged towards and like a specter. Yihan, anticipating the attack, sidestepped swiftly while delivering ga powerful launchist. Themon reacted with lightning speed, raising his dagger to deflect the blow, producing a jarring metallic clash. "An abilituser?" Li Lion Tangea gasped, their faces turning pale. At that moment, several figures submerged from all directions, surrounding Yihan and his companions. These individuals, like a Theman before them, were also abilitiers, and the upper to possess considerable strength. "It seems we have encountered a predicament," Yihan murmured, a hint of gravity flickering in his gaze. Just as tensions escalated, two figures darted into the frailty lightning emanando woman, both abilitusers, engaged in fire-second bait with those seen circling Yihan and his friends. "It's Zhao Gang and Sun Yan," Li Lai exclaimed, elation fluting his voice. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan are friends Yihan had met at the Survivor base, both of whom possessed formidable abilities. Zhao Gang had the power to manipulate metal, while Sun Yan wielded control over flames. With their assistance, Yihan and his companions gradually began tottering the tide of battle. However, the opposing forces were numerous and formidable during the fierce skirmish. Zhao Gang was struck by an enemy ability while trying to protect Yihan, sustaining grave injuries. "Brother Zhao," Yihan cried out, eyes wide with anguish. "You will must escape, I will hold them off," Zhao Gang shouted, gritting the pain. Yihan understood the tremining wouldn't hinder their chances. Helikides with Zhao Gang, clenching his jawasha declared, "We must go." With that, Yihan's eyes Tang Yaonli lay, taken advantage of a momentary distraction created by Zhao Gang and Sun Yan's disparate resistance to break free, vanishing into the night. Unbeknownst to them, this confrontation was merely the beginning an even greater crisis luminously on the horizon. As the night deepened and the bidding wind owled, Yihan and his companions, Suf Trifugan an abandoned warehouse after flaying the research facility. Tangyo tended to Zhao Gang's wounds, while Lili anxiously beset them. Who exactly were those people? Lile could not contain his curiosity, his voice alist with concern. Yihan shook his head, his expression grave uncertain, but Thake early camera prepared, and their intentions are unmistakable obliterate Tedwardsus. What do they want us to hand over? We only took Tangyo began, but suddenly halted mid-sentence. Shari called the metallic box Yihan had found in the underground laboratory, and in the urgency of their escape, they had nothing thechen in it. Chapter 3. The mysterious woman, could it be that box? Tang Yao glanced at Yihan, her eyes brimming with confusion. Why Yihan nodded. Sharing her suspicions, it appeared that the contents of that metallic box were extraordinary and likely concealed the key to unraveling the mysteries of the apocalypse. At that moment, Zhao Gang, suppressing his pain, spoke up. "I previously heard some rumors at the Survivor base, claiming that a mysterious organization with supernatural abilities has been secretly investigating the truth behind the outbreak. Believing that the key to solving the apocalypse lies within those who have awakened formidable powers. Upon hearing this, Yihan and the others instantly understood. It seemed their abilities had caught the attention of this enigmatic organization, and they were now being watched. What should we do now? Where should we go? Li Lei asked, his tone filled with anxiety. Yihan pondered for a moment before responding. We must alter our plans. We cannot proceed to our original destination. But the materials for the antidote. Tang Yao hesitated, reluctant to abandon the leads they had painstakingly uncovered. I understand. But right now, safety is our utmost priority. Yihan interrupted her, emphasizing that if they fell into the hands of that organization, it would all be over. Yihan resolved to lead his companions on a detour to the location of the antidote materials. Although the journey would be longer and fraught with danger, it was the safest option available. They packed their minimal belongings and, under the cover of night, departed from the warehouse, embarking on an uncertain journey. Along the way, they cautiously evaded hordes of zombies and other survivors, striving to leave no trace behind. However, unbeknownst to them, peril was quietly encroaching. There seems to be a small town ahead. Li Lei pointed towards the faint flickering lights in the distance. Let us take a look. Perhaps we can find some supplies, suggested Tang Yao. Yihan hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded. They had gone several days without proper rest or nourishment, and if they continued in this manner, their bodies would soon give out. Yet, as they approached the town, they sensed something was amiss. The entrance of the town. A massive throng of zombies was violently battering against a rickety wooden door. What do we do with so many zombies? Li Lei asked, his voice tinged with fear. Hold on, let us observe the situation calmly. Yihan replied coolly, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Just then, the wooden door was suddenly smashed open, and a group of survivors tumbled out in a panic, surrounded by a tide of advancing zombies. Help! Help us! The survivors cried out desperately. Yihan and the others found themselves in a dilemma. They had intended to avoid trouble, but now they were faced with the choice of whether to lend assistance. As they hesitated, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd of survivors. Yihan focused his gaze and was shocked to recognize Han Mimi. What is she doing here? Before he could ponder further, Han Mimi was cornered by several zombies, on the verge of perishing. In a flash of instinct, a surge of icy energy erupted from Yihan's palm, instantly freezing the zombies that were closing in on Han Mimi into ice sculptures. Run! Yihan shouted, the frost spreading beneath his feet, creating a path to safety. Thank you. Han Mimi glanced at him with gratitude before fleeing desperately towards Yihan. Accompanied by the other survivors, however, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the survivors were quickly scattered. Yihan and the others fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered and gradually began to falter. This won't do. We must break through, Zhao Gang exclaimed anxiously while wielding his iron rod. I'll cover you. You go first, Yihan declared, conjuring two ice swords with his hands, the sharp chill forcing the surrounding zombies back a few steps. No, we leave together, Tang Yao insisted resolutely, deftly evading the zombies' attacks with a short blade. Don't be reckless. If you stay behind, you'll only hinder us, Yihan admonished sternly, aware that Tang Yao's abilities were limited and that remaining would only lead to her demise. Tang Yao opened her mouth to protest, but Yihan grasped her firmly and pushed her towards Li Lei and Sun Yan. Get her out of here! Li Lei and Sun Yan understood that this was not the time for debate. They hoisted Tang Yao and, with all their strength, surged towards the outskirts of the town. Yihan, meanwhile, stayed back to hold the line. A chilling aura radiated from him, frost quickly spreading from his center, freezing the encroaching zombies. Yet, the horde was relentless, an unending wave of foes. Just as Yihan felt he could no longer withstand the onslaught, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously frenzied zombies suddenly halted, as if receiving a command, and began to retreat, congregating in a singular direction. Yihan was perplexed, but recognized that this was not the moment to let down his guard. He cautiously approached the gathering of zombies, eager to uncover the truth. Soon, he arrived at the central square of the town, where a few figures stood, the zombies now cowering at their feet, trembling in fear. Wei Han immediately recognized one of them. It was the mysterious woman he had encountered at the research facility. Who is she, and why is she capturing us? At that moment, the woman abruptly turned to face Yi Han, her gaze icy and a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. "You've finally arrived. Who are you? Why have you set a trap for us?" Yi Han demanded coldly, remaining on high alert, ready to strike at any moment. "Oh, don't rush. You'll know soon enough," the woman replied, clapping her hands. The zombies that had previously been submissively sprawled on the ground suddenly erupted into a frenzied assault against Yi Han and his companions. In the chaos, a misstep caused Tang Yao to be scratched on the arm by a zombie, blood instantly soaking her sleeve. "Yao Yao, why did you come back?" Yi Han's eyes widened in fury, an unprecedented power surging within him, causing the temperature around him to plummet. The zombies near him were instantly reduced to shards of ice. "Are you all right?" Yi Han rushed to Tang Yao's side, anxiety etched on his face. "I'm fine," Tang Yao replied, her complexion pale as she endured the pain. "Don't worry, I won't let them harm you," Yi Han vowed, positioning himself protectively behind Tang Yao, his icy gaze sweeping over the enemies surrounding them. However, at that moment, the leader of the supernatural organization made his appearance. Chapter 4. I told you not to harm my friends. The leader of the supernatural organization, a tall, stern-faced man, descended upon the chaotic square as if from the heavens. Clad in a black trench coat, his gaze was sharp as a hawk's, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. The once rampaging horde of zombies appeared to submit to his presence, halting their assault and trembling as they crouched low, too fearful to make a move. He approached Yi Han, each step resonating heavily in the hearts of all present, instilling a profound sense of dread. Looking down imperiously at Yi Han and Tang Yao, who stood protectively together, the man's lips curled into a cold smirk, his tone dripping with undeniable authority. "Hand over the clues to the antidote materials, and I may consider sparing your lives." His piercing gaze swept over Tang Yao, lingering on her injured arm, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Otherwise, he deliberately elongated his final word, the threat unmistakable. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Wei Han's heart burned with rage, yet he forced himself to remain calm. He understood that this man was a formidable opponent, far beyond what he could easily defeat. Furthermore, with Tang Yao injured, he couldn't risk her life. "I don't know what you're talking about," Yi Han replied, suppressing his fury, his voice icy as he attempted to buy time and seek an opportunity to escape. The man seemed to see through his intentions, a mocking grin playing on his lips. "Don't try my patience. I have no interest in your futile resistance. You have 3 seconds to decide." 3.2. With each number he counted, it struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present, the oppressive atmosphere making it nearly impossible to breathe. 1. Wait. Just as the tension reached its peak, Tang Yao, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "I know the clues to the antidote materials. I can tell you, but you must promise to let them go." Tang Yao's proclamation astonished everyone. Yi Han spun around in disbelief, looking at her incredulously as he urgently hissed, "Yao Yao, what are you saying? Don't be foolish." He could not fathom why Tang Yao would take such a risk, but he would not allow her to endanger herself for his sake. "I'm not being foolish, Yi Han. Trust me." Tang Yao's gaze was resolute and unwavering as she gently freed herself from Yi Han's protective grasp. Step by step approaching the man, she lifted her chin, locking eyes with him, speaking calmly. "I can provide you with the clues, but you must promise to release them and ensure their safety." The man gazed with keen interest at the delicate yet courageous girl before him, a broader smile gracing his lips. He leaned slightly closer, whispering into Tang Yao's ear in a tone meant solely for their ears. "Very well. I shall grant your request." However, at the very moment his words fell, a chilling wave of coldness surged from behind him, a fierce attack aimed directly at his vulnerable back. An icy aura instantaneously enveloped the entire room, causing the smile on the man's face to freeze in disbelief as he glanced down to find an ice spike piercing through his chest, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Behind him, Yi Han's gaze was icy and resolute, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, no longer the meek youth he once was. With great difficulty, the man managed to utter a single word, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "I warned you not to harm my friends." Yi Han's voice was devoid of warmth as he forcefully withdrew the ice spike, causing the man's body to crumple lifelessly to the ground, blood staining the floor. "Yi Han," Tang Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock at the horrific scene before her. She had never witnessed such a terrifying look in Yi Han's eyes, akin to that of a ferocious beast roused to fury. Yi Han paid no heed to Tang Yao's astonishment. He turned to Li Lei and the others, speaking in a grave tone. "We must leave at once." Li Lei and the others, still reeling from the shock, stared blankly at Yi Han, as if meeting with a single command from Yi Han. The group surged forth like arrows released from a bow, charging towards the base. They engaged in fierce combat with the guards, their seamless coordination and formidable abilities allowing them to advance with unstoppable momentum. Inside the base, alarms blared, plunging the scene into chaos. Following the route provided by Li Lei, Yi Han and his companions pressed onward toward the laboratory housing the antidote materials. Just as they were on the verge of locating the antidote, a towering figure reappeared before them, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. "You audacious ants, how dare you trespass into my domain?" The newcomer was yet another leader of the psychic organization, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, casting a powerful pressure that enveloped the entire laboratory. A monumental battle was imminent. The air in the lab seemed to freeze, and the appearance of the organization's leader momentarily dampened the spirits of Yi Han and his companions. He stood tall, his countenance stern, his hawk-like eyes sweeping over the group as if surveying mere insects. "Do you truly believe that a modicum of psychic ability can match my prowess?" The leader's voice was low and laden with authority, possessing a certain enchantment that weighed heavily on the hearts of those present. Yi Han fixed a cold glare upon him, gripping his ice blade tightly, and retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the antidote." The leader scoffed disdainfully, a wave of formidable energy erupting from him, causing the lab's lights to flicker erratically and debris to rain down from the walls. "The antidote? You think you are worthy of it?" With a flick of his wrist, a violent wave of energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Yi Han's face. Chapter 6. You have provoked my wrath. Dual powers of ice and fire. Yi Han was prepared, swiftly arching his body backward to narrowly evade the assault. At the same time, Tang Yao made her move, manipulating the surrounding water elements to coalesce into a water curtain, shielding the group and dissipating the energy wave. "Everyone, attack together!" Yi Han roared, leading the charge. His ice blade sliced through the air, trailing an icy chill as it aimed for the leader's vital points. Tang Yao followed closely, the flowing water morphing into sharp blades that struck from the side. Li Lei, Han Mei Mei, Zhao Gang, and Sun Yan unleashed their respective powers, and in an instant, the laboratory was a cacophony of intertwining energies, vibrant flashes and deafening explosions. Yet, the leader's strength far surpassed their expectations. He loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, impervious to their attacks. Effortlessly, he neutralized their efforts, even retaining strength to counterattack. "You overestimate yourselves," the leader sneered, transforming into a blur, instantly reappearing before Yi Han and delivering a punch. Yi Han's pupils constricted. There was no time to evade, and he could only grit his teeth to endure the blow. With a resounding thud, Yi Han's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing violently into the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. "Yi Han?" Tang Yao gasped, rushing to his side, her voice laden with concern. "Are you all right?" Yi Han struggled to rise but was met with a wave of excruciating pain, darkness clouding his vision as he succumbed to unconsciousness. "You shall all perish." The leader's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he advanced ominously towards the remaining group. In a disoriented haze, Yi Han felt the world spinning and a buzzing in his ears, as if he were plummeting into an abyss. He fought to open his eyes, yet they felt as heavy as lead. In his dazed state, he heard Tang Yao anxiously calling his name, a warmth spreading through him, urging him to respond, but no sound escaped his lips. "Do not worry. He's merely unconscious. He won't die." A chilling voice interjected, laced with mockery. Yi Han's heart raced, and he suddenly opened his eyes, met with the sinister visage of the organization's leader, who loomed over him with a cruel smile. Yi Han, were you not quite formidable? Why do you now lie here like a stray dog? The leader mocked. I have told you before. Resistance is futile. Yi Han strained against his injuries, feeling a profound weakness. Yet he steeled himself, locking his gaze onto the leader with fiery determination. He coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You will not succeed. Oh, is that so? The leader's eyes glinted coldly. Let me see what you can do. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished in a flash, reappearing to strike at Yi Han with blinding speed, nearly impossible for the naked eye to track. Be careful, Tang Yao cried out, swiftly summoning the water elements to form a massive water shield before Yi Han. With a resounding crash, the water shield shattered, sending droplets scattering everywhere. The leader's assault was relentless. Poised to strike Yi Han directly in that critical moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within Yi Han, fiery and scorching, as if it sought to incinerate everything in its path. A blaze of crimson flames erupted from Yi Han. Consuming everything around him, the leader staggered back, caught off guard, retreating several steps. What is happening? He gasped, astonishment and confusion evident in his eyes. Yi Han rose slowly, enveloped by the contrasting energies of ice and fire. Resembling a deity emerging from the depths of hell, his eyes sparkled with a chilling light, his voice dripping with lethal intent. You have provoked my wrath, however, just as Yi Han was poised to unleash his overwhelming power and turn the tide of battle. An unexpected twist occurred. The backpack that had shielded him was swept away by the residual energy of the conflict, crashing heavily to the ground. No? Yi Han's eyes widened in horror as he dashed toward the backpack, disregarding everything else. Inside lay the antidote materials they had fought so valiantly to protect, the very hope of all survivors. Ha ha ha, too late. The leader cackled, conjuring a sphere of black energy which he hurled mercilessly at the backpack. Stop! Tang Yao screamed, her heart wrenching, but she was powerless to intervene. An explosive roar echoed as the backpack was obliterated, its contents scattering across the floor, with one crucial vial of the antidote shattering. Emitting acrid smoke, Yi Han collapsed amidst the wreckage, despair flooding over him like a tidal wave. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. How could this happen? Li Lei, Han Mei Mei, and the others rushed over, their faces pale as they beheld the devastation. Ha ha ha, despair now, tremble in fear. This is the fate of those who dare oppose me. The leader's mocking voice reverberated through the ruins, striking a discordant note in the air, yet he had already vanished from sight. As the group succumbed to hopelessness, Zhao Gang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. No, there is still hope. His trembling hands pulled from his pocket a tattered piece of paper scrawled with dense notes. This is research I found in the lab earlier. It details a substitute material that might replace the destroyed antidote. Zhao Gang's voice was soft, yet it illuminated the darkness in the hearts of his companions like a flicker of light. Really? That's wonderful, Han Mei Mei exclaimed, grabbing Zhao Gang's arm, her eyes rekindling with hope. However, Zhao Gang's expression grew solemn. But this substitute material is exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. His gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Yi Han as he declared, we need to split up. Some must continue searching for the substitute material, while others stay to protect the survivors from further attacks by the psychic organization. His words were like a pebble cast into the ocean of despair, creating ripples of renewed determination. Yi Han slowly stood, the despondency in his eyes gradually replaced by resolute determination. He grasped the tattered paper, scrutinizing its contents carefully. We must split up. Yi Han's voice was low yet resolute. Tang Yao, Li Lei, Han Mei Mei, you stay behind to protect the survivors and begin rebuilding our home. Zhao Gang, Sun Yan, you will accompany me as we seek out the substitute material. But Li Lei attempted to voice his concerns, but Yi Han silenced him with a wave of his hand. This is an order. Yi Han's gaze brooked no dissent. We have no time to hesitate. We must act swiftly. Chapter 7. This man has lost his way. Li Lei and Han Mei Mei exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. They understood that Yi Han was right. Now is not the time for sentiment. Having swiftly assigned their tasks, Yihan set off with Zhao Gang and Sun Yin on the quest for the substitute material. According to the records, this substitute material thrived in an area known as the Misty Forest. Forever shrouded in dense fog, visibility was perilously low, and it was home to various dangerous mutated creatures, making it a place few dared to tread as they journeyed. Yihan and the others trudged under the relentless heat of the blazing sun, navigating the desolate terrain. The once thriving city had been reduced to ruins, with crumbled walls and debris strewn about, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. "Be careful," as Yihan, leading the way, suddenly halted his steps. He whispered a caution. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly before them. A colossal mutated wild boar lay concealed behind a pile of rubble, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon them, emitting a series of low growls. "I will handle it. You two take the opportunity to distance yourselves," Yihan commanded in a low voice, as a sharp blade of ice coalesced in his hand, radiating a frigid blue light with a ferocious roar. The mutated wild boar lunged at Yihan. Unperturbed, he deftly sidestepped the attack, his ice blade carving a graceful arc as it precisely severed one of the boar's ears. The creature, in agony, became even more frenzied, violently crashing into the surrounding obstacles in a desperate attempt to flush out Yihan and his companions. "Hurry and go," Yihan urged, fending off the boar's assault, understanding that remaining would only burden Yihan. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin gritted their teeth and turned to flee toward the misty forest. After a prolonged struggle with the mutated beast, Yihan finally seized an opportunity, driving an ice spike through its head. As he gazed upon the fallen creature, relief did not wash over him. Instead, his brow furrowed in concern. He could not shake the feeling that the dangers they had encountered thus far were merely the tip of the iceberg, and far greater challenges lay ahead. He raised his eyes to the horizon, where the misty forest loomed in the distance, its dense fog resembling a colossal beast, quietly lurking at the edge of the horizon, seemingly awaiting their arrival. The thick mist rose like a specter from the ground, enveloping the entire forest in a shroud of chaos. Yihan wiped the moisture from his face. The humid air was tinged with the scent of decaying leaves and earth, suffocating in its intensity. "Be careful. This fog is unusual," Zhao Gang cautioned, his voice lowered as he scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Sun Yin closely followed Yihan, clutching her dagger anxiously. The eerie atmosphere of the misty forest filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread, as if countless invisible eyes lurked within the fog, observing their every move. The trio trudged through the muddy ground, their footsteps occasionally snapping brittle twigs beneath them. Yihan's expression remained tense. Ever since entering the misty forest, a sense of inexplicable agitation and unease had settled over him, as if something ominous was imminent. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the forest's silence. Yihan spun around, only to discover that Sun Yin, who had been walking behind him, had vanished without a trace. "Sun Yin, where are you?" Zhao Gang shouted in panic, but all that answered him was the echo of his voice within the fog. "Stay calm," Yihan hissed, the icy blue light flickering in his eyes as he attempted to pierce through the dense mist. "Something's amiss. We must find Sun Yin quickly." However, as soon as he spoke, hurried footsteps approached from nearby. Yihan and Zhao Gang immediately tensed, gripping their weapons, their eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. A figure stumbled out of the fog, and upon recognizing the person, Yihan's heart sank. "Tang Yao? What are you doing here? Where are the others?" Yihan hastened forward, catching Tang Yao as she nearly fell. "What happened?" he asked urgently. Tang Yao's face was pale, her eyes wide with terror as she clutched Yihan's arm tightly. Stammering, "We were ambushed, Sun Yin." What happened to Sun Yin?" "Speak slowly." Yihan urged himself to remain composed, aware that panic was not an option. "She was taken by a group of men in black. They seemed to be searching for something and asked if we were ability users." "What?" Yihan's expression shifted dramatically, a troubling thought racing through his mind. "What about Li Lei?" "They stayed behind to cover my escape. But those men in black caught up with them." Tang Yao's tears streamed down her cheeks. "Yihan, you must go save them. Please, damn it." Yihan struck the nearby tree trunk with his fist, a surge of guilt and fury coursing through him. He had never anticipated encountering other ability users here, and they certainly did not seem friendly. Stay here. I will return shortly, Yihan inhaled deeply, positioning Tang Yao beneath a sturdy tree, a resolute glint in his eyes. If danger arises, do not hesitate. Flee immediately. With that, he turned and sprinted back in the direction Tang Yao had come from. Leaving her alone, helplessly seated on the ground, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. The fog swirled around them, obscuring everything, with only Yihan's determined footsteps echoing through the silent forest. The mist thickened, engulfing the sky as if it sought to devour the entire world. Yihan's heart mirrored the fog, shrouded in anxiety and concern. Tang Yao's frantic description reverberated in his mind. Sun Yin was captured, Li Lei's fate was uncertain, and Zhao Gang was lost in the mist. All of it pierced his nerves like daggers. He fought to push through the dense fog, hearing only the sound of his rapid breaths and pounding heart. He was disoriented, temporarily lost his sense of judgment. He could not tell how long he had been running or where he was. All he knew was that he needed to return to find Tang Yao and regain his composure. Tang Yao, where are you? Please respond, he called out repeatedly, his voice echoing in the vastness of the forest, yet receiving no reply. Despair began to seep in, but he quickly suppressed it. He understood that now was not the time to give up. He needed to gather himself, for Tang Yao, and for his own sake. Ever since awakening his fire ability, Yihan had felt a powerful force surging within him. He clenched his fists, flames bursting forth from his palms, illuminating a small area around him. By the light of the fire, he discerned the chaotic footprints on the ground, evidence of Tang Yao's escape. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he followed the trail. Eventually returning to the large tree, Tang Yao was still trembling, and upon seeing her safe, Yihan's anxious heart finally eased. He gently embraced her, whispering words of comfort until her emotions settled. Why did those men in black abduct Sun Yin? Yihan inquired, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Tang Yao shook her head, tears once again blurring her vision. I don't know. They seemed to be searching for something and asked if we were ability users. Yihan's brow furrowed deeper, his suspicions intensifying. It appeared that this sudden attack was far from coincidental. Their target was likely ability users, and Sun Yan's disappearance might merely be the beginning. Meanwhile, not far from where Yihan and Tang Yao were in the forest, Li Lei and Han Mimi anxiously awaited news in an abandoned factory. They had been hiding there for a full day and night, their supplies of food and water running dangerously low. Do you think Yihan will find Tang Yao? Han Mimi asked worriedly, her eyes filled with unease. Li Lei patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. That kid is resourceful and lucky. He'll be fine. Right now, we need to gather information and uncover the true nature of those men in black. But where do we start? Han Mimi questioned. Li Lei pondered for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. We can begin with the base. It's a hub of information from various factions. We might find some clues there. Just as Li Lei and Han Mimi prepared to set off for the base. Hundreds of kilometers away in a desolate desert, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin trudged under the blazing sun, struggling onward. Their mission was to find a substitute for the cure. Brother Zhao, do you think we can really find a substitute? Sun Yin asked, her voice laced with fatigue and confusion. Zhao Gang paused, gazing at the undulating sand dunes in the distance, his expression resolute. We will surely find it. We cannot abandon hope. And no sooner had he spoken than an elderly voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Are you in search of a substitute for the cure? Startled, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin whipped around to find an old man in a gray robe, his hair and beard completely white, had appeared behind them without their notice. The two regarded the elderly figure with caution, a mix of curiosity and suspicion swirling within them. The old man was stooped but had piercing eyes that seemed to see into their very souls. He leaned on a gnarled wooden staff, its head adorned with an ancient bronze bell that jingled softly in the breeze. How did you know we were seeking a substitute for the cure? Zhao Gang asked cautiously, heightening his vigilance. Sun Yin hid behind Zhao Gang, her beautiful eyes fixed on the old man, wary of any sudden movements. The old man chuckled softly, his voice raspy yet imbued with an enchanting quality. In this desert, apart from you seekers of hope, who else would venture here? I have lived here for decades, and I know this land like the back of my hand. I know where to find what you seek." Zhao Gang and Sun Yan exchanged a glance, each perceiving a glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. Could it be that this elderly man truly possessed the clues to the antidote substitute? If that were indeed the case, they would no longer need to suffer through the desolate expanse in search of it. "Elder, is what you say true? Do you genuinely know the whereabouts of the antidote substitute?" Sun Yan inquired with fervor, her voice brimming with anticipation. The old man nodded slowly, affirming, "The substitute for the antidote lies within that ancient ruin." He gestured toward a towering peak, shrouded in the swirling sands in the distance. Once the site of a magnificent city, now reduced to a desolate wasteland, guarded only by ancient legends and perilous mutated creatures that still protect the final secrets. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan followed the direction of the elder's finger. And in the distance, they glimpsed a majestic mountain peak, half concealed by the tempestuous sands, resembling a slumbering behemoth, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. "Elder, could you lead us there?" Sun Yan implored, aware that without the elder's guidance, they would be utterly lost in their quest for the ruin, let alone the antidote substitute. The old man shook his head, sighing, "I have grown too old to tread upon that treacherous land. Young ones, I hope you succeed in rescuing those tormented by illness. Furthermore, what you witnessed amidst the fog was merely an illusion. Oftentimes, what the eyes perceive may not reflect reality." With that, he turned and walked into the vast desert, his silhouette gradually vanishing amidst the swirling sands. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan gazed at the receding figure of the elder, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They understood that the elder's appearance might represent their final hope, or perhaps the onset of even greater challenges. Upon returning to their temporary base, they relayed the elder's guidance to Li Lei and Han Mimi. At that moment, Yihan also returned, only to discover that their previous visions in the fog had been mere phantoms. With the revelation of the antidote substitute, joy illuminated their faces, yet the elder's words instilled a sobering awareness that their journey to find the substitute would be fraught with unknown dangers. "An ancient ruin," Yihan mused, stroking his chin, his brow furrowed. The elder did not specify what kind of ruin it was, nor did he provide a detailed description of the guarding mutated creatures. Did he? Zhaogang shook his head. No, the elder only mentioned that it was once a glorious city, now reduced to ruins, where ancient legends and dangerous mutated beings linger. It appears that we must contend not only with the trials of the environment, but potentially with the threats posed by formidable mutated creatures as well. Sun Yin tightened her grip on the long whip, her tone imbued with gravity. Wei Han scanned the group and solemnly declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must make the attempt. We cannot relinquish any semblance of hope." Li Lei and Han Mimi exchanged resolute glances, affirming their determination with nods. They recognized that the search for the antidote substitute was the sole hope for saving Tang Yao and all those infected. No matter the obstacles ahead, they must prevail. Wei Han, what do you plan to do? Li Lei inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yihan responded, "Zhaogang, Sun Yan, you are more familiar with that desert. You shall lead the way as we embark on the search for the ruin. Li Lei, Han Mimi, you will remain here to safeguard the other survivors. No, I must accompany you." Han Mimi was the first to object, her concern for Yihan's safety palpable. "Mimi, it is more crucial for you to stay here," Yihan said gently yet firmly as he approached her. "The base requires protection. Trust me, we will find the antidote substitute and return safely." Han Mimi opened her mouth to protest further, but Li Lei intervened. Knowing Yihan's character, once he had made a decision, he would not easily be swayed. He patted Han Mimi's shoulder, signaling her to find solace in their resolve. Wei Han is correct. Both the base and Tang Yao need your care. You can rest assured that we will protect everyone, and you must also be cautious, Li Lei assured Yi, and Wei Han nodded, turning to Zhaogang and Sun Yan. "Prepare yourselves, we shall depart at dawn tomorrow." "Understood," Zhaogang and Sun Yan replied in unison, their eyes filled with determination and hope. Chapter 9. The crisis at the base. On the following morning, Yihan, Zhaogang, and Sun Yan donned their gear, ready to venture into the depths of the desert as described by the elder. They packed ample provisions and water, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Wei Han, are you truly resolved to bring that stone along? Han Mimi asked with concern just before their departure. Yi Han clutched tightly to the stone inscribed with strange symbols. The only clue left by Tang Yao that he had discovered in the abandoned supermarket. He inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. I must find her, no matter the cost. Han Mimi gazed into Yi Han's determined eyes, her heart swelling with both admiration and trepidation. She understood that this journey would be fraught with peril, yet she could only choose to believe in Yi Han, trusting that they would overcome every challenge and return safely. Merely an hour into their journey, a towering figure suddenly blocked their path, appearing like a specter, silent and ghostly. Cloaked in black, the figure's hood concealed much of his face, revealing only a sharply defined chin. Emanating an aura of icy danger, Yi Han, if you wish to reach that ruin, you must first pass through me. A low, gravelly voice emerged from beneath the cloak, laden with undeniable menace. I sit you? Yi Han immediately recognized the individual as the leader of the Ability Organization, a perilous figure capable of controlling metal. During their previous encounter in the supermarket, had he not arrived in the nick of time, the consequences would have been dire. What, do you wish to engage in combat once more? Zhao Gang stepped forward, shielding Yi Han behind him, electricity crackling ominously in his hands. Zhao Gang, your lightning will prove futile against me. The leader of the Ability Organization scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. He slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, metallic elements converged, forming a sharp long sword that gleamed with a chilling light. What do you intend to do? Suanyan's long whip danced like a serpent, poised protectively in front of Yi Han, her gaze fixed warily on the leader. What I desire, no one can impede. His icy glare swept over the group, ultimately resting on the stone in Yi Han's grasp. Hand over that stone, and I might consider allowing you to leave. Not a chance. Yi Han vehemently refused, knowing that the stone was the only clue left by Tang Yao, and he would never surrender it to anyone. So you prefer to drink from the cup of punishment? A glint of malice flickered in the leader's eyes as he swung the long sword, unleashing a lethal wave of sword energy aimed directly at Yi Han's face. In a split second, Yi Han felt a fierce gust of wind rushing toward him. He instinctively dodged, the sword energy narrowly grazing his nose and leaving a deep gash in the wall behind him. That was close, Yi Han thought to himself, acutely aware that he was no match for the leader, yet surrender was not an option. Yi Han, be careful, Sun Yan shouted, summoning a wall of flames that surged protectively before Yi Han. You overestimate your abilities, the leader of the Ability Organization sneered, effortlessly cleaving the wall of fire in two, flames erupting and scattering in all directions. Seeing this, Zhao Gang unleashed a barrage of electric serpents towards the leader. Yet he deftly evaded them with ease. You think you worthless fools can stop me? The leader of the Ability Organization laughed derisively, swiftly appearing before Zhao Gang and thrusting his sword toward his chest. Zhao Gang, Sun Yan cried out, her whip lunging toward the leader's wrist in a desperate attempt to thwart his attack. However, the leader's speed was too formidable. Sun Yan's efforts fell woefully short. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure suddenly materialized before Zhao Gang, intercepting the leader's lethal strike. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the figure was jolted back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of their mouth. Yi Han, Zhao Gang exclaimed, rushing to support him. I am unharmed. Yi Han shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon the leader. I will not allow you to harm my friends. Humph, you are foolishly deluded. The leader of the Ability Organization sneered, preparing to strike again when his expression abruptly shifted. He turned to look into the distance. Leader, joyous news. We are on the verge of breaching the survivor base. At those words, the leader's face twisted into a frenzied grin. Farewell. He shot a menacing glare at Yi Han and the others. Consider yourselves fortunate. I shall spare you this time. But when we meet again, I will ensure you regret it. With that, he vanished in an instant. We must hurry. Yi Han made a swift decision, acutely aware that this was not the time for sentimental entanglements. He had to hasten back to the base to support Li Lei and Han Mimi. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, within an ancient ruin, Tang Yao was cautiously exploring. The interior of the ruins was dimly lit, with remnants of walls scattered about, and the air was thick with an odor of decay. In her hand, Tang Yao clutched a stone that emitted a faint glow, which she had discovered in the laboratory and was said to be the key to unlocking the treasures of the ruins. As she ventured forth, she encountered numerous traps and mechanisms, all of which she cleverly and bravely overcame. However, as time passed, her physical and mental stamina began to wane. I must quickly locate the treasure and then return to find Yihan, she thought to herself, quickening her pace. Just then, she felt a powerful surge of energy emanating from ahead. Could it be? Tang Yao's heart raced as she hastened towards the source of the energy. Within the base, alarms blared ominously, their shrill sound nearly piercing the eardrums. Li Lei and Han Mimi leaned against the cold metallic wall of the control room, their faces pale, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. The control panel screen was inundated with red dots, marking the positions of the members of the Ability Organization, surging forth like an unstoppable tide of darkness. Damn it! How did they find us here? Li Lei struck the wall with a fierce blow, the metal reverberating with a dull thud. Han Mimi bit her lip tightly, her fingers flying across the control panel in an attempt to initiate the last line of defense. Don't panic, Li Lei. We still have one final bastion. As Han Mimi manipulated the controls, several concealed fire points within the base unleashed deadly barrages, felling the frontline members of the Ability Organization. However, more foes soon flooded in. Some were agile enough to dodge bullets, while others conjured defensive barriers with their powers, rendering the gunfire a negligible threat. This won't do. Mimi, we need to find a way to break through, Li Lei urged anxiously. Drawing his dagger, his gaze sharpening. Chapter 10. Assistance from the Elder. At that moment, the door to the control room crashed down, several members of the Ability Organization grinning menacingly as they entered. Their hands shimmering with various hues, clearly prepared for battle. Li Lei and Han Mimi exchanged determined glances, both resolute in their stance. Meanwhile, Yihan, Zhao Gang, and Sun Yan had caught up to the fleeing leader of the Ability Organization. Engaging in a desperate struggle, Yihan noted that despite the leader's formidable strength, he exhibited a brief pause before each attack, seemingly gathering power. Zhao Gang, Sun Yan, his weakness lies in that moment of hesitation before he strikes. We must seize the opportunity, Yihan shouted, evading the leader's assaults. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan, seasoned ability users, quickly grasped the situation, altering their tactics to exploit the leader's fleeting vulnerabilities, launching rapid counterattacks. For a fleeting moment, the tide of battle appeared to tilt in favor of Yihan and his companions. However, just as victory seemed within reach, the leader of the Ability Organization displayed a sinister smile. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me? So naive." As his words fell, an eerie green mist began to waft from him, swiftly enveloping the battlefield. Yihan and his comrades were caught off guard, inhaling a significant amount of the toxic fog. Cough, cough. Yihan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if countless needles were piercing through his body, a most unbearable sensation. He struggled against the discomfort, glancing towards Zhao Gang and Sun Yan, only to find their faces turning ashen, lips tinged with purple, evidently affected by the poison as well. Despicable fiend. Zhao Gang seethed, his voice trembling as the toxin rapidly ravaged his body. The leader of the Ability Organization erupted into gleeful laughter, spreading his arms wide, allowing the green mist to envelop him. "This is a potent poison I meticulously concocted. Just a whiff will leave you completely incapacitated, at my mercy. You might as well resign yourselves to death." Yihan fought to maintain his composure, attempting to harness his abilities, only to find them frozen within him, utterly inaccessible. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If this continued, they would surely meet their end here. Just then, Tang Yao's voice crackled through Yihan's communicator, laced with urgency. "Yihan, how are you holding up? I've found a plant that can counteract the poison, but it will take some time to extract the antidote." Hearing Tang Yao's voice ignited a flicker of hope within Yihan. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted into the communicator. "Yao Yao, we are..." Yet before he could disclose their location, darkness engulfed him, his body collapsing heavily to the ground. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan followed suit, succumbing to unconsciousness. The leader of the Ability Organization surveyed the fallen Yihan and his companions. A cruel smile gracing his face, he approached Yihan, prodding his body with a toe to confirm his unconsciousness before turning away with satisfaction. Take them away. Deep within the ruins, in a concealed cave, Tang Yao anxiously tended a pile of flickering flames, surrounded by various vials and peculiar plants. Hurry, hurry! Tang Yao murmured to herself, carefully dripping a faintly glowing blue liquid into a test tube. Time ticked away, beads of sweat forming on her brow, yet she paid them no heed, her gaze fixated on the test tube, fervently praying for a miracle to occur. Suddenly, the chilling voice of the leader of the Ability Organization echoed through her communicator. I have captured your companions. If you wish for their survival, bring the antidote materials to this coordinate before sunset tomorrow. Remember, no tricks or, he paused deliberately, his tone dripping with menace. I will ensure your survivor base vanishes from this world. Upon hearing the word survivor base, Tang Yao's pupils constricted. The base housed not only her dear friend Han Mimi and Yi Han's ally Li Lei, but also thousands of innocent survivors. She could not gamble with their lives. Fine, I agree. Tang Yao took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady, but you must ensure my friend's safety. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I guarantee. The elderly man pointed to an ancient parchment resting upon a stone table and declared, it is hidden deep within the ruins, a place fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. Tang Yao took the parchment, examining the intricate map inscribed upon it, a flicker of hope igniting within her heart. She bowed deeply to the old man, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your guidance. We shall undoubtedly locate the heart of Ice Flame and rescue all those tormented by the virus, with the old man's assistance. Tang Yao discovered a concealed chamber within the ruins, the center of the room. A transparent vessel held a peculiar plant emanating an ethereal blue glow. It was indeed the heart of Ice Flame. Scattered beside the vessel were several yellowed notes, seemingly chronicling the secrets of the heart. Upon returning to the cave, Tang Yao commenced her research on the notes regarding substitutes for the heart of Ice Flame. Her extraordinary powers allowed her to manipulate plant growth. What would typically require months to cultivate now matured in a mere hour under her meticulous care. She raced against time. At the base, Li Lei and Han Mimi continued to lead the survivors in a valiant resistance against the onslaught of the ability-wielding organization. The leader of this group, a mysterious figure known as Black Snake, coveted the resources of the base, seeking to claim it as his OW and Li Lei. Hold the line. Tang Yao will return with the antidote soon. Han Mimi shouted, brandishing her whip to rally the spirits of the survivors. Just then, a carrier pigeon swooped in from afar, landing on Li Lei's shoulder. Eagerly, he untied the note from the bird's leg, which bore a succinct message. The antidote is ready. It will arrive tomorrow. Their perseverance had finally illuminated a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Tang Yao arrived at the predetermined location with the leader of the Ability Organization just before sunset. The sight before her left her agape, bodies strewn across the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she called out, Yi Han, where are you? Tears streamed down her cheeks, fear gripping her heart at the thought of never seeing him again. Yao Yao, we are here, Yi Han's weak voice echoed. Following the sound, Tang Yao hurriedly approached, and the moment she laid eyes on him, she leaped into his embrace. Woo woo. The sound of her longing filled the AI. It turned out that just 2 hours prior to Tang Yao's arrival, a figure clad in white had appeared. Her power was terrifying, and she eliminated everyone except for the leader of the organization, who seized the opportunity to flee, abandoning Yi Han and the others. Understanding the situation, Tang Yao held Yi Han tightly, exclaiming, no matter what, as long as you are safe. Yi Han gently ruffled her hair. Please help us heal. The base needs us for rescue. All right. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight kissed the walls of the base, illuminating the hopeful faces of the survivors. In the distance, several figures raced toward the base. It was Yi Han and his companions. They have returned. They have returned. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, joy sweeping through the entire base. Yi Han and Tang Yao walked at the forefront, their faces betraying exhaustion, yet overshadowed by the elation of victory. Well done. Li Lei's voice trembled with emotion. You have finally returned. Indeed, we have, Tang Yao replied with a smile. The antidote has been developed, and the substitute successfully cultivated. We can finally conquer the virus. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through, darkening the skies. The jubilant cheers within the base abruptly ceased as everyone looked up, a sense of foreboding rising within them. A shadowy figure descended slowly from the heavens. Cloaked in black, wearing a sinister mask, exuding an oppressive aura, Black Snake. Lilei gritted his teeth, uttering the name with disdain. Black Snake sneered, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd, finally landing on the substitute for the heart of ice flame in Yihan and Tang Yao's hands. A glimmer of greed sparking in his eyes. Did you think this meant victory? Naive. His voice, cold as the depths of hell, resonated with malice. As long as I draw breath, this apocalypse shall never cease. Before he finished speaking, countless figures emerged behind him, fully armed and fierce-eyed. They were the elite troops of the Ability Organization. Today, I shall obliterate you in this base. Black Snake's maniacal laughter echoed, filled with a desire for chaos and bloodshed. Faced with Black Snake's provocation, Yihan and Tang Yao showed no fear. Their gazes were resolute and unwavering. They understood this would be the final battle determining humanity's fate, and they would not falter. As Black Snake raged, Yihan took a deep breath, frost swirling around him, coalescing into a massive ice shield protecting everyone behind him. If you wish to harm them, you must first pass through me. Yihan's voice was cold and determined, as if it emerged from ancient, unyielding ice. Standing beside him, Tang Yao summoned a warm flame, dispelling the chill in the air and igniting hope within the hearts of the survivors. Black Snake, your reign of terror ends today. Her voice, though gentle, resonated with power. Black Snake regarded the duo before him, a flicker of contempt crossing his features. You overestimate yourselves, he scoffed, vanishing into a shadow. The next instant, he reappeared before Yihan, black claws slicing through the air toward his throat. Why Yihan was prepared. The ice shield shifted, intercepting the attack. A resounding crash echoed as ice shards scattered, and Black Snake staggered back. Surprise etched on his face. Your power has increased significantly, he exclaimed incredulously. Humph, do you think I am still the naive boy you once toyed with? Yihan retorted with a cold laugh, conjuring an ice sword that radiated a chilling aura. Black Snake's eyes narrowed, realizing he had underestimated Yihan's strength. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, unleashing waves of black energy toward Yihan. Yihan wielded his ice sword, deflecting the energy blasts one by one. Meanwhile, Tang Yao joined the fray, her flames morphing into serpentine fire dragons that coiled toward Black Snake. Chapter 12. Yihan's confession driven back by the combined onslaught of Yihan and Tang Yao. Black Snake, however, did not relent. A frenzied gleam ignited in his eyes as he howled to the heavens, a tremendous surge of energy erupting from within him. Not good. He's going all out, Zhao Gang exclaimed. Exchanging glances with Sun Yan, and the two acted simultaneously, unleashing a bolt of lightning and a tempest toward Black Snake in a bid to halt him. Yet, Black Snake's power exceeded their wildest imaginations. Both the lightning and the wind were devoured by his unleashed energy. Ha ha ha, you shall all perish, he cackled madly, his form swelling as black energy erupted around him like a volcanic explosion. Retreat, Yihan shouted, expanding the ice shield to encompass everyone. However, the sheer might of Black Snake's energy caused the shield to tremble violently, fissures appearing. Why Yihan? What do we do? Tang Yao asked anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Yihan clenched his jaw, determination flashing in his gaze as he gripped the substitute for the heart of ice flame tightly, a surge of power emanating from within him. Black Snake, let me show you the true power of ice and fire. Drawing a deep breath, he focused all his energy into the substitute. It radiated a blinding light, a powerful wave of energy spreading forth, successfully countering Black Snake's assault. The villain's attack was thwarted, disbelief filling his eyes. He frantically channeled more energy, desperate to breach Yihan's defenses, but it was all in vain. No, this is impossible. Black Snake's desperate roar echoed as his body trembled violently, ultimately collapsing into a pile of black ash. His demise signified the dispersal of the ominous shadow that had loomed over the survivors. The substitute in Yihan's grasp glimmered softly, akin to a beacon of hope illuminating the hearts of all. The successful development of the substitute brought the survivors' ailments under control, infusing the base with vitality and vigor. Laughter and joy returned, with children frolicking in the open spaces and adults gathering in small groups to discuss their hopes for the future. To celebrate this hard-won victory, a grand festivity was held within the base. Wei Han and Tang Yao, as the architects of this resolution, naturally became the focal point of admiration. They were surrounded by the crowd, echoing with cheers, gratitude, and blessings to Wei Han. Tang Yao, you are our heroes. An emotional middle-aged man exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. Without you, we would have perished. Indeed, indeed. You are the benefactors of us all. Yihan and Tang Yao were profoundly moved by the warmth of the crowd, and smiles naturally graced their faces. They understood that although this calamity had brought them immense suffering and hardship, it had also bestowed upon them the invaluable gifts of friendship and love. As night fell, the base was illuminated with bright lights. Li Lei and Han Mimi organized a grand bonfire party, where everyone gathered to share their experiences since the apocalypse. Laughter and joy echoed in the night sky, resonating endlessly. Come, come, let us revel together. Let the music play. Let the dance commence, Li Lei shouted, his voice ringing out as he beat rhythmically on two wooden sticks. Han Mimi weaved through the crowd, distributing roasted jerky and wild fruits she had gathered. Survivors sat on the ground around the bonfire, each face radiating the joy of having survived. This scene of happiness was a luxury just a few months prior. Do you remember when we were besieged by a horde of zombies? If Yihan hadn't arrived in time, I would have surely met my end there, exclaimed a middle-aged man, raising a rough earthen bowl filled with subpar liquor, vividly recounting his tale. Indeed. And then there was that time we went scavenging for supplies and nearly got swallowed by that mutated giant python. Thankfully, Tang Yao pulled us up with vines. Another woman chimed in. The crowd exchanged stories of harrowing experiences and touching moments from the apocalypse. Although these tales were often steeped in bitterness and sorrow, in this moment, they were filled with nostalgia and reflection. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin, the renowned duo, also joined the throng. Zhao Gang, an ability user harnessing the power of lightning, appeared as if he were forged from steel. Sun Yin, a speedster wielding wind elements, moved with the grace of the breeze. They had dedicated themselves to researching how to more effectively develop and utilize their abilities, achieving commendable results. Everyone, we know that the apocalypse is far from over. Danger still lurks. To survive, we must possess formidable strength. Zhao Gang rose, his resonant voice capturing everyone's attention. Sun Yin and I have devised a new training methodology for ability users that can help you enhance your strength more rapidly. Starting tomorrow, we will allocate time each day to guide your training. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, every gaze shimmering with hope and anticipation. Wei Han, do you truly believe we can overcome this disaster and rebuild our home? Tang Yao nestled beside Yihan, her voice a soft whisper. Absolutely, Yihan replied, observing the jubilant crowd with a resolute tone. We have discovered a method to conquer the virus, and more individuals are awakening their abilities. I believe that as long as we stand united, we can surmount any challenge. They exchanged a smile, their eyes brimming with dreams of the future. Yet unbeknownst to them, beneath this joyous and harmonious atmosphere, an invisible crisis was stealthily approaching. The bonfire crackled, casting a warm glow upon the elated faces, as laughter resonated in the night sky. However, Yihan discreetly took Tang Yao's hand, leading her away from the din of the crowd to a secluded corner at the edge of the base. Here, away from the clamor, the gentle moonlight bathed them, draping a veil of serenity over the two. Wei Han retrieved a clean handkerchief from his pocket, gently brushing the ashes from Tang Yao's hair. What prompted you to seek refuge here? Tang Yao tilted her head back, her clear eyes reflecting the moonlight, making her appear exceptionally enchanting. It is quiet here. It allows me to truly observe you. Yihan replied, a tender smile gracing his lips, marking the first time he had so openly expressed his feelings. Tang Yao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart fluttering with sweetness. She understood that although Yihan was not verbose, he held her close to his heart. They sat side by side beneath a sturdy tree, gazing up at the myriad stars. In this moment, They forgot the brutality of the apocalypse, the burdens of responsibility, and only felt the warmth of each other's presence. Chapter 13. The challenge from Black Claw. Yi Han, do you think we can maintain this forever? Tang Yao nestled against Yi Han's shoulder, her voice laced with a hint of unease. Yi Han tightened his embrace, affirming, "We will. I will protect you, always." His voice, though gentle, resonated with the solidity of a rock, offering Tang Yao an unending sense of security. She lifted her gaze to meet Yi Han's deep, expressive eyes, her heart filled with happiness and contentment. At that moment, a hurried footfall shattered the tranquility. Li Lei rushed towards them, breathless and anxious. Yi Han. Tang Yao, something is wrong. An incident has occurred. A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Han and Tang Yao as they swiftly stood and followed Li Lei back into the bustling crowd. They found Zhao Gang standing by the bonfire. His expression grave, clutching a note, he scanned the crowd, his voice heavy with urgency. "I have just received word that the leader of Black Claw has assembled a large force and is preparing to launch a new offensive against us." Gasps erupted among the crowd, the once jubilant atmosphere evaporating, replaced by fear and unease. Black Claw was the most formidable organization of ability users in the vicinity, led by a ruthless and malevolent leader. Just months prior, they had launched an attack on the base, and had it not been for Yi Han and Tang Yao's desperate resistance, the base would have surely fallen. Moreover, the previous assault had not even involved Black Claw's elite members. "When will they arrive?" Yi Han inquired calmly. "In 3 days, Zhao Gang replied, his tone laden with gravity. This time, Black Claw has allied with several other survivor enclaves, and their approach is formidable. We must prepare thoroughly." Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged glances, both perceiving the solemnity in each other's eyes. A great battle was imminent. Would they once again emerge unscathed and protect the hard-won peace? The bonfire crackled, illuminating the anxious faces of the crowd. Zhao Gang's words fell like a boulder into a serene lake, stirring tumultuous waves. 3 days. We have only 3 days. Sun Yin clenched her fists, her voice rife with anxiety. "We all know the strength of Black Claw. This time they have united with other forces, it is likely. What are you afraid of? Did we not repel them last time?" A voice rose from the crowd, attempting to bolster morale. "This time is different." Zhao Gang shook his head, handing the note to Yi Han. "The leader of Black Claw has acquired a new type of weapon, incredibly powerful. Just days ago, a nearby survivor enclave was obliterated by this weapon. With no survivors, Yi Han took the note, which contained only a few chilling lines, sending a shiver down his spine. His brow furrowed. A wave of profound unease surged within him. "We must prepare in advance." Tang Yao's voice cut through the noise with clarity. "We cannot sit idly by." Yi Han nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke with conviction. "Zhao Gang, immediately organize personnel to reinforce the defenses and prepare ample supplies. Sun Yin, take a team to scout the area. Ensure we ascertain Black Claw's movements." "Understood." The two promptly set to work, diving into the urgent preparations for battle. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. Yi Han and Tang Yao stood together atop a rise, gazing into the distance. "Yi Han, do you think we can win?" Tang Yao's voice trembled slightly with uncertainty. "We will." Yi Han grasped her hand firmly, his tone resolute. "We have already lost too much. We cannot afford to lose this place as well." Yet fate seemed to delight in playing tricks. Just as everyone anticipated that Black Claw would launch their assault as planned in 3 days, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Early the next morning, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the base. Moments later, the ground trembled, and flames soared into the sky. "What is happening?" Yi Han and Tang Yao rushed from their room, witnessing a massive mushroom cloud rising in the distance, thick smoke billowing upward. "It's Black Claw. They have launched their attack early." Li Lei ran over in a panic, pointing towards the horizon. They utilized that new weapon. Yi Han's heart sank. He understood that the true test had arrived. He immediately organized a defense, but the power of the new weapon exceeded their expectations. The outer defenses of the base were obliterated in an instant, and many were caught off guard, falling into pools of blood. "Damn it!" Yi Han roared, the power of ice and snow coalescing in his hands, forming sharp ice spikes that he hurled at the distant enemy. Boom! Once again, A deafening explosion reverberated as the gates of the base were blown apart, and a throng of armed members from the Black Claw surged in. An intense battle erupted instantaneously, with a cacophony of shouts, screams, and explosions intertwining to create a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Wei Han and Tang Yao fought side by side, their powers akin to the scythe of death, reaping the lives of their foes. However, the sheer number of Black Claw members was overwhelming, and they seemed to recognize that Yi Han and Tang Yao were the linchpins of the base's defenses, concentrating their firepower to eliminate them first. At that moment, Li Lei was struck by the weapon of a Black Claw member while trying to shield Han Mimi, collapsing into a pool of blood. Li Lei. Han Mimi's heart-wrenching cry seemed weak amidst the thunderous explosions. Yet it pierced Yi Han and Tang Yao's hearts like a dagger. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Han caught sight of Li Lei falling in agony, blood staining Han Mimi's pristine attire, tightening his chest and momentarily slowing his assault. Observing this, Tang Yao immediately unleashed a warm radiance that enveloped Li Lei, granting him a glimmer of hope. "Don't get distracted. Leave this to me." Tang Yao's voice rang with unwavering resolve in the chaotic battlefield. Though it could not mask the tremor in her tone, Wei Han took a deep breath, recognizing that this was not the time for sorrow. Only by repelling the enemy could they ensure their companion's safety. He forced himself to retract his gaze, the power of ice and snow swirling around him, transforming into sharp ice blades that repelled every enemy attempting to close in. Damn it. How are these two so powerful? The Black Claw members were driven back by Yi Han and Tang Yao's relentless onslaught, their hearts filled with fear and rage. "Don't be afraid. They are just two. We have the numbers, and we can wear them down." A small leader of the Black Claw shouted, attempting to rally their spirits. Yet, his words had no effect. Rather, they only instilled greater dread in those who had witnessed Yi Han and Tang Yao's abilities firsthand. They began to hesitate, and some even contemplated retreat. Just then, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin rushed in from behind, their faces etched with fatigue but brimming with hope. "Wei Han, we've found a way to counter those weapons," Zhao Gang shouted, "but we need some time to create the countermeasure." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Yi Han. He turned to Tang Yao and asked, "Can you hold on?" Tang Yao's face was pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet she resolutely nodded. "Don't worry. I can still endure." "Good." Yi Han hesitated no longer. He gathered the power of ice and snow in his hands, forming a colossal ice wall to shield himself, Tang Yao, and the injured Li Lei and Han Mimi within its protective embrace. "You few, hold them off." Zhao Gang instructed several strong ability users, "Buy us some time." Understood. The chosen ability users, aware of the gravity of the situation, charged forward without hesitation, engaging in a desperate fight against the Black Claw members. Time ticked away, and the battle within the base escalated to a fever-pitched. Wei Han and Tang Yao fought together, their powers forming two indomitable barriers, fending off wave after wave of the Black Claw's frenzied assaults. However, the terrifying might of the new weapons was too great. Even Yi Han and Tang Yao could not fully withstand it. The outer defenses of the base had been nearly obliterated, and even the defensive systems that Tang Yao had repaired with her powers began to crack. Sweat trickled down Tang Yao's forehead as her complexion grew increasingly ashen. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, continuously infusing warm life force into the defense system. Under her influence, the damaged fortifications rapidly restored, and the severed energy circuits reconnected, as if the base's defenses had been reborn, emanating a faint golden glow once more. With a sigh of relief, Tang Yao collapsed weakly onto the ground, yet a satisfied smile graced her face, having managed to hold on. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Yi Han rushed to her side, helping her up with concern in his eyes. "I'm fine, just a bit drained," Tang Yao replied, shaking her head to signal that she was not seriously harmed. "You've worked hard." Yao Yao. Yi Han gazed at her with compassion, knowing she had nearly exhausted all her powers to restore the defense system. "It's nothing. As long as I can protect everyone, it's all worth it," Tang Yao said with a smile, her eyes radiating determination. "Wonderful. We are saved. Miss Tang is truly incredible." The survivors in the base erupted in cheers, their faces rekindled with the light of hope upon witnessing the restoration of the defense system. However, Just as everyone believed the crisis had temporarily subsided and they could catch their breath, a chilling announcement shattered the atmosphere like a bolt from the blue. Report. A large number of unidentified enemies are rapidly approaching the base. A reconnaissance ability user rushed in, panicked. They are an elite force personally led by the 3 leaders of the ability organization. What? How could this be? Upon hearing this news, the spirits of all present plummeted. A wave of despair sweeping through the base. The strength of the 3 leaders of the ability organization was unfathomable. They were said to have reached the pinnacle of S-class ability users. Commanding a legion of elite warriors equipped with advanced weaponry, the previously dispatched Black Claw squad paled in comparison. It seems our earlier speculations were correct. They intend to wipe us out completely. Zhao Gang said gravely, it appears we are truly cornered now. No, we still have a chance. Yi Han declared resolutely, as long as we stand united and fight to the death, we can hold the base. Exactly. Even if we die, we will drag them down with us. Sun Yin clenched her fists, her eyes shimmering with resolve. Yet Han Mimi looked anxiously at Yi Han and Tang Yao, knowing they had already exhausted their powers in protecting everyone. Faced with such formidable foes, could they truly safeguard their companions? However, before she could voice her concerns, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside the base, signaling the commencement of the enemy's assault. The cacophony of explosions echoed through the air. As the outer defenses of the base were torn asunder, debris and flames scattering in all directions. The onslaught from the ability organization was far more ferocious than anyone had anticipated. Prepare for battle. Yi Han roared, leading the charge. At that moment, he cast aside his previous indifference, eyes blazing with fierce determination. What he sought to protect was not just the base, but the hope of all survivors. And most importantly, the one dear to his heart. Tang Yao followed closely behind, her slender figure weaving through the smoke, each strike imbued with lethal coldness. Frost coalesced in her palms, transforming into sharp ice blades that reaped the lives of their adversaries. In this critical moment, Tang Yao astonishingly awakened a third ability. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and anguished cries intertwined, composing a mournful elegy for the apocalypse. Having nearly recovered from his injuries, Li Lei took cover behind a massive rock, wielding a modified rifle and firing wildly at the enemies. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and his arm trembled slightly from prolonged shooting, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Bang! A bullet grazed his arm. Tearing flesh, Li Lei grunted, gritting his teeth as he continued to shoot. He could not afford to fall. Behind him were defenseless survivors, his friends, and his hope. Li Lei, how are you? Han Mimi's anxious voice called from behind. I'm fine. Li Lei responded loudly, don't worry about me. Go tend to the other injured. The battle raged on as Yi Han and Tang Yao fought in tandem, their powers synergizing to unleash astonishing might. Yi Han's flames roared like a dragon, incinerating all enemies that dared to stand in his way, while Tang Yao's frost formed an unyielding shield, absorbing the enemy's attacks. Ice and fire double dragon kill. Suddenly, the duo executed a combined skill, reducing a group of frontline enemies to ashes. Following this, boom! Yi Han delivered a punch, engulfing an elite member of the ability organization in searing flames, their screams piercing the sky. Yet, the enemy numbers were simply too great, each one a seasoned warrior. Even Yi Han and Tang Yao began to feel the strain of exhaustion. We can't keep this up. We must find a way to break through. Yi Han gasped. But where can we escape to? Tang Yao's face was shadowed with despair. At that moment, Han Mimi's voice rang out from behind. Yi Han, Tang Yao, look over there. Following Han Mimi's pointing finger, Yi Han and Tang Yao beheld a narrow mountain path emerging behind the base, a position created by the explosion of the Black Claw's special weapon. The rugged trail was obscured by dense trees, making it difficult to spot as a potential escape route unless one looked closely. However, the passage was narrow, allowing only a few to traverse side by side, yet it led to the rear mountains. Han Mimi spoke with remarkable swiftness, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. We can evacuate in batches. Yi Han and Tang Yao will cover our retreat. Time was of the essence, and Yi Han decisively declared, so be it. Li Lei, take your group and leave first. Tang Yao and I will hold the rear. No, I must stay and fight alongside you. Li Lei's eyes were red, his grip tightening around his weapon. "Obey the orders," Yi Han barked sternly. "Your presence here will only hinder us. Safeguarding the others is our utmost priority." Li Lei wished to protest further, but was halted by Han Mimi's grasp. Li Lei, heed Yi Han's words. Our survival is essential to avenge those who have sacrificed themselves. Silenced, Li Lei understood that this was not the time for heroics. He cast a lingering glance at Yi Han and Tang Yao before turning to organize the survivors' retreat. As he witnessed the orderly evacuation, a modicum of reassurance washed over Yi Han and Tang Yao. Yet, the adversaries before them surged forth like an unrelenting tide, showing no signs of abating. "It seems we truly might meet our end here today," Tang Yao remarked with a bitter smile, her eyes devoid of fear, resolute in her acceptance of fate. "Even in death, I shall take a few down with me." A fierce glint ignited in Yi Han's gaze, and the flames of his resolve blazed more fiercely. At that moment, an unexpected cheer erupted from the rear of the base. Yi Han and Tang Yao turned to see Zhao Gang and Sun Yin atop a vantage point, wielding a peculiar device, their faces alight with excitement. Yi Han, Tang Yao, we have succeeded, Zhao Gang exclaimed. This device can disrupt their new weaponry. Hold your ground. As the words left his lips, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin activated the device. A visible wave of energy rippled outward, significantly diminishing the potency of the formidable psychic attacks that had once threatened them. Well done, Yi Han and Tang Yao felt invigorated, seizing the opportunity to launch a more aggressive counterattack. However, the three leaders of the psychic organization remained coolly observant, a smirk curling at the corners of one leader's mouth. He slowly raised his right hand, a ring upon his finger glimmering with a sinister light. "It is time to end this," he murmured, his tone imbued with an unassailable authority. At that instant, an unprecedented sense of peril surged within Yi Han. A bone-chilling cold swept through him, and he incredulously looked down to see a hand piercing through his chest, its fingertips glowing ominously. The leader of the psychic organization had silently breached their defenses and appeared behind him. Yi Han. Tang Yao's voice shattered the battlefield, filled with desperation. She fought her way through the enemies before her, heedlessly racing towards him. "It is over," the leader of the psychic organization stated expressionlessly, withdrawing his hand as Yi Han's body slumped backward. Blood stained the pure white snow, a horrifying sight. "No?" Tang Yao caught Yi Han as he faltered, her tears blurring her vision. She trembled, pressing her fingers against his wound, desperately attempting to use her powers to staunch the bleeding. "It is futile," the leader observed coldly, his gaze fixed on Tang Yao. "My power is one of consumption and deprivation. He is beyond saving." Tang Yao, undeterred, clung tightly to Yi Han, despair and sorrow threatening to consume her. Suddenly, the leader of the psychic organization shifted, appearing behind Tang Yao, his fingers poised like claws, ready to seize her throat. "Stop!" A furious roar erupted from behind Tang Yao. It was Zhao Gang and Sun Yin, fighting their way to her side. Yet their efforts were as ineffective as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. The leader of the psychic organization remained untouched. Just as he was about to claim victory, he suddenly recoiled, grunting in surprise. Yi Han, who appeared on the verge of death, had opened his eyes, clutching an ice blade in his right hand. He pressed it firmly against his chest, blood dripping from the blade, blossoming into vivid crimson flowers upon the snow. "You, leader of the psychic organization," he rasped, his voice hoarse yet imbued with unwavering determination. "I vowed that even in death, I would take you down with me." The ice blade in his hand erupted with blinding light, the temperature plummeting as snowflakes swirled violently, coalescing into a massive ice sword aimed at the leader. "Overreaching," the leader bellowed, channeling his energy in a bid to withstand the impending strike. However, the force Yi Han unleashed far exceeded his expectations. The ice sword sliced through his defenses, sending him flying. Yi Han. Tang Yao gasped, rushing to his side. He lay there, eyes shut, breath faint, the ice blade transforming into shimmering crystals that dissipated into the AI art. "Yi Han, are you all right?" Tang Yao called urgently, but received no response. Yi Han had fallen into a deep coma, his fate uncertain. Delicate snowflakes drifted down, cloaking the earth in a silvery shroud, yet within a small room of the Hope Base, The atmosphere was as frigid as the winter's chill. Tang Yao clutched Yi Han's icy hand, tears having long since soaked her cheeks. His complexion had turned as pale as parchment, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, as if he could vanish at any moment. Yi Han, please wake up. You promised you would protect me, Tang Yao choked, calling out repeatedly, but only silence, heart-wrenching and profound, responded. Since the great battle, Yi Han had slipped into a profound slumber. He had repelled the assault of the psychic organization at the cost of his own life, entombing himself in this abyss of darkness. Yao Yao, do not be too sorrowful. Yi Han is destined for greatness. He will surely be fine, Li Lei offered in consolation, though his tone betrayed his own anxiety and helplessness. Han Mimi gently wrapped her arms around Tang Yao's shoulders, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, Yao Yao, we will remain by your side, awaiting Yi Han's awakening in their quest to find a remedy for Yi Han. Li Lei and Han Mimi scoured the entirety of the Hope Base. They consulted every doctor and pored over every medical tome. Yet the answers were invariably the same. They were at a loss. Chapter 16. We need you. Is there truly no hope left? Li Lei slumped helplessly in a chair, despair creeping into his heart. No, there must be hope. Han Mimi clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with determination. Yi Han has sacrificed so much to protect us. We cannot abandon him. They fortified the defenses of the new base, recruited more survivors, and intensified their research into psychic powers, fervently hoping to discover a means to awaken Yi Han. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin received news of Yi Han's condition. How could it be this dire? Zhao Gang's expression turned grave. Yi Han's safety was entwined with the fate of the entire world, and he could not remain idle. We must hasten to the Hope Base, Sun Yin exclaimed anxiously. Their powers might yet aid Yi Han. Thus began a race against time, the flicker of hope wavering in the chasm of despair. Would they conquer their fate and usher in the dawn? In the dimly lit room, the bitter scent of herbs permeated the air, starkly contrasting with the frigid wind outside. Zhao Gang's brow furrowed as he placed his hands, radiating a soft golden glow, upon Yi Han's chest. Beside him, Sun Yin closed her eyes, an invisible wave of energy emanating from her, intertwining with Zhao Gang's force in an attempt to awaken the slumbering Yi Han. As seconds ticked by, the tension in the room escalated. Beads of sweat formed on Sun Yan's forehead, her complexion paling. Finally, she opened her eyes, her voice laced with fatigue. By tea cannot be done. My new psychic ability can only sense that Yi Han's consciousness remains feeble, flickering like a candle in the wind, liable to extinguish at any moment. Zhao Gang's healing powers proved insufficient to fully mend the grievous damage inflicted upon Yi Han's meridians. He withdrew his hands, gazing worriedly at Yi Han, lifeless upon the bed. He understood that the extent of Yi Han's injuries suggested an adversary of unfathomable strength. It appears we know nothing of the enemy's true power. He was injured while protecting us. Do not speak of it. Tang Yao abruptly stood, cutting off Zhao Gang. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Yi Han will be fine. He promised to protect me. She clutched Yi Han's hand tightly, grasping at the last remnants of hope. The atmosphere within the base had grown unbearably heavy due to Yi Han's coma. Survivors huddled in small groups, their faces etched with concern. Yi Han was their beacon of hope, the light against the encroaching darkness of the apocalypse. If he were to fall, how would they face the future? Li Lei and Han Mimi scoured every corner of the base in search of any potentially effective medicines and treatments. They questioned every doctor they encountered and even sifted through the remnants of books amidst the ruins. Yet each endeavor ended in disappointment. Hope, it seemed, had gradually morphed into a distant luxury as time passed. Nevertheless, Tang Yao never wavered. She firmly believed that Yi Han would awaken. Each day, she tenderly bathed him and recounted the happenings of the outside world and the events occurring within the base. As if he had never departed. One day, while tidying up Yi Han's belongings, Tang Yao stumbled upon a tattered medical book. This ancient tome, discovered in the room where Yi Han had previously resided, was filled with yellowed pages densely inscribed with various herbal remedies and folk prescriptions. She flipped through it casually. A particular line of text caught her eye, causing her heart to leap as if she had glimpsed a faint glimmer of light in the endless darkness. Trembling, she caressed the weathered pages, the elegant small script exuding the scent of herbs steeped in the passage of time. Among the pages was an ancient recipe for a potion called soul-returning soup, rumored to mend damaged nerves and awaken dormant consciousness. Could this be the hope that would revive Yihan? Tang Yao murmured to herself, a flicker of hope igniting within her heart. She meticulously perused every detail concerning the soul-returning soup, fearful of overlooking even a single word. The ingredients required included Tian Shan snow lotus, millennium ginseng, and deep-sea lingji. The more she read, the tighter her brows furrowed. These herbs were exceedingly rare even before the apocalypse, let alone in the current dire circumstances, and no matter how bleak the hope may seem. I must try. Tang Yao's gaze hardened with determination as an unprecedented surge of courage coursed through her. She resolved to seek out these ingredients. Even the faintest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Just as she prepared to share this news with everyone and embark on her quest for the herbs, a commotion erupted outside the base. What is happening? Li Lei dashed in, panic etched across his face. There are numerous ability users outside, and they seem to have ill intentions. A wave of dread washed over Tang Yao, an ominous premonition stirring within her. She hurried to the window and peered outside, where she beheld a sea of dark-clad figures gathered ominously, each radiating powerful energy. Leading them was the towering, cold-eyed man from the last attack, the leader of the ability organization. How could they have found this place? Han Mimi's face drained of color as she spoke with trembling voice. Tang Yao was filled with confusion and unease. Their base was supposed to be well concealed and fortified, and it should not have been easily discovered. Could there be a traitor among them? A chilling thought flashed through her mind. This is bad. They are going to assault the base, Li Lei exclaimed, pointing frantically out the window. As the leader of the ability organization curled his lips into a cruel smirk, he slowly raised his right hand, a formidable surge of energy coalescing in his palm, forming a massive energy sphere that emanated an oppressive aura. Stop him, Tang Yao shouted anxiously. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan unleashed their abilities in an attempt to thwart the energy sphere's attack. But their powers appeared insignificant in the face of the leader. At that critical moment, Tang Yao clutched the medical book tightly, silently praying, Yihan, please awaken. We need you. Outside the base, a chilling atmosphere prevailed. The leader of the ability organization scanned the area with a predatory gaze, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Where is Yihan? His voice boomed like thunder, laced with undeniable authority. Tang Yao straightened her posture and met his gaze with unwavering resolve. I do not know. She understood that Yihan was still in a coma, and if that man were to find him, the consequences would be dire. You refuse to cooperate? The leader's eyes glinted with malice as he waved his hand sharply. Kill them! As soon as he finished speaking, the ability users surged forward like a tidal wave. Fireballs, ice spikes, and bolts of lightning rained down upon the base, shaking it to its very foundations. As time passed, those who had awakened their abilities found even more diverse powers igniting within them, and no one knew why. Perhaps only by uncovering the mastermind behind it all could they grasp the truth. With a thunderous crash, the base's door was blown open by an overwhelming force, and the ability users stormed in like wolves. Defend! Quickly, defend! Zhao Gang roared, rushing forward to conjure a massive earthen wall to shield against the initial wave of attacks. Sun Yin followed closely, electricity dancing between her slender fingers as she hurled it at the advancing foes. Tang Yao was not idle either. The medical book in her hands emitted a gentle white glow, casting a warm light over her injured comrades, healing their wounds. Yet, in the face of overwhelming numbers, their resistance felt insurmountable. Miss Tang, this cannot go on. We cannot hold them off, Zhao Gang shouted desperately while fending off attacks with his earthen wall. Tang Yao understood that if this continued, the base would ultimately fall. But what could they do? With another deafening boom, the defense system finally collapsed under the relentless assault. The ability users flooded into the base like a burst dam, wreaking havoc in their wake. Quickly, lead the survivors through the secret passage. Tang Yao decisively instructed Li Lei and Han Mimi. I will hold them off. But as Li Lei and Han Mimi attempted to protest, Tang Yao's resolute gaze silenced them. This is an order. Tang Yao's tone brooked no argument. With no choice, Li Lei and Han Mimi led the survivors deeper into the base, where a hidden passage awaited to the outside world. Tang Yao took a deep breath, the light from her medical book intensifying as a powerful energy surged within her. She knew a fierce battle lay ahead, but she would not retreat, for she was Yi Han's last hope. As Li Lei and Han Mimi escorted the panicked survivors towards the depths of the base, cries of distress and the shrieks of children mingled with the cacophony of explosions, creating utter chaos. Li Lei shouted to maintain order, urging everyone to remain calm, while Han Mimi tended to the elderly and children, doing her utmost to soothe their fears. This way, do not push, Li Lei's voice grew hoarse. Yet he persevered, aware that this passage represented their final hope. Mimi, take the children and go first. I will assist Tang Yao. Li Lei's heart raced as he observed the encroaching enemies. No, it is too dangerous. Han Mimi grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. We should leave together. Listen, there are many survivors in the base who need me. I cannot abandon them. Li Lei pried her fingers loose and resolutely turned towards the battlefield. The passage was narrow and dark, with survivors supporting one another as they navigated their escape. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed above, and stones began to tumble from the ceiling, shaking the tunnel violently. A gasp of horror erupted from the crowd as some were struck by falling debris and collapsed to the ground. Hurry, do not stop, Han Mimi urged, suppressing her own terror. She knew that pausing now would mean certain death. Meanwhile, Tang Yao was nearing her limits. Her energy was nearly depleted, and she bore multiple wounds, her clothes stained crimson. Yet she grit her teeth and mechanically wielded the medical book, healing her comrades beside her. Miss Tang, you must leave. We cannot hold on much longer. Zhao Gang, bloodied and with one arm hanging limply, still stood his ground. I cannot abandon you. Tang Yao shook her head, her vision blurring and her body swaying. Do not mind us. Go. Find Yi Han. Awaken him. Only he can save us. Sun Yin expended her last ounce of strength, unleashing a bolt of lightning at the enemy before collapsing weakly. Tang Yao's vision filled with crimson, and she felt her body grow colder, her consciousness fading. Just as she was about to collapse, a faint voice called out to her, Yao Yao. The voice was so familiar, so warm, like a beam of light illuminating her despairing heart. She struggled to open her eyes, yearning to discern the figure's face. But all she could see was darkness. Yao Yao, hold on. That voice rang out again, and this time, she recognized it. It was Yi Han's voice. A faint smile graced the corners of her lips, and then her body could no longer sustain itself. Slowly collapsing to the ground, that moment, a warm and powerful hand caught her. Yao Yao, I have returned. Yi Han's voice resonated in the darkness, deep and resolute, akin to a summons from the depths of hell, yet also reminiscent of a gospel from heaven. Simultaneously, in a hidden corner of the base, Yi Han's fingers twitched slightly, seemingly responding to Tang Yao's unwavering spirit. Just as Tang Yao was on the verge of falling, far within the depths of the base, Yi Han's fingers trembled ever so slightly. It was as if he had transcended the barriers of space, feeling her call, sensing the tenacity that teetered on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, the hospital at the center of the base had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. The fiery explosions painted half the sky crimson, and amidst the ruins, Tang Yao struggled to rise, only to collapse helplessly to the ground. Blood stained her garments, yet she paid no heed to the pain, for a towering figure was advancing step by step toward the room where Yi Han lay. You think you can stop me? The leader of the Ability Organization sneered, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He had sensed that the slumbering youth harbored a power capable of overturning everything. You shall not harm him, Tang Yao gritted her teeth, trembling fingers pointing defiantly at the foe, desperately unleashing the last vestiges of her abilities. However, against the sheer might before her, her resistance appeared feeble and futile. Overestimating yourself? The leader of the Ability Organization scoffed, effortlessly dissipating her attack and seizing the opportunity to send her flying away. Yao Yao. In the distance, Li Lei's eyes widened in rage, striving to break through the enemy's blockade, only to be mercilessly repelled time and again. At that critical juncture, the door to the room swung open abruptly, A doctor clad in a white coat stood calmly at the threshold, blocking the path of the leader of the Ability Organization. "Who are you?" The leader of the Ability Organization frowned slightly, the doctor appearing unremarkable, yet emanating an unfathomable aura. "I am merely a physician. My duty is to save lives and heal the wounded." The doctor replied coolly, "This is my hospital. I ask you to leave." "Arrogant." The leader of the Ability Organization scoffed in anger, incredulous that such a mere doctor would dare to act so brazenly before him. He resolved to deal swiftly with this hindrance before seizing Yihan's power. However, the next instant, his smile froze on his face, for he beheld the doctor slowly extending his hand, a faint glimmer of light flickering at his fingertips, seemingly insignificant yet harboring a terrifying force that sent shivers down his spine. Concurrently, Yihan's finger moved once more, his eyelids fluttering slightly, as if on the verge of awakening. The light at the doctor's fingertip, though dim, blazed like a torch ignited in the night, illuminating the hopes of all present. Alarm bells rang in the leader's mind. He sensed this power was anything but ordinary, yet his years of arrogance prevented him from retreating. "You think this is some kind of trick?" the leader roared, summoning a powerful ice-based ability that enveloped him in a bone-chilling aura, transforming into numerous ice spikes aimed directly at the doctor's vital points. However, the doctor merely sighed in response to this lethal assault. He raised his hand, and the light at his fingertips surged dramatically, forming an invisible barrier that effortlessly deflected all the ice spikes. "Who exactly are you?" The leader's tone finally betrayed a hint of trepidation. This seemingly ordinary doctor possessed such formidable strength. The doctor remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward the direction of the room, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He understood that the true terror did not lie within himself, but rather in the imminent awakening of the entity within. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Yihan's consciousness struggled through a haze of chaos. He felt as though he were ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness, the desperate cries of Tang Yao echoing in his ears, mingling with the cacophony of battle within the base. "Yao Yao, danger!" Yihan's heart raced with urgency, yearning to open his eyes, only to discover that his body felt as heavy as lead at that moment. A searing pain surged from his chest, akin to the excruciating agony he felt deep within when Tang Yao was sent flying. This pain struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the fog that enveloped his consciousness. "Yao Yao!" Yihan's eyes flew open, glinting with a chilling intensity. He struggled to rise, yet his body remained exceedingly weak. "No, I cannot fall. I must protect Yao Yao, protect everyone." Yihan gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength within him. Just then, he felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through his body, as if a slumbering dragon had finally awakened. This power was immense yet strangely unfamiliar, as if it hailed from another realm. "Is this my power?" As he sensed the tumultuous energy within him, realization dawned upon Yihan. He sprang to his feet, stepping out of the room and into the presence of everyone gathered. In that moment, his aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation. His icy gaze and formidable presence resembled a sword unsheathed, instilling fear in all who beheld. "It is over." Yihan's voice, low and frigid, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was at Tang Yao's side, catching her faltering form. "Why, Yihan?" Tang Yao weakly opened her eyes, disbelief etched across her features as she beheld him so near. Yihan said nothing, simply enveloping her in his embrace, feeling her warmth, and at last, his heart found solace. Meanwhile, the leader of the Ability Organization and the doctor stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they witnessed this scene. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly frail youth possessed such terrifying strength. Tang Yao gazed at Yihan, unable to believe her eyes. He had truly awakened. He had returned in her most desperate hour. The tears she had long suppressed finally broke free, and with her last ounce of strength, she threw herself into Yihan's embrace. "Why, Yihan, you have finally awoken." Tang Yao's voice trembled, choked with the relief of survival after disaster. Yihan held her tightly, feeling her warmth and listening to her faint heartbeat, a profound pain swelling within him. Gently, he caressed her hair, whispering softly, "I am sorry. I have come late, it does not matter. You have returned, and that is enough. Tang Yao buried her head against Yi Han's chest, greedily inhaling his scent as though it could help her forget all the pain and fear. Their embrace, devoid of grand oaths, spoke volumes beyond mere words. Those present, including Li Lei, Han Mimi, Zhao Gang, and Sun Yan, silently observed the scene, their eyes filled with gratitude and emotion. Suddenly, Yi Han's brow furrowed. He sensed a powerful wave of energy emanating from outside the base. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as swords scanning the distance, and coldly declared, "It is not over yet." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished once more, reappearing at the edge of the base. He raised his hand, an invisible force radiating outward, instantaneously repairing the damaged defense systems. With a thunderous roar, a massive mutated creature crashed against the protective barrier, unleashing a deafening roar. "Everyone, do not panic with me here. The base shall remain safe." Yi Han's voice served as a stabilizing anchor, calming the initially chaotic crowd. Li Lei and Han Mimi swiftly organized the survivors for post-battle cleanup and treatment, gradually easing the atmosphere within the base. However, all understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The true challenges were only just beginning. Yi Han's return acted as a potent tonic, invigorating the hearts of all survivors. Li Lei and Han Mimi wasted no time, promptly rallying the survivors to commence the cleanup and healing efforts. Within the base, the pervasive dread and despair were supplanted by a sense of relief and hope following their narrow escape from catastrophe. As Han Mimi assisted medical personnel in bandaging the wounded, she covertly observed Yi Han. He stood at the edge of the base, his tall and upright figure resembling a guardian deity, shielding everyone from the external turmoil. "Mimi, what do you think has changed in Yi Han?" Li Lei approached, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "What is it?" Han Mimi inquired. Li Lei sighed, lowering his voice. "It seems he has returned somewhat different this time. Did you not sense it? The aura he exudes is powerful enough to instill fear." Fell silent, acutely aware of the changes. Yi Han's transformation was not merely one of strength. It was a profound shift in his very essence. If the Yi Han of the past resembled a hidden blade, the current Yi Han was akin to a sheathed sword, now fully unsheathed, its brilliance undeniable, making it unapproachable. Perhaps this is the metamorphosis born from trials of life and death. Han Mimi mused softly. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as he is alive, we hold on to hope. Outside the base, Yi Han stood alone, confronting the onslaught of mutated creatures. He resembled an unyielding machine of slaughter. With each strike, he claimed the lives of several aberrant beings. The blood that stained his garments could not obscure the chilling aura that enveloped him. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan observed from a distance, their hearts a tumult of emotions as they witnessed Yi Han's formidable prowess unfold. "Old Zhao, do you believe what we are doing is right?" Sun Yan suddenly inquired. Zhao Gang paused momentarily, then comprehended the implication behind her words. The overwhelming strength displayed by Yi Han instilled a sense of threat and a twinge of apprehension within them. "I do not know." Zhao Gang shook his head, "but I am aware that we have no alternative. Yi Han is the sole individual capable of combating those monsters. We must choose to trust him." However, before Sun Yan could voice further objections, Zhao Gang interrupted her. "There is no however. If we lose faith in him, this base is truly doomed," Zhao Gang asserted with unwavering conviction. "Let us go and assist him." Within the base, the atmosphere gradually eased. Yet Yi Han's sudden outburst had sown seeds of unease in the hearts of some. They realized that Yi Han's power could herald new troubles, and this disquiet might one day evolve into a tempest. Outside the base, the roars of the mutated creatures began to subside, leaving the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Yi Han returned to the base, his steps heavy, his clothes tattered and stained with dark crimson. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan approached him, their faces betraying their concern. "Yi Han, how are you?" Tang Yao's voice emerged from the crowd as she hurried to his side. Scrutinizing his injuries with care, Yi Han shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. Though his body felt weary, his mind was sharper than ever. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning. Many more challenges awaited him in the future. With the assistance of others, Yi Han and Tang Yao embarked on the task of rebuilding the base. They repaired the damaged structures, reinforced the walls, and implemented more stringent defensive measures. "We shall transform this place into an impregnable fortress," Yi Han declared, surveying the bustling crowd with eyes alight with hope. The reconstruction proceeded with urgency and order. Li Lei and Han Mimi joined the efforts, collaborating with others to transport supplies and clear the debris, using their hands to reconstruct their home. During this period of restoration, Yi Han did not relent in exploring his own powers. He discovered that his abilities had grown stronger yet more challenging to control. Each time he utilized his powers, an overwhelming sense of weakness would wash over him. "It seems I have much to learn." Yi Han muttered to himself. He began experimenting with various methods to harness his powers and sought to apply them in different contexts. One evening, as Yi Han practiced controlling his abilities, an unfamiliar presence drew near. He abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. "Who is there?" Yi Han demanded in a low voice. A deep voice emerged from the shadows. "Are you Yi Han?" Yi Han narrowed his eyes. Attempting to discern the figure's identity, a tall silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness, its face obscured by a silver mask, rendering its expression indecipherable. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Yi Han inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. The enigmatic figure smiled faintly, disregarding Yi Han's question, and instead remarked, "Your power is far greater and more perilous than you imagine. Are you prepared?" With that, the mysterious individual vanished into the night. As if he had never existed, Yi Han's mind was awash with confusion and unease. He understood that the appearance of this stranger signified a forthcoming transformation in their world. The sudden emergence and disappearance of the mysterious figure stirred a tempest within Yi Han and Tang Yao, awakening them to the complexities of their apocalyptic reality, where hidden forces and secrets loomed like an invisible net, ensnaring them. Who could he be? What does he desire? Tang Yao furrowed her brow, gazing at Yi Han with concern. Yi Han shook his head, equally perplexed. One thing is certain. He possesses a keen interest in my powers. The stranger's final cryptic statement echoed relentlessly in Yi Han's mind. Is my power truly so unique? What secrets does it conceal that could attract such a mysterious figure? In preparation for the unknown challenges ahead, Yi Han dedicated himself more fervently to honing his abilities. He persistently experimented, exploring ways to master this formidable power. Simultaneously, the reconstruction efforts within the base continued with unwavering resolve. Li Lei and Han Mimi took the initiative to organize training for the survivors. They devised a series of practical combat techniques and survival skills courses, aiding the survivors in enhancing their self-defense capabilities. Strikes must be swift, precise, and fierce. In this apocalypse, mercy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Li Lei bellowed as he demonstrated techniques, his former frailty transformed into resolute determination. Han Mimi focused on instructing others in identifying edible plants and locating sources of water, meticulously explaining each detail to ensure comprehension and retention. Under their guidance, the survivors gradually overcame their fears and uncertainties. Engaging wholeheartedly in their training, they encouraged and supported one another, collectively confronting the challenges of the apocalypse. The base brimmed with vitality and optimism, each face aglow with resilience and hope. One evening, Yi Han and Tang Yao embarked on their customary patrol. Surveying the surrounding terrain, as the sun dipped below the horizon, their silhouettes elongated dramatically. "Look over there." Tang Yao pointed to a distant expanse of ruins. "It appears to be the remnants of a building." As they drew closer, they discovered it was an abandoned laboratory, its walls weathered and entwined with vines. The entrance stood ajar, seemingly beckoning them inside. Could this be related to my powers? Yi Han pondered, a strange premonition stirring within him. Tang Yao nodded, gripping her weapon tightly. "We'll know once we step inside." They cautiously pushed open the door, a wave of decay washing over them. The interior of the laboratory was in disarray. Instruments scattered haphazardly, documents strewn across the floor as if a calamity had unfolded. "Something dreadful must have transpired here," Tang Yao remarked, shivering at the desolate sight. Yi Han crouched down, meticulously sifting through the papers on the ground. Suddenly, a tattered experimental record caught his eye. Scrawled in vivid red ink were the alarming words: X-12 Project, Genetic Mutation, Apocalypse Virus. Yi Han's heart sank, a chilling premonition enveloping him. He continued to peruse the documents. But the text became increasingly illegible, the final pages torn apart, leaving only tattered remnants. X-12 Project, genetic mutation. Could this apocalypse be not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made catastrophe? Tang Yao gasped in disbelief. Yi Han remained silent, yet a tempest brewed within him. If this laboratory was indeed linked to the apocalypse virus, could his powers also stem from this virus? He dared not delve deeper into the implications. Fearing the truth that lay ahead, it seems we have uncovered something monumental. A deep voice echoed from behind them. Yi Han and Tang Yao whirled around to find the mysterious figure standing at the doorway of the laboratory. His expression shrouded in the dim light, yet exuding an unmistakable excitement. "How did you come to be here?" Tang Yao asked, her voice laced with caution. The stranger disregarded her question, stepping forward to fixate on Yi Han. His gaze intense, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. "You are far more intriguing than I anticipated. Within you lies immense power, capable of altering this world." Yi Han stepped back, ensuring distance between them. "Who are you? What are your intentions?" The mysterious figure's lips curled into a cryptic smile. "I am here to assist you. I shall unveil all the truth you seek, about your origins, your powers, and the genesis of this apocalypse." Yi Han's heart raced, his blood surging with anticipation and trepidation. He longed to uncover the truth, yet felt an unsettling apprehension. "Come with me. I will take you to a place where you can comprehend everything," the enigmatic figure declared, turning to exit the laboratory. Yi Han hesitated for a moment, then ultimately decided to follow. Tang Yao attempted to intervene, but Yi Han grasped her hand. "Trust me, I will return." The mysterious figure led Yi Han to a nearby grove, where a small helicopter awaited them. "Where are you taking me?" Yi Han inquired. "To a place where you can learn everything." The enigmatic figure refrained from providing a direct answer, instead opting to create an air of suspense. Yi Han took a deep breath and resolutely boarded the helicopter. Tang Yao remained rooted in place, watching as the helicopter vanished into the horizon, her heart brimming with worry and unease. She was uncertain of what challenges awaited Yi Han on his journey. Yet she held firm in her belief that he would return safely, for he had her and their home to protect. The helicopter ultimately landed at an abandoned military base, situated several dozen kilometers from the main facility. As Yi Han disembarked, he beheld the heavily fortified surroundings. His heart swelled with confusion. The mysterious figure led Yi Han into a secret chamber, the walls adorned with an array of charts and data. With a colossal metallic apparatus pulsating with an eerie glow at its center. This was the birthplace of the apocalyptic virus. The enigmatic figure interrupted Yi Han, speaking gravely, "And you are the key to this calamity." The roar of the helicopter gradually faded away, yet Tang Yao's heart remained restless. The look in Yi Han's eyes as he departed, resolute yet tinged with a hint of apprehension, left her with an unsettling feeling that matters were far from straightforward. Who was this mysterious figure? What were his intentions in taking Yi Han? These questions entwined around her heart like creeping vines, instilling an overwhelming sense of anxiety within her. "He will be fine. Trust him." Zhao Gang approached Tang Yao, gently patting her shoulder in an attempt to console her. Tang Yao managed a faint smile, nodding as she suppressed her worries. With Yi Han absent, she knew she had to be strong to safeguard their home. Meanwhile, Yi Han followed the enigmatic figure into the technologically advanced chamber. The mysterious figure offered little explanation, merely gesturing towards the metallic apparatus. "This is the original sample of the virus. The key to unraveling everything. You possess a unique gene that resonates with it, enabling you to discover a means of combating the virus." Yi Han stared in shock at the apparatus before him, the enigmatic figure's words echoing in his mind. He had never imagined that his ordinary existence would be so intricately linked to this global catastrophe. The mysterious figure seemed to see through his thoughts, continuing, "You are anything but ordinary, Yi Han. Your existence is meant to end this disaster." Yi Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for confusion or fear. He must uncover the truth for Tang Yao, for all survivors in the days that followed. Yi Han immersed himself wholly in the study of the virus, nearly losing track of time. The mysterious figure provided an abundance of materials and equipment, thoroughly answering his inquiries. Gradually, Yihan's understanding of the virus deepened, and he drew closer to the truth. Meanwhile, the base began to regain vitality through the efforts of Tang Yao and others. Survivors united in mutual assistance, collaboratively constructing a new home. Li Lei and Han Mimi also found their roles, actively participating in the base's development and striving to aid others. After enduring a series of trials, the bond between Yihan and Tang Yao grew stronger. Yihan finally realized that Tang Yao was not only his beloved but also his pillar of strength, the source of his courage to confront the apocalypse. A month later, Yihan finally obtained the answers he sought from the mysterious figure. He returned to the base and shared everything with Tang Yao. They decided to hold a simple wedding, to bring a glimmer of hope and warmth to themselves and to everyone amid the end of the world. On the day of the wedding, the base was suffused with an atmosphere of happiness. Tang Yao, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, walked slowly towards Yihan under the gaze of well-wishers. Yihan gazed at her with deep affection, his eyes filled with love. I love you, Tang Yao, forever. Yihan whispered as he placed the ring upon her finger. I love you too, Yihan, Tang Yao replied, tears of joy glistening in her eyes as she nestled into his embrace. However, such blissful moments are often fleeting. Just as everyone basked in joy, Li Lei and Han Mimi returned with alarming news. During an external mission, they stumbled upon a hidden supply depot, but simultaneously discovered strange markings that hinted at an impending crisis. Chapter 21. The distress signal. The wedding bells still resonated within the base. The image of Yihan and Tang Yao embracing frozen in the warm gaze of all present. Yet life, in its sweetness, always brings forth new trials. Li Lei and Han Mimi, weary yet exhilarated, pushed open the gates of the base, excitement evident on their faces. Report. We have discovered a large supply warehouse. Han Mimi's voice trembled with excitement. What? Those previously immersed in joy were taken aback by this revelation. It is true. Following the map fragments we had previously found, we searched southward and finally located it underground in an abandoned factory, Li Lei eagerly conveyed, his words brimming with enthusiasm and pride. Inside the warehouse, mountains of food, medicine, weapons, and supplies left everyone astounded. These provisions could sustain the base for years, signifying they no longer needed to scavenge for survival, allowing them to devote more time and energy to rebuilding their home. Wonderful! This is truly fantastic news, Zhao Gang exclaimed, slapping Li Lei on the shoulder, a rare smile gracing his rugged face. With ample resources secured, the pace of development at the base accelerated significantly. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin flourished in their endeavors, channeling the newly acquired resources into their research. How is it going? Any progress? Yihan inquired with concern as he observed the busy duo in the laboratory. He knew Zhao Gang and Sun Yin had been researching ways to enhance the abilities of ordinary individuals, hoping to empower more people to defend themselves against the threats posed by zombies and mutated creatures. Almost there. Just one final step, Sun Yin replied without looking up, adjusting parameters on the apparatus with nimble fingers. Days later, Zhao Gang burst into Yihan's room, a test tube filled with a blue liquid in hand. We did it. We finally succeeded. Yihan received the test tube, gazing curiously at the softly glowing liquid within. This is our latest formulation, capable of unlocking the latent potential in ordinary people, granting them the strength to combat zombies and mutated beings. Zhao Gang explained, barely containing his excitement. Yihan looked at the vial in his hand, hope blooming within him. With it, they would possess greater power to protect themselves and rebuild their home. Life within the base grew increasingly pleasant. Survivors began to reconstruct civilization, cultivating crops and raising livestock. Everything progressing in a positive direction. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Yihan, as if the calm before a storm foretold a greater crisis looming ahead. The joy of the wedding gradually faded, and life at the base began to settle into a routine. Once desolate land, under the diligent efforts of survivors, sprouted vibrant green seedlings. On the outskirts of the base, a makeshift farm enclosed by wooden fences housed a few chickens and ducks rescued from abandoned farms, leisurely wandering and occasionally making sounds, adding a touch of vitality to the post-apocalyptic ruins. Look how adorable these chicks are. Tang Yao crouched beside the chicken coop, a gentle smile illuminating her face as she delicately stroked the soft feathers of a chick. Indeed, they are quite charming, Yi Han stood behind her, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. His previously cold gaze melted into a warm spring. When they grow up, we'll have fresh eggs to eat. Tang Yao cheerfully envisioned the future, as if she could already see the base flourishing. When that time comes, whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. Yi Han gently wrapped an arm around Tang Yao's shoulders, whispering softly in her ear, "It's a promise." Tang Yao looked up, her face beaming with joy as she gazed at Yi Han. The base was imbued with a sense of happiness, and every face radiated hope. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan's research achieved groundbreaking progress. The successful development of the new serum meant they would possess formidable strength to combat zombies and mutated beings, safeguarding their home. However, just as everyone reveled in this long-awaited happiness, an unexpected message shattered the tranquility of the base. The radio receiver crackled to life with an urgent signal, disrupting the evening's calm. "What is happening?" Li Lei, on patrol, immediately sensed the urgency and hurried toward the communications room. "It's a distress signal," a survivor in charge of communications reported gravely. "The signal is weak and intermittent, but it is confirmed to be transmitted from a distant location." Upon hearing the news, Yi Han and Tang Yao rushed to the communications room. "Can we pinpoint the source of the signal?" Yi Han's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition swelling within him. "Let me try." The communicator deftly operated the equipment, striving to capture the faint signal, confirming it originated from the north, far from their location. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, both recognizing the grave expressions mirrored in each other's eyes. The north was an uncharted territory for them, rife with unknown dangers. Could there be other survivors? Tang Yao spoke softly, her tone laced with a hint of anxiety and anticipation. "Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot remain idled," Yi Han declared resolutely, preparing himself. "We must set off." He understood that a new adventure was about to commence. What awaited them? The communicator struggled to pinpoint the signal source, yet the intermittent crackling of electricity seemed to mock his futile efforts. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation. The signal was too weak to ascertain a specific location. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, a shadow of unease settling in both their hearts. In this apocalyptic world, behind every distress signal could lie a great calamity. However, they could not afford to turn a blind eye. "Let us not raise alarms unnecessarily. Fortify the base's defenses and closely monitor the situation in the north." Yi Han decisively issued the command. He knew that acting recklessly amidst uncertainty would only heighten the risks. The base regained its former tranquility, yet an invisible tension hung in the air. Yi Han and Tang Yao's lives appeared largely unaffected. They continued their daily training and study, preparing for the challenges that might arise in the future. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Tang Yao adjusted Yi Han's collar. Having endured life and death trials together, their bond had deepened. Although Yi Han was not one for words, his gaze brimmed with tenderness, and Tang Yao's face was perpetually adorned with a radiant smile. Chapter 22. The Secret of Origins. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Yao gently inquired, her soft voice pulling Yi Han from his reverie. "I was pondering how our lives might have unfolded had the apocalypse never occurred," Yi Han replied, taking Tang Yao's hand. His tone tinged with nostalgia. Tang Yao smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with dreams. "Perhaps you would have become a scientist, an IA teacher, leading a simple yet joyful life." Yi Han nodded, reflecting that without the disaster, they might have merely been two strangers lost in a vast sea of humanity. Yet, fate had intertwined their paths, igniting love and camaraderie between them. A series of knocks interrupted their conversation. "It's Li Lei and Mei Mei," Tang Yao remarked with a smile. "They must be here to mooch off us again." As she opened the door, indeed, it was the playful duo of Li Lei and Han Mei Mei. Ever since the establishment of the base, they had become frequent visitors to Yi Han and Tang Yao's home. Li Lei, with his cheerful disposition, always brought laughter, while Han Mei Mei, though sharp-tongued, possessed a kind heart. Yi Han, Tang Yao, are you two at it again? Flaunting your affection? Li Lei exclaimed dramatically. "Truly, a well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. Indeed, have you considered the feelings of us single folks?" Han Mei Mei chimed in with a jest. The four laughed heartily. Although life in the base was arduous, The warmth of companionship allowed them to still feel hope and joy. Yet, just as they were reveling in this rare happiness, the base's intercom suddenly blared to life, and Zhao Gang's deep voice resonated throughout the premises. The announcement shattered their momentary joy, as Zhao Gang's voice echoed in every corner. Attention, survivors. We have an important announcement. Prepare for potential future crises. The base will initiate a series of survival skills training courses, including farming, animal husbandry, and craftsmanship. Please actively register according to your capabilities to help build our shared home. After the broadcast concluded, Yihan and Tang Yao exchanged glances. Seeing the spark of hope reflected in each other's eyes, it seems the base is truly stabilizing, Li Lei remarked, his gaze filled with anticipation for the future. Yes, Han Mei concurred. We can finally cease our nomadic existence. Yihan set down his teacup and stood, declaring, I will seek out Zhao Gang to see how I can assist. Tang Yao also rose, saying, I will check on the children. Perhaps I can teach them some basic abilities. After watching Yihan depart, Tang Yao made her way to the base's squared AT that moment. Many children had gathered there, all survivors of the catastrophe, their innocent eyes filled with confusion and unease about the future. Kneeling before them, Tang Yao gently spoke, Children, would you like to learn a magical power to protect yourselves and others? The children looked at her with curiosity, nodding eagerly. Excellent. Tang Yao smiled, extending her hands as two warm orbs of light began to rise from her palms. This is the extraordinary ability that everyone might awaken. Today, I will teach you how to control it. Under Tang Yao's patient guidance, the children quickly grasped the basics of manipulating their newfound powers. Their laughter and excitement filled the square, creating the sweetest melody amidst the base's harsh realities. Observing the children's innocent smiles, Tang Yao felt a surge of hope. Meanwhile, Yihan arrived at the base's conference room, where Zhao Gang and Sun Yan had been awaiting him. Yihan, you've arrived, Zhao Gang said, gesturing towards the map on the table. We are currently deliberating on our next steps. Although the base is temporarily secure, resources are limited, and we must urgently locate more supplies and survivors. Yihan nodded, his gaze scanning the map until it settled on a blank area to the north of the base. We haven't explored this region yet, have we? Yihan inquired. No, Sun Yan responded. The terrain is complex, and there are rumors of more powerful mutated creatures residing there, which is why we have refrained from acting impulsively. Let us commence from there, Yihan stated firmly. Only through continued exploration of the unknown can we uncover more hope. Outside, the children's joyous laughter still echoed, yet a sense of unease stirred within Yihan. What dangers lie hidden in the unexplored territory? Could they truly discover more hope? The children's laughter outside resembled a light-hearted pastoral poem, momentarily soothing the trepidation in Yihan's heart. He and Zhao Gang stepped out of the conference room, the setting sun casting elongated shadows of their figures. Those children are fortunate to have encountered you, Yihan remarked quietly, glancing at Tang Yao in the distance. Zhao Gang followed his gaze. In the square, Tang Yao patiently taught a girl how to control water, the golden sunlight enveloping them, creating a scene of warmth and beauty. Indeed, thanks to you and Tang Yao, the base enjoys its current tranquility. Early the next morning, Yihan and Zhao Gang led a small team towards the unexplored region to the north of the base. Along the way, they encountered attacks from mutated creatures and stumbled upon unexpected resources. More importantly, they located other survivors and brought them back to the base. Each success filled the base with renewed hope, and the smiles on people's faces grew ever brighter. The efforts of Yihan and Tang Yao transformed this refuge in the apocalypse into a place that exuded warmth akin to home. One evening, Yihan and Tang Yao sat side by side on the edge of the base's rooftop, gazing up at the vast starry sky. The twinkling stars resembled diamonds scattered across a dark canvas, shimmering with enchanting brilliance. Look, that star shines so brightly. Tang Yao pointed to an exceptionally luminous star in the night sky, her face radiating happiness. Yihan followed her gesture, smiling softly. That is the morning star, a symbol of hope. Hope, Tang Yao whispered, her eyes filled with longing. We will always be together, won't we? Yihan clasped Tang Yao's hand, her touch soft and warm, as if he were holding the entire world. Of course, we will always be together, facing any challenges that the future may bring. Tang Yao rested her head gently on Yihan's shoulder, relishing in the comfort and warmth of the moment. In that instant, they seemed to forget the harshness of the apocalypse and the burdens of responsibility, their hearts solely focused on one another. However, just as they were enveloped in tranquility and happiness, a black crow suddenly landed before them, a small scroll tied to its foot. Wei Han untied the scroll and, upon opening it, his expression shifted to one of gravity. The letter contained but a single line. Do you wish to uncover the secret of your origins? Midnight at the abandoned factory. This mysterious missive disrupted the rare tranquility, casting a shadow over their future. Who had penned this letter? What secrets lay hidden within Yi Han's lineage? Chapter 23. Brother Yi Ling. The crow's abrupt arrival shattered the serenity of the rooftop. Yi Han's countenance grew increasingly somber as he examined the scrawled handwriting, which exuded a chilling aura. What is it, Yi Han? Tang Yao noticed his change in demeanor and asked with concern. Yi Han took a deep breath and handed the letter to Tang Yao. Someone sent me a letter, claiming to know the secret of my origins. Tang Yao took the letter and read it carefully. Its simple content struck a chord. Do you wish to uncover the secret of your origins? Midnight at the abandoned factory. The secret of your origins? Tang Yao's brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Yi Han. You've never mentioned your family before. What has happened? Yi Han shook his head, his past a blank slate. He held no memories of his parents or family, akin to a photograph deliberately erased, leaving only a void. I don't know, he murmured. His voice LOW, why memories only begin 5 years ago, and before that. I have no recollection. Tang Yao grasped Yi Han's hand, offering him silent comfort. Do not worry. We shall go together. Regardless of who penned this letter to you, we will uncover the truth. Yi Han firmly clasped Tang Yao's hand, her soft and warm touch dispelling the shadows that loomed within him. Thank you, Tang Yao. No matter what transpires, I will protect you. As night descended, the base enveloped itself in a serene stillness. Yi Han and Tang Yao refrained from informing anyone of their decision to meet alone and unveil the secrets hidden in darkness. At midnight, the abandoned factory appeared particularly eerie under the cloak of night. The cold wind howled through broken windows, emitting mournful whimpers, as if whispers from the abyss. Yi Han and Tang Yao cautiously entered the factory. The air thick with the stench of decay, overwhelming their senses. Suddenly, a series of footsteps shattered the silence, echoing within the vast expanse of the factory. Who's there? Yi Han barked, a frosty blue light coalescing in his hand. Illuminating the surroundings, a figure emerged from the shadows, donned in a silver mask, obscuring their features, yet exuding an immense aura of intimidation through their commanding posture and piercing gaze. Are you the one who wrote to me? Yi Han inquired, his tone icy. The masked individual remained silent, slowly raising their right hand to remove the mask from their face. Long time no see, brother, a deep voice resonated, laced with mockery and derision. Yi Han's pupils constricted sharply, overwhelmed by shock at the sight before him. You are Yi Ling? Standing before him was his long-lost brother, Yi Ling, who had vanished for many years. Yi Han could scarcely fathom that the person who had written to him, summoning him to this desolate place, was his own brother. During the apocalypse, Yi Ling had selflessly diverted a horde of zombies away to protect him and their parents, after which he had disappeared without a trace. They had all assumed he was gone forever. You're alive? Yi Han's voice trembled, his eyes a tumult of disbelief and elation. Tang Yao, too, stood frozen, having never met Yi Ling but having heard stories from Yi Han. Now, witnessing him in the flesh filled her with astonishment. Of course, I'm not so easily extinguished. Yi Ling chuckled lightly, though his tone bore an undercurrent of unspoken sorrow. I have been searching for a method, a way to fundamentally resolve this cataclysm. Yi Han's brow furrowed, unease swelling within him. What method? Yi Ling did not answer directly. Instead, he approached a dilapidated table, retrieving a map that he slowly unfurled. Follow me. I will take you to a place that may hold the answers we seek. Yi Ling pointed to a marked location on the map, his tone resolute. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged glances, each reflecting hesitation and trepidation. They were uncertain of what Yi Ling had endured over the years, nor did they comprehend the method he spoke of, yet they sensed that Yi Ling had changed, becoming someone unfamiliar. What do you want us to do? Yi Han asked, his tone laced with caution. Yi Ling turned, his gaze profound, his words laden with significance. Save the world. Yi Han clenched his fists tightly. The revelation of his brother's survival struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the once dismal sky. However, the weight of Yi Ling's words instilled a sense of dread within him. Saving the world? Such a burden sounded insurmountable, a promise forever beyond reach. Sensing Yi Han's emotional turmoil, Tang Yao gently clasped his hand, silently lending him strength. Yi Han inhaled deeply, directing his gaze at Yi Ling, determination gradually taking root in his eyes. Very well, we will accompany you. Yi Ling nodded, turning to lead them deeper into the factory. The trio traversed a narrow corridor, arriving at a rusted iron door. Yi Ling produced a key from his pocket. Inserting it into the lock, and with a grating sound, the door creaked open, revealing an abyss of darkness. Follow me. Yi Ling stepped inside first, with Yi Han and Tang Yao closely behind. They entered a vast subterranean chamber. The ceiling adorned with a network of pipes and wires radiating a ghostly green glow. The air was thick with the musty scent of dampness, suffocating in its intensity. Yi Ling navigated the labyrinthine passages with ease. As if he were intimately acquainted with the space, Yi Ling, what is this place? Yi Han queried, his voice echoing in the expansive void. A secret base of a friend. Yi Ling replied without turning back. It contains records regarding the truth of the apocalypse. Perhaps it can aid us in discovering a solution. After a considerable time walking, they finally arrived at a heavy metal door. Yi Ling entered a complex passcode, and the door slowly swung open, revealing a brightly lit room. Inside, various instruments and devices were arrayed, and the walls were adorned with maps and charts, resembling a high-tech laboratory. Yi Ling approached a table, retrieving a document and handing it to Yi Han. Take a look at this. Yi Han accepted the file, observing it contained research on the origins and transmission of the virus, as well as analyses regarding the emergence of superhumans. Some of the information was familiar to him, yet this document was evidently more detailed and comprehensive. Where did you acquire these materials? Yi Han inquired, his brow furrowing deeper as he perused the file. That is of little consequence, Yi Ling interjected. What matters is that this data proves the apocalypse was no accident. It was orchestrated by someone. At Yi Ling's words, both Yi Han and Tang Yao felt an icy chill envelop them. Orchestrated? This implies a far more terrifying truth lurks behind this calamity. Chapter 24. The attack. Who is it? Yi Han pressed. Who created this disaster? Yi Ling shook his head, a flicker of anguish and rage crossing his features. I do not know, but I will uncover the truth and ensure they pay for their actions. Just then, a violent tremor shook the ground, the entire underground space beginning to quiver. The overhead pipes and wires shook violently, emitting piercing alarm sounds. What is happening? Tang Yao exclaimed. Not good. We've been discovered. Yi Ling's expression shifted. Someone has invaded the base. They dashed out of the room, only to find the entire subterranean area descended into chaos. Acrid smoke filled the air, flames leapt high, and everywhere were severed wires and burning equipment. Hurry! Yi Ling commanded decisively, leading Yi Han and Tang Yao towards the exit. However, halfway through their escape, they spotted a group of heavily armed individuals charging towards them. Yi Ling, you are indeed here. One leader's eyes glinted with malice upon seeing them. Surrender at once. You have nowhere to flee, Yi Ling scoffed, conjuring a shard of ice in his hand. You think you can capture us? It's not that simple. An intense battle was imminent. Meanwhile, on the surface, Han Mimi and Li Lei were patrolling the base. Suddenly, a series of explosive tremors rocked the ground, plunging the entire base into darkness. What is happening? Han Mimi cried in panic. I don't know. Li Lei's face turned grave. The base may be under attack. Before they could finish their thoughts, a horde of grotesque infected surged from all directions, relentlessly assaulting the base's defenses. Quick! Notify everyone to prepare for battle, Li Lei shouted, drawing his weapon and charging into the fray against the oncoming infected. An unexpected crisis was stealthily unfolding. Han Mimi and Li Lei were left reeling from the explosive sounds, their ears ringing. The lights within the base flickered erratically before extinguishing completely, leaving only a sinister red glow filtering in from outside, casting eerie shadows upon everything. What is going on? Is there a power outage? Han Mimi's voice trembled with fear. Eli Lei had no time to respond. He seized Han Mimi's hand and urged her to flee, in no time to explain. We must reach a safe place first. The base was engulfed in chaos, with panicked crowds scattering in every direction, cries and curses echoing throughout. Eli Lei shielded Han Mimi as they struggled through the throng, making their way towards the armory. Li Lei, look! Han Mimi pointed ahead in alarm. Following her gaze, Li Lei beheld a crowd of monstrous infected relentlessly battering against the base's gates. They roared and howled as if they were demons risen from hell, intent on consuming everything in their path. Damn it! How did these monsters breach the defenses? Li Lei muttered under his breath, fully aware that this was not the time for hesitation. He needed to acquire weapons swiftly, for the consequences of delay were too dire to contemplate. The armory lay just ahead, yet the path leading to it was completely obstructed by the relentless tide of infected swarming toward him. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he shielded Han Mimi behind him, drawing a dagger from his waist and growling, "Stay close to me with that." Li Lei surged into the throng of infected like a ferocious tiger, his dagger transforming into glints of silver, each swing claiming the life of an infected foe. Han Mimi closely followed, trembling with fear, yet resolute in her determination not to hinder Li Lei. Meanwhile, within the underground base, Yi Han and his companions found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Yi Ling, a seasoned warrior, wielded his ice blade like the scythe of death, each swing reaping a swath of enemies. However, their adversaries were no mere rabble, and the battle had devolved into a stalemate. Yi Ling, will you continue to resist? The base has already fallen to us. You have no escape, bellowed a leader among the enemy, swinging a steel pipe as he shouted. Yi Ling scoffed coldly, retorting, "Do you honestly believe that your ragtag bunch can overpower us? Dream on." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Ling suddenly vanished, appearing as a fleeting shadow before Zhao Gang, thrusting his ice blade directly at his heart. The leader, taken aback, quickly raised his steel pipe to defend, only to be met with a resounding clang that left his hands numb and forced him to stagger back. "Damn it," the leader roared, ready to retaliate, when a chorus of gasps erupted behind him. Turning around, his face paled in an instant. The base's defenses had been breached by the infected, who poured in like a relentless flood, forcing the survivors to retreat in disarray, on the brink of collapse. "Retreat," the leader commanded decisively. The survivors fought as they withdrew, ultimately escaping the underground base. Yi Han and the others intended to pursue, but Yi Ling held them back. "Oh, not chase the desperate," Yi Ling uttered coldly. "We must first ascertain the situation of the others." Yi Han and Tang Yao nodded, following Yi Ling to the surface. By now, the fighting above had nearly reached its conclusion, with the infected having been largely eradicated. However, the base had suffered significant damage, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Eli Lei, Mei, Tang Yao called out anxiously for her friends, but the only response was the echo of her own voice. Yi Han's heart sank, for he understood that a graver crisis was quietly approaching. The heavy stench of blood mingled with the acrid air made him feel nauseous. The base lay in ruins, once a sanctuary now transformed into a hellscape. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, the suffocating sensation crashing over him like a tidal wave. Tang Yao grasped his hand tightly, her eyes reddening, yet she held back her tears, repeatedly calling out for Li Lei, Mei, and Tang Yao. Their voices grew hoarse yet received no reply. Yi Han knew that in the face of such calamity, hope was scant, but he was unwilling to surrender, especially not to see the despair in Tang Yao's eyes. He tightened his grip on her hand, the chill of his fingertips conveying a flicker of warmth. "We will find them, I promised." Yi Ling stood nearby, his expression grave. He recognized that any words of comfort would be futile. The catastrophe was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Approaching Yi Han, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We must leave this place. It is no longer safe." Yi Han and Tang Yao followed Yi Ling northward, heading toward a designated safe location as he had suggested. Chapter 25. The doctor along the way, they encountered more heart-wrenching scenes. Bodies torn asunder by the infected, desperate cries from the crowd, and smoldering ruins. The harsh reality of the apocalypse laid bare before them, suffocating them with despair. Brother, what on earth happened? Why was the base suddenly breached? Yi Han could no longer contain his curiosity. Yi Ling paused for a moment before responding slowly. I have been tracking a mysterious organization that possesses the means to control the infected. This attack was likely orchestrated by them. Control the infected? Tang Yao exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Why would they do such a thing? Their motives remain unclear, but I suspect they wish to exploit this disaster to establish a new order. Yi Ling's voice carried a chilling undertone. I have uncovered some clues, and we must hasten to the northern base. There may be a way to thwart them. After several arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at their destination, a hidden base nestled deep within the mountains. However, what awaited them was not the safety and hope they had envisioned, but a far more sinister conspiracy. Welcome to the New World. A chilling voice emanated from the depths of the base, accompanied by a spine-chilling laughter. You will become part of our plan. Deep within the base, a man clad in a black robe stood with his back to Yi Han and his companions, his voice resonating with an unsettling coldness. Yi Han clenched his fists, while Tang Yao instinctively clutched his arm, her eyes filled with concern. Brother, who on earth is he? Yi Han whispered, scanning their surroundings warily. The interior of the base was dark and damp, the air thick with a putrid stench that was highly discomforting. Yi Ling remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the man, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. What do you intend to do? He asked in a low voice, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. The man slowly turned around, revealing a ghostly pale face, a twisted smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yi Ling, it has been a long time. I trust you are well. His gaze fell upon Yi Han and Tang Yao, a glimmer of greed shimmering in his eyes. These two must be your brother and sister. Indeed gifted with extraordinary potential. Dio, you know my brother? Yi Han's heart raced, an ominous premonition washing over him. The man ignored Yi Han's question, continuing instead. We have been observing you. Your abilities and potential excite us immensely. Pausing for a moment, his tone shifted to one of icy malice. With your powers, we can control all the infected and forge a brand new world. You will not succeed, Tang Yao shouted in fury. You madman, to drag the entire world into the abyss for your own ambitions. The abyss? No, this will mark the beginning of the new world. The man laughed maniacally, declaring, in this world, we shall become the supreme deities. Yi Ling inhaled deeply, recognizing that this was not the time for debate. Yi Han, Tang Yao, we must stop them. His tone was resolute and unwavering. The three swiftly devised a bold plan. Yi Ling would divert the enemy's attention while Yi Han and Tang Yao infiltrated the base to destroy their core facilities. As night fell, Yi Han and Tang Yao stealthily entered the depths of the base under the cover of darkness. They evaded patrolling guards and finally located their target, a massive metallic sphere emitting an eerie red glow. Is this the device they used to control the infected? Tang Yao whispered, her eyes wide with astonishment and fear. Yi Han nodded, a glimmer of determination in his gaze. We must destroy it, however, just as they prepared to act. Hurried footsteps echoed nearby, followed by a group of fully armed soldiers appearing before them, led by the enigmatic head of the organization. Did you think you could escape? The man sneered. Everything here is under my control. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Follow me, Yi Han shouted, charging into the depths of the base. He knew they had to locate the enemy's experimental facility quickly to prevent further atrocities. Tang Yao followed closely behind, her light blade cutting through the air like arcs of brilliance, dispatching any enemies that dared to approach. They battled their way through, finally arriving at the underground laboratory of the base. The laboratory doors stood ajar, eerie howls emanating from within. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged wary glances and cautiously stepped inside. What lay before them left them utterly stunned. In the center of the laboratory stood a massive incubation chamber, housing a grotesque creature of enormous proportions. Its body was riddled with horrific wounds, yet the injuries healed with alarming speed, exuding a nauseating stench. What kind of monster is this? Tang Yao asked, pinching her nose to suppress her revulsion. It must be a product of their genetic modifications using mutated organisms, Yihan replied, his expression grave. We must destroy this place at once. The consequences of delay are unimaginable. As they prepared to act, a chilling laughter echoed from the far end of the laboratory. Welcome to my laboratory, you too. A man clad in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses emerged, a sinister smile gracing his face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the one in charge here. You may call me the doctor. Yihan and Tang Yao felt a shiver run through them, realizing that the true battle was only just beginning. Yihan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a frigid tone. Are you the mastermind behind all of this? The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a chilling smile still etched upon his face. Mastermind? No, I am merely a scientist in pursuit of truth. This mutated creature shall be the future of human evolution. With that, he abruptly pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. The cultivation chamber emitted a piercing alarm, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing a massive monster that let out a deafening roar, struggling to break free. Attack! Yihan shouted, conjuring a sharp ice sword that he thrust directly at the doctor. Simultaneously, Tang Yao unleashed a dazzling blade of light, aimed at the doctor's vital points. However, something unexpected occurred. The doctor stood his ground against their onslaught, not flinching or dodging, merely waving his hand lightly. An invisible force sent Yihan and Tang Yao flying, crashing violently against the wall. How is this possible? Yihan stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. Chapter 26. Yiling's death. The doctor slowly rose to his feet, the smile on his face replaced by a chilling indifference. I told you, I am just a scientist in pursuit of truth. And on the path to truth, sacrifices are inevitable. He gradually raised his hand, a powerful energy coalescing in his palm, causing the entire laboratory to quake violently. This is bad. He is going to unleash that monster, Tang Yao exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Yihan and Tang Yao. He was tall and imposing, his expression stern, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Brother? Yihan gasped, recognizing the figure before him as his elder brother. Yiling. Yiling said nothing, merely offering a faint smile to Yihan and Tang Yao before turning to face the doctor, speaking in a deep voice. Your opponent is me. Overestimating yourself, the doctor scoffed, and the energy sphere in his hand erupted forth. Yiling did not flinch. He formed a complex seal with his hands in front of him, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged towards the doctor's attack. The two forces collided, producing a deafening roar that seemed to threaten to tear the entire laboratory apart. Run! I will hold him off, Yiling shouted, urgency and determination resonating in his voice. Yihan and Tang Yao understood that there was no time for hesitation. They had to leave swiftly, or they would become a burden to Yiling. Brother, be careful. Yihan cast a deep glance at Yiling before grasping Tang Yao's hand and turning to flee the laboratory. Behind them, a cataclysmic battle unfolded between Yiling and the doctor, the thunderous explosions signaling that a great sacrifice was imminent. The walls of the laboratory began to collapse under the violent energy shockwaves, dust swirling and nearly obscuring their vision. Yihan and Tang Yao stumbled forward, the deafening blasts echoing behind them, each sound striking their hearts like a hammer. Brother! Yihan could not resist glancing back. Through the swirling smoke, he glimpsed Yiling's silhouette wavering in the energy storm, as if he might be swallowed at any moment. Don't look back, hurry, Tang Yao urged, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern. They burst from the laboratory, the explosions ceasing abruptly, replaced by a suffocating silence. Yihan halted, his heart gripped by an unseen force, afraid to turn around and confront the scene he dreaded most. Brother, he whispered, his voice heavy with sorrow and despair. Tang Yao gently squeezed his hand, offering silent comfort. At that moment, a weak voice emerged from the ruins. Xiao Han, hurry and go. Yihan spun around, finding Yiling half kneeling on the ground. Bloodied and weak, he struggled to extend his hand. Cradled in his palm was a translucent blue crystal. Take this. It's the key to finding the master of abilities, Yiling said, his voice growing fainter. Brother, hold on, I'll get you to a doctor. Yi Han rushed to Yi Ling's side, supporting him. It's useless. I'm all ready. Yi Ling shook his head, a bittersweet smile touching his lips. Promise me. You must find the master of abilities and save this world. Before he could finish, Yi Ling's hand fell limply, the blue crystal slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Yi Han grasped Yi Ling's cold hand tightly, tears blurring his vision. He understood that Yi Ling had departed forever. His final wish was for Yi Han to find the master of abilities and prevent this impending catastrophe. Brother, rest assured, I will fulfill your last wish. Yi Han vowed, his voice filled with determination and resolve. Tang Yao stood silently beside him, her heart heavy with sorrow and weight. She knew that Yi Han now bore an even greater burden. He must confront the dangers of this apocalypse while carrying the weight of his brother's wish on his shoulders. We will assist you. The voices of Li Lei and Han Mei sounded from behind. Having arrived from the abandoned base and witnessing this tragic scene, Yi Han took a deep breath, burying his sorrow and pain deep within, rising with steadfast resolve. Let us go. We have much to accomplish. As the dust settled, the laboratory lay in ruins, with only the blue crystal glistening faintly in the sunlight. Yi Han carefully stowed it away. This was the hope earned at the cost of Yi Ling's life, and he would never relinquish it easily. Xiao Han, where do we go next? Tang Yao asked, her heart filled with mixed emotions as she surveyed the desolate scene. Yi Han inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. We shall seek the master of abilities. Li Lei and Han Mei approached, expressing their willingness to accompany them. Thus, the four of them packed up their simple belongings, bidding farewell to this sorrowful place. Embarking on an unknown journey, the world after the apocalypse was fraught with peril. Mutated creatures, harsh environments, and other hidden survivors could all serve as obstacles along their path. To evade danger, they could only travel by day, seeking safe havens to rest at night. Along the way, they faced attacks from mutated beasts and encounters with predatory survivors, but they overcame each challenge. Yi Han's primary ice-based abilities delivered formidable attacks, while Tang Yao's healing abilities promptly mended their wounds. With the assistance of Li Lei and Han Mei, they sliced through obstacles like a sharp blade, pushing ever forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang and Sun Yan, remaining at the base, busied themselves organizing teams to clear the ruins and reconstruct the post-war base, dispatching reconnaissance teams to search for survivors, hoping to unite all possible forces to collectively combat this apocalyptic catastrophe. Report, Captain. We discovered a group of survivors in the eastern part of the city. A scout rushed into the command room, reporting to Zhao Gang. How many people? What's the situation? Zhao Gang inquired hastily. About 20 individuals, including elderly and children, are trapped in a building surrounded by a pack of mutated dogs. The situation is dire, the scout replied. Immediately organize personnel and prepare for rescue, Zhao Gang commanded decisively. Understanding that in this apocalypse, every ounce of strength was invaluable, and they could not afford to abandon any companion lightly. The scene shifted back to Yi Han. What exactly is this crystal? Why did your brother say it's the key to finding the master of abilities? In a secluded cave, Li Lei asked curiously. Yi Han shook his head, uncertain of the answer. Ever since acquiring the crystal, he had attempted various methods to uncover its secrets, but to no avail. Could it be a map? Han Mei speculated. Look at how translucent it is. Perhaps it conceals some information we cannot see. A map? Yi Han's eyes brightened. Examining the crystal closely, he felt it was indeed a possibility. Just then, Tang Yao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I think I've seen this type of crystal before. Chapter 27. The Master of Abilities. What? Where did you see it? Yi Han asked eagerly. I can't recall clearly. It seems I encountered it in an ancient text. Tang Yao strained to remember. That book described a miraculous crystal that could guide people to a legendary Holy Land, where a sage with unparalleled abilities resides. Holy Land? Sage? Yi Han's heart stirred. Could the sage Tang Yao mentioned be the master of abilities that Yi Ling spoke of? And was that Holy Land the place they were searching for? Just as they brimmed with hope, they remained unaware that a far greater crisis was silently approaching. As night fell, the campfire crackled, illuminating 5 weary faces. Yi Han tightly gripped the blue crystal, lost in thought. Tang Yao's words stirred a tempest within him. Could this crystal truly guide them to the master of abilities? Yao Yao, do you remember the descriptions of the Holy Land in that ancient text? Yi Han broke the silence. Tang Yao gently shook her head. I only remember some vague descriptions. It mentioned that the Holy Land is atop a mountain perpetually covered in snow, shrouded in mist year-round. Rarely visited by humans. The snow-laden peaks loomed above, and Yi Han furrowed his brow, fragments of maps swirling in his mind. Yet he could not piece together a coherent image. At that moment, the usually taciturnly Lei suddenly spoke. I recall something my grandfather once told me. To the north of our location lies a place known as Tianshu Peak, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, rarely approached by the brave. Tianshu Peak, exclaimed both Yi Han and Tang Yao in unison. Could this be the legendary sanctuary? Resolute in their decision, the four of them packed their belongings at dawn the following day and set forth towards Tianshu Peak. Their journey led them through dense jungles, across rushing rivers, and through numerous perils, until they finally reached the base of Tianshu Peak 7 days later. The sight before them was breathtaking. The towering peaks pierced the heavens, their summits cloaked in a pristine blanket of snow. Resembling a sword thrusting through the firmament, wisps of mist curled around the mountains, adding an air of mystique. How do we ascend? There seems to be no path, Han Mimi remarked anxiously, gazing at the sheer cliff face. Yi Han surveyed the surroundings and noted the vines and roots clinging to the rock wall. We can use these vines to climb, he suggested. With that, he grasped a sturdy vine and began his ascent. Tang Yao followed closely, and the others quickly emulated them. However, the climb proved far more arduous than anticipated. The cliff was steep and slick, the vines swayed precariously, and a single misstep could send them plummeting into the abyss. Moreover, lurking within the forest were various menacing creatures, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Just when exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, Yi Han noticed a cave ahead, obscured by dense vines, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. "There's a cave," he exclaimed joyfully. The group hastened their pace and entered the cave. Upon entering, they discovered that this was not a naturally formed cavern, but rather a man-made passageway, with intricate and ornate carvings adorning the stone walls. Exuding an aura of ancient mystery, the passage wound and twisted, leading who knows where. Holding a blue crystal, Yi Han felt a peculiar energy pulse guiding their way forward. At last, after traversing a narrow corridor, they emerged into a vast stone chamber. In the center of the chamber sat an elderly man, seemingly isolated from the world for a millennium. Soft light poured from above, illuminating the elder's silver hair and weathered visage. His eyes were closed, breath steady, as if deeply immersed in profound meditation. "Elder, might you be a master of extraordinary abilities?" Tang Yao inquired softly, her voice laced with reverence. Yet, the elder remained unresponsive, as though oblivious to her presence. Yi Han's brow furrowed. He sensed a faint yet eerie energy enveloping the elder. This energy was cold and unfamiliar, starkly contrasting with the tranquility exuded by the elder himself. "Be cautious." Yi Han urgently pulled Tang Yao behind him, whispering, "Something feels amiss," and no sooner had he spoken than shadows surged into the chamber, encircling them. Cloaked figures clad in black, their faces masked, revealed only their cold, merciless eyes. "Who are you?" Li Lei stepped forward, his voice low and commanding. "Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. Do you think you deserve to know our identities?" The leader of the cloaked figures sneered, dripping with disdain. "Why, Yi Han, have you found what you were seeking?" Another figure taunted. His gaze fixed intently on the elder they had ensnared. Yi Han's heart sank. He finally understood that these were the members of the mysterious organization that had been pursuing Yi Ling. And this elder had likely fallen into their clutches. "What have you done to him?" Yi Han's voice turned frigid, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. "Nothing much, merely implanted a little trinket within him to ensure his compliance." The cloaked figure replied nonchalantly, sending shivers through Yi Han and the others. "You despicable scoundrels!" Tang Yao condemned, flames erupting in her hands, illuminating her furious eyes. "Victory and defeat have always been the way of the world. Today, you shall remain here," the leader declared with a sweeping gesture. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, resolute determination reflected in their eyes. They understood this was a battle for survival, one that not only concerned their lives but the fate of the entire world. In a flash, Yihan transformed into a blur, plunging into the enemy ranks. Icy frost coalesced in his hands, forming sharp blades of ice that claimed the lives of his foes. Tang Yao unleashed a torrent of flames, erecting a fiery barrier to thwart the black-clad assailants. Han Mimi and Sun Yin each summoned their extraordinary abilities, engaging in a deadly struggle against their adversaries. The battle raged fiercely, the chamber echoing with the clashing of weapons and the cries of combatants. Yet, the sheer number of black-clad figures, their coordinated strikes, gradually turned the tide against Yihan and his companions. Just then, the master of extraordinary abilities stirred, his eyes vacant, mechanically waving his hands as a powerful energy surged from him, repelling the surrounding assailants. "This is bad. He is attacking us," Li Lei exclaimed in alarm. Wei Yihan's heart tightened. He realized the master's energy was chaotic, clearly manipulated by some force, rendering him incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. "We must stop him, or we will all perish," Yihan concluded, preparing to subdue the master. However, just as he was about to act, a cloaked figure materialized behind Tang Yao, thrusting a dagger towards her back. "Yao Yao, be careful!" Yihan's vision blurred with rage, but he was already too late to intervene. Time seemed to freeze as he watched the cold blade hurtling toward Tang Yao. His heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand. Rendering him breathless in a split second, Tang Yao instinctively spun away, the sharp dagger slicing into her arm, blood instantly staining her garment. "Yao Yao!" Yihan roared, his heart shattering, transforming into a flash of lightning to rush to her side. Wielding his icy blade to repel the assailant, "I'm fine," Tang Yao replied, her face pale, bravely suppressing her pain, though her trembling voice betrayed her inner fear. "Do not be afraid. I am here," Yihan reassured her. Wrapping her gently in his embrace, his tone tender yet resolute, as if making a promise. However, the dire situation demanded his undivided attention. The master's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, while the black-clad figures seemed to unleash their fury. Recklessly charging at them, Wei Yihan struggled to protect the injured Tang Yao while fending off the enemy's onslaught, all the while keeping an eye on the master's movements, his energy waning. "Yihan, watch out!" Tang Yao suddenly cried out, as a cloaked figure seized the opportunity to ambush him from the side, the blade aimed directly at his vital points. Wei Yihan reacted swiftly, evading the lethal strike. But the assailant's relentless pursuit left him on the defensive. Just then, a cry echoed from nearby. "Mimi!" Yihan's heart lurched. He turned to see Li Lei frantically searching for something, but Han Mimi was nowhere to be found. "Li Lei, what happened?" Yihan asked, parrying another attack. "I don't know. We were just together, but suddenly Li Lei stammered, his face etched with terror and helplessness. A foreboding sense of dread washed over Yihan. Could it be that Han Mimi had also been captured by those cloaked figures? "Tang Yao, stay here. I will be right back," Yihan declared to Wei Yihan. "Please be careful," Tang Yao urged anxiously, but she understood that now was not the time to dissuade him. Yihan and Li Lei wove through the chaotic melee, desperately searching for Han Mimi. Yet, the stone chamber was filled with fierce combat, bodies colliding, cries resounding, making it nearly impossible to locate a single person in such turmoil. Just as despair began to set in, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin suddenly arrived with several survivors, joining the fray. "What is going on? Why are there so many black-clad figures?" Zhao Gang inquired, wielding his weapon. "It is a long story. We must first resolve the immediate crisis," Yihan replied, unable to explain, burying his questions deep within as he focused on the battle before him. However, as time passed, Yihan and his companions began to feel overwhelmed. The black-clad figures seemed endless, while their own numbers dwindled, even Zhao Gang and Sun Yin showing signs of fatigue. At that moment, Yihan sensed an unusual energy pulse emanating from deep within the ruins. A powerful wave that instilled a sense of dread. "This is bad. There are stronger enemies deeper within the ruins." Yihan's expression changed dramatically, an intense unease swelling within him. This chaos seemed only to be the beginning. The energy pulse reverberating from the depths of the ruins struck each heart like a heavy hammer. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin exchanged grave glances, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Let us go. We need to investigate. Zhao Gang let out a low growl, his long blade igniting in a fierce blaze, illuminating the chaotic scene around him. He led a group of agile survivors towards the source of the energy fluctuations. Sun Yin closely followed, her slender fingers crackling with electricity. Wherever she passed, those in black attempting to obstruct them were rendered convulsing and fell to the ground. Why, Yihan? We must go. Tang Yao urgently tugged at Yihan's sleeve. Yihan nodded, aware that hesitation was not an option at this moment. He grasped Tang Yao's hand, and with his frost powers, 2 ice boards formed beneath their feet, propelling them swiftly towards Zhao Gang and the others. However, the situation deeper within the ruins was far worse than they had imagined. The narrow corridor was lined with walls riddled with countless holes, from which sharp arrows and scalding magma erupted unpredictably, making evasion nearly impossible. Be careful, Zhao Gang bellowed, wielding his flaming sword to incinerate the arrows that rained down upon them. Yet, the magma seemed relentless. Once it touched anything, it ignited rapidly, proving difficult to extinguish a few survivors. Unable to dodge, had magma splashed onto them, and they screamed in agony, writhing on the ground. Damn it! Sun Yin cursed, unleashing a surge of powerful electricity that struck a massive rock above, causing it to crash down and block the corridor's exit, temporarily halting the magma's eruption. These traps are too treacherous. We cannot force our way through, one survivor exclaimed, shaken, but we cannot just sit here and wait. Those black-clad figures will soon catch up, another survivor replied anxiously. As despair loomed over them, Yihan and Tang Yao arrived. Why, Yihan? Are you all right? Zhao Gang sighed in relief upon seeing them. We are fine, but the situation is dire, Yihan replied with a grave shake of his head. Surveying their surroundings, he noticed strange runes etched into the walls of the corridor, emanating faint energy fluctuations. They must be the key to controlling these deadly traps. These runes? Tang Yao furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the glimmering symbols. I feel like I've seen them before. Be careful. Yihan suddenly pulled Tang Yao behind him, as a wall of ice formed instantly to shield them from several poisoned arrows shot from the shadows. Who is it? Zhao Gang roared, his sword ablaze, casting light upon the far end of the corridor. Several figures cloaked in black emerged slowly, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their features unrecognizable. However, the powerful aura they exuded indicated that they were formidable adversaries. Who are you? Sun Yin asked warily, her fingertips sparking with electricity, ready to strike. We are here to take your lives. One of the black-clad figures replied coldly, his voice deep and hoarse, devoid of emotion. Just you? Zhao Gang scoffed. You underestimate us. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Gang launched the first assault, his sword transforming into a fire dragon that roared towards the cloaked figures. Sun Yin followed closely, bolts of lightning dancing like serpents, blocking the retreat of their foes. Yet, the black-clad figures seemed well prepared, unleashing their own extraordinary abilities to counter Zhao Gang and Sun Yan's attacks. The corridor erupted into chaos, with flames soaring and lightning crackling as both sides clashed. Chapter 29. The choice Yihan paid no heed to the black-clad figures. His focus remained locked on the runes on the corridor walls, which seemed to embody a peculiar pattern that stirred a sense of unease within him. Yihan, what are you looking at? Tang Yao softly inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. These runes, Yihan pointed at the symbols on the wall, his voice grave. I sense they might be part of a control formation. A control formation? Tang Yao gasped. Are you suggesting these runes can control the extraordinary masters? It is highly probable, Yihan affirmed. If I am not mistaken, the core of this rune formation is the key to controlling the extraordinary masters. Tang Yao followed Yihan's gaze and indeed noticed that the lines of the runes seemed to point towards the deepest part of the corridor. What should we do now? She asked anxiously. We must find a way to break this rune formation. Yihan's eyes glinted with determination. He understood that time was of the essence, and they needed to rescue the extraordinary masters as soon as possible. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the corridor. You think you can shatter my formation? How naive. As the laughter faded, a figure cloaked in black robes and adorned with a ghostly mask emerged slowly from the depths of the corridor. In his grasp, he held an unconscious figure, the extraordinary master. "Who are you?" Ihan gasped, a wave of intense unease washing over him. "I am the true leader of the mysterious organization you speak of." The figure slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome yet sinister face, a cold smile curling upon his lips. "Now, the game begins." Ihan's pupils contracted, his heart racing as an unprecedented pressure enveloped him. He instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Ihan. Tang Yao sensed his emotional turmoil and gently tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes filled with concern. Ihan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. He knew that panic was not an option. In moments of crisis, one must maintain a clear mind. He scanned the man claiming to be the leader of the mysterious organization, then glanced at the extraordinary master under his control, his mind racing to analyze the current situation. "What do you want?" Ihan's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with suppressed fury. It's simple. Submit to me and serve my cause, and I can spare your lives." The leader's voice was laced with temptation yet bore an undeniable authority. Ihan scoffed coldly. "Do you truly believe we would fall for your deceit? Believe it or not?" "It matters little to me," the leader replied, unconcerned with Ihan's derision. "I shall give you time to ponder. I hope you do not disappoint me with that." He turned away, leading the extraordinary master deeper into the corridor. As they watched the figures retreat, a glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Ihan's eyes. He understood that this battle was inevitable, and their immediate task was to prepare thoroughly and swiftly. "Ihan, what should we do now?" Tang Yao's voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the earlier events. "Do not worry. We still have a chance," Ihan reassured her, gently patting her hand, signaling her to calm down. "You focus on healing everyone, while I search for a way to decipher this formation." Tang Yao nodded and began using her healing abilities to tend to the injured Zhaogang and Sun Yan. As she treated them, she softly comforted the still frightened Han Mimi, striving to stabilize everyone's emotions. Meanwhile, Ihan meticulously examined the runes on the walls, seeking a method to break the formation. These runes were complex and ancient, emanating an eerie aura, as if they harbored some potent force. Ihan's brow furrowed. He knew that deciphering this formation would be no easy task. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and Ihan looked up to see Li Lei and Han Mimi rushing towards them. "Ihan, Tang Yao, are you all right?" Li Lei gasped, his face etched with urgency. "We are fine," Ihan replied, shaking his head. "What brings you here? Where are the others?" "We discovered some clues about this mysterious organization." Han Mimi interjected, her expression grave. "The situation is quite dire." Before she could finish, Zhaogang and Sun Yan arrived. Though still injured, their spirits appeared revitalized, having recovered from their earlier panicked Ihan. "While searching nearby, we found some peculiar symbols." Zhaogang pointed to a corner of the wall. "Look, don't they resemble the runes controlling the extraordinary masters?" Ihan followed Zhaogang's finger and indeed spotted some tiny runes etched into the wall, easily overlooked if not scrutinized closely. After careful examination, his expression grew increasingly serious. "These runes do bear a resemblance to those controlling the extraordinary masters, but they seem even more ancient and complex." Ihan pondered for a moment before continuing. "If I am not mistaken, these runes are likely used to control the entire ruins." "Control the entire ruins?" Tang Yao exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you suggesting we can use these runes against the mysterious organization?" Ihan nodded, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Exactly. According to the information Li Lei and Han Mimi gathered, although the leader of the mysterious organization is powerful, his extraordinary ability is quite unique. He needs to continuously absorb external energy to sustain it, and the energy within these ruins could very well be his greatest weakness. Are you implying that we can find a way to sever his connection to the energy of the ruins?" Sun Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Indeed." Ihan snapped his fingers, declaring that as long as they could identify the critical nodes controlling the flow of energy, they could harness the power of the ruins to confront him. Upon hearing this, the morale of the group soared, with everyone expressing their eagerness to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ihan. "Very well, in that case, let us devise a detailed plan," Ihan said. Retrieving a map from his backpack and spreading it out on the ground, Li lay. Why don't you share what you and Han Mimi have discovered? Li Lei nodded, pointing to a location on the map. According to our findings, the core area of these ruins should be located here. It is highly likely that the key to controlling the entire ruins lies hidden in that spot. Excellent. Yi Han's eyes glimmered with determination. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin, you two will be responsible for diverting the attention of those mysterious organization members, buying us some time. Absolutely. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with resolve. Remember, your task is merely to delay. Do not engage in prolonged combat. If you encounter any danger, retreat immediately, Yi Han urged. Rest assured, we know what to do. Zhao Gang patted his chest confidently. All right, time is of the essence. We must depart at once. With that, Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, both filled with unwavering resolve. They understood that this battle was a matter of life and death for everyone. And there was no turning back. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin exchanged a knowing look and nodded in agreement before sprinting towards the entrance of the ruins, deliberately creating a commotion to attract the attention of the patrolling members of the mysterious organization. Who goes there? Several figures in black rushed toward them, spotting Zhao Gang and Sun Yin, and immediately gave chase. Quickly, pursue them. Do not let them escape. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin glanced back while running, witnessing the black-clad individuals falling for their ruse, a triumphant smile spreading across their faces. They intentionally slowed their pace, leading the pursuers in the opposite direction. These two fellows can run quite well. One of the black-clad figures scoffed, Humph, let's see how far they can get. Unbeknownst to them, they had already fallen into Zhao Gang and Sun Yan's trap, still smugly pursuing their quarry. Meanwhile, Yi Han and Tang Yao seized the opportunity to infiltrate the depths of the ruins. They cautiously advanced along the walls, striving to make as little noise as possible. Be careful. There are traps everywhere, Yi Han whispered. Tang Yao nodded, closely following Yi Han. They traversed through dark, damp corridors until they finally arrived at a massive stone door. The door was adorned with an array of bizarre patterns, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. It seems that this is the device that controls the ability masters, Yi Han observed, his eyes gleaming with insight. But how do we open this door? Tang Yao inquired. Why Yi Han scrutinized the patterns on the door, searching for a mechanism to unlock it. However, despite his efforts, the door remained obstinately shut. How peculiar. Could I have miscalculated? Yi Han furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. At that moment, they suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching from behind. Who goes there? Yi Han spun around, warily fixing his gaze on the source of the sound. A shadow darted past in the darkness, moving with astonishing speed. Chase it. Yi Han had no time to ponder and immediately pursued the figure, with Tang Yao hot on his heels, both vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, Han Mimi had not followed Zhao Gang and Sun Yan's lead. Being meticulous by nature, she preferred to rely on her intellect. Remaining near the entrance of the ruins, she carefully observed her surroundings. Her attention captivated by the strange patterns on the walls. These patterns, they appear to resemble some form of script. Could it be the key to unlocking the ruins? Han Mimi pondered, her curiosity piqued. Having studied ancient scripts since childhood and previously being a member of an archaeology enthusiast society before the apocalypse, she retrieved her notebook and pen, beginning to document and analyze the patterns. The arrangement of these symbols was peculiar, seemingly holding some underlying logic. Han Mimi muttered to herself as she sketched in her notebook. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her notebook filled with densely packed symbols and formulas. I found it, she suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a specific group of symbols. This set represents open, while this one signifies door. Following this pattern, the password for this stone door should be. Utilizing her deciphered password, Han Mimi discovered several concealed mechanisms on the stone door. Pressing them in sequence, with a resounding roar, the heavy stone door began to creak open, revealing a passage leading deeper into the ruins. Yi Han, I've discovered the password to open the stone door. Hurry over, Han Mimi reported through her communicator. Well done, Mimi. Yi Han's face broke into a relieved smile upon hearing her voice. We shall arrive shortly. Yi Han and Tang Yao swiftly made their way to the stone door. Upon entering the passage, they noticed that the walls on either side were embedded with luminous pearls, illuminating the corridor as brightly as day. Be cautious. There may be other traps in this area. Yi Han warned. They proceeded with utmost care until they reached a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a figure clad in a black robe, facing away from them, before him. The ability master was bound to a stone pillar, his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. That's him, the one controlling the ability master. Tang Yao pointed at the figure in the black robe. At last, we have found you. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Han's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand, conjuring a chilling orb of ice in his palm. How dare you trespass on my territory? The figure in the black robe slowly turned, revealing a pale yet strikingly handsome face, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Since you have come, do not expect to leave. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous wave of pressure erupted from him, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. This is bad. He is. Yi Han's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. A final showdown was about to unfold. He is an S-class ability user. Yi Han's voice quivered slightly, filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. S-class ability user? Tang Yao gasped, her expression turning grave. The figure in the black robe chuckled disdainfully, seemingly pleased with their reaction. Now that you know fear, it is too late. He abruptly lifted his right hand, unleashing a wave of black energy that surged toward Yi Han and Tang Yao like a tsunami. Yi Han's eyes narrowed as he swiftly propelled the icy orb from his hand. The frost power colliding with the black energy, producing a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave sent both of them stumbling back several steps, causing Yi Han to grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yi Han! Tang Yao exclaimed, rushing to support him, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yi Han took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, his gaze resolute. We must combine our strength. Otherwise, none of us will escape today. Agreed. Tang Yao nodded firmly, summoning a blazing orb of fire in her hand. The two of them stood back to back, warily observing the figure in the black robe before them. Overestimating yourselves, the figure in the black robe sneered. His form flickering before he transformed into a blur, instantaneously appearing in front of Yi Han, his fingers claw-like, aiming for his throat with a fierce gust of wind. Yi Han had anticipated this move. Swiftly leaning back to narrowly evade the attack in the same motion, he swung his right hand, and an ice wall erupted from the ground, shielding them. Unperturbed by his failure to strike, the figure in the black robe flickered again, maneuvering around the ice wall to appear behind Tang Yao, conjuring a black energy sphere that he hurled at her back with ferocity. Yao Yao, watch out! Yi Han's eyes widened in horror, yet he was powerless to intervene. In a critical moment, a figure lunged forward, tackling Tang Yao to the ground, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Mimi! Tang Yao gasped as she recognized her savior, Han Mimi. Are you all right? Han Mimi inquired, concern lacing her voice. I'm fine, thank you, Mimi. Tang Yao replied gratefully. Be careful. Li Lei's voice suddenly rang out as he dashed in from the side, holding a peculiar device and pressing a button aimed at the figure in the black robe. ZZZZZT. A piercing electrical crackle filled the air as arcs of electricity shot forth from the device, enveloping the figure in black. The figure in the black robe shrieked, his body convulsing violently, clearly suffering significant damage. Now's our chance, Li Lei shouted loudly. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, seizing the opportunity to launch their attacks simultaneously. Yi Han formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that rained down upon the figure in the black robe, while Tang Yao manipulated flames, transforming them into a roaring fire dragon that charged towards him. The dual forces of ice and fire. The black-robed man found himself ensnared by electric currents, momentarily unable to extricate himself. Forced to watch helplessly as the attacks descended upon him, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the ice spikes and fire dragon engulfed the black-robed man, illuminating the entire hall with the fiery blaze and icy shards. At that moment, powerful energy waves emanated from the distance, heralding the rapid approach of two figures. Bursting through the air were Zhao Gang and Sun Yin, who had arrived just in time. Zhao Gang was enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a thunder deity, covering several dozen meters in just a few strides before delivering a powerful punch toward the black-robed man. Sun Yin, graceful as a swallow, wielded a long whip that whipped through the air, creating gusts of wind that blocked the black-robed man's escape. Their timing was impeccable. Observing this, Yihan felt invigorated, directing the myriad ice spikes to shift their target toward the leader of the mysterious organization. He understood that the black-robed man was merely a pawn, while the true enemy lurked in the shadows, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. The leader of the mysterious organization clearly did not anticipate Zhao Gang and Sun Yan's appearance, and his expression darkened instantly. With a cold snort, he rapidly formed hand seals, conjuring an invisible barrier that absorbed Zhao Gang's thunderous strike. "You think you can stop me with just this?" The leader's eyes flashed with malice as dark energy surged around him, transforming into countless blades that shot towards the group. "Be careful," Tang Yao cried out, summoning a wall of flames to deflect the oncoming blades. The battle reached a fever pitch. Zhao Gang's lightning, Sun Yan's gusts, Yihan's ice spikes, and Tang Yao's flames intertwined like a dazzling fireworks display, illuminating the entire hall. The trio of Yihan, Zhao Gang, and Sun Yin worked in perfect harmony, providing cover for each other and balancing offense with defense, gradually gaining the upper hand. Although the leader was powerful, he began to feel the strain under the relentless assault of the Ford. "Damn it!" the leader roared, slamming his hands onto the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. "Not good. He's about to unleash his ultimate move." Yihan's expression changed, a surge of intense unease rising within him. "Why, Yihan? It's up to you now," Zhao Gang shouted, knowing that only Yihan's supreme ice abilities could thwart the leader of the mysterious organization at this pivotal moment. Yihan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the leader, as he swiftly formed hand seals. With this technique, he would freeze the world, named Absolute Zero. An aura of extreme cold erupted from Yihan, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, with frost beginning to form on the ground, walls, and even in the AI or die in an instant. A sudden blizzard swept through the hall, howling winds and swirling snow enveloping everything in a blanket of white. "Now!" Yihan's voice rang out through the storm, filled with determination. Tang Yao understood his intent, using the blizzard as cover to dash towards the trapped master of abilities. Tang Yao's figure darted through the snow like a streak of red lightning, swiftly approaching the immobilized master. The leader of the mysterious organization realized her intention and roared in anger, but was ensnared by Zhao Gang and Sun Yin. "Don't worry, I'm here to save you." Tang Yao reached the master, her gentle voice like a warm current dispelling his fear and despair. She carefully examined the control device, noting that it was connected at the back of the master's neck, pulsating with a sinister red light. "This?" Tang Yao frowned, sensing the malevolent energy within the device, slowly eroding the master's mental strength. She hesitated, fearful of causing him harm. "Use your flames, burn it away," the master's weak voice urged. Tinged with pain and urgency, he knew this was the only way. Yet Tang Yao hesitated, fearing that her flames might injure the master. "Believe in yourself, child." The master's voice was filled with encouragement. "Your flames are the fire of hope, capable of dispelling all darkness." Tang Yao took a deep breath, her resolve strengthening. She extended her right hand, a flame rising gently from her palm, radiating a warm glow. "This is the light of hope." She carefully controlled the flames, inching closer to the control device. The moment the flames made contact, a piercing sound erupted, and black smoke billowed into the air. Tang Yao held her breath, focusing intently on controlling the flames, ensuring they did not harm the master in the slightest. Finally, the control device cracked with a sharp sound, breaking apart. The master's body trembled, his previously murky eyes gradually regaining clarity, filled with gratitude and relief. "Thank you, child." He looked at Tang Yao, his eyes brimming with affection. "I'm so glad you're all right." Tang Yao beamed, the weight in her heart finally lifting. Just then, a powerful wave of energy surged from the center of the blizzard, accompanied by the leader's furious roar. "Damn it! You ants dare to thwart my plans." Yihan's voice emerged from the storm, calm and resolute. "Your plot has been exposed. Surrender now. Ha ha ha, you think you can stop me?" The leader of the mysterious organization cackled, dark energy swirling around him as it transformed into a massive black skull that charged towards Ihan and the others. "Everyone, be careful." Ihan's expression shifted. Knowing this was the leader's final desperate gamble and the most perilous strike yet. Chapter 32. Child, you did well. However, just as the black skull was about to collide with Ihan and the others, a golden light erupted from the Master of Abilities, forming a massive golden barrier that halted the skull's advance. What? The leader of the mysterious organization was taken aback, never expecting that the Master had regained his freedom and was even more powerful than before. "It is over." The Master's voice resonated like a thunderclap throughout the hall. He formed hand seals, and golden light transformed into countless blades, shooting toward the leader. Golden wings, flying blades. The leader was powerless to resist, letting out a cry of anguish as he was struck by the light blades, dissolving into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the air. The crisis was averted, yet Ihan and the others remained vigilant, knowing this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. As the black mist dissipated, the hall fell into silence, save for the howling winds and snow. Ihan and the others cautiously surveyed their surroundings, only exhaling a sigh of relief when they confirmed the danger had passed. "We won," Li Lei exclaimed, exuberantly pumping his fist, his face alight with the joy of survival. "Indeed, we have triumphed." Han Mimi tightly grasped Tang Yao's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Wei Han approached the Master of Abilities, bowing deeply. "Master, I am so glad you are safe." The Master smiled kindly. "Thanks to you all. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." He turned to Tang Yao, admiration evident in his gaze. "Child, you did exceptionally well." Tang Yao, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head. "I merely did what I was meant to do." Ihan and the others escorted the Master and the survivors through the storm-laden ruins back to the base. News of their victory spread throughout the base, igniting a wave of jubilation. People flooded the streets, singing and dancing to celebrate this hard-won triumph. Wei Han and Tang Yao became heroes in the hearts of the people, receiving adoration akin to that of stars. Yet amidst the raucous celebrations, Ihan and Tang Yao remained remarkably composed. They understood that this was merely a new beginning, and their mission was far from over. In the stillness of the night, Ihan and Tang Yao entered the Master's room. "Master, you mentioned that there are greater conspiracies behind the apocalypse. What does this entail?" Ihan inquired, his tone serious. The Master sighed, slowly beginning to explain. "In truth, you may have guessed, this apocalypse is not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity." His words struck like a stone, causing ripples in the calm waters of Ihan and Tang Yao's hearts. They realized that they were about to face an even larger and more terrifying enemy. "Master, you previously mentioned that there are greater conspiracies behind the apocalypse. What does this entail?" Ihan's sharp gaze fixed intently on the Master, as if trying to pierce through his very soul. "Alas!" The Master sighed deeply, a flicker of pain crossing his murky eyes. He began to unfold the tale, his tone imbued with sorrow. It turned out that this global disaster stemmed from a covert genetic experiment. Certain individuals sought to manipulate genes to create more powerful beings, ultimately leading to a viral outbreak that pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. "Are those individuals still alive?" Tang Yao's voice trembled slightly, as she struggled to fathom the kind of person capable of committing such a heartless atrocity. The Masters of Supernatural Abilities hesitated, ultimately shaking their heads. Perhaps the perpetrators were still alive, or perhaps they had perished. But the burden of their sins would inevitably fall upon all of humanity. Wei Han and Tang Yao fell into silence. They had initially believed that defeating the monsters within the ruins would herald the dawn of peace. Yet they had not anticipated that this was merely the tip of a far greater conspiracy. "What shall we do now?" Han broke the silence, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Are we to simply sit idly by?" The Masters of the Supernatural gazed at him with approval. "No, we must not relinquish hope. Your task is to uncover the truth, to identify those puppet masters, and bring them to justice. We will find them." Han clenched his fists, his voice resonating with strength. Meanwhile, within the base, Li Lei and Han Mei were also hard at work. They were acutely aware that the tranquility before them was merely temporary. With greater challenges looming ahead, Li Lei took charge of organizing the survivors, forming them into various teams for rigorous training. He believed that unity was essential to overcoming any obstacle. Han Mei managed logistical support, providing food, water, and medical assistance to the survivors. With her gentleness and meticulous care, she warmed the hearts of everyone around her. Li Lei, do you think we can truly overcome this calamity? In the dead of night, Han Mei gazed at the industrious Li Lei, concern etched in her eyes. We will, without a doubt, Li Lei affirmed, nodding resolutely. With Yi Han and Tang Yao by our side, with so many comrades fighting alongside us, and with you, we will conquer all challenges. His words served as a potent tonic, instilling hope within Han Mei. She believed that as long as they worked together, they could usher in a new dawn of hope. Unbeknownst to them, in a shadowy corner of the base, a pair of chilling eyes observed their every move in the days that followed. Under the tutelage of the masters of supernatural abilities, Yi Han and Tang Yao embarked on even more rigorous training. Yi Han had already mastered his ice-based powers, yet he relentlessly sought to explore new skills, aspiring to harness the full potential of ice. Tang Yao's healing abilities also grew ever stronger. She could not only mend wounds but also manipulate plants, providing cover and support for her companions. Simultaneously, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin took charge of training the newly joined supernatural beings. Zhao Gang wielded formidable lightning abilities, serving as the primary offensive force of the team, while Sun Yan's earth manipulation skills offered both offense and defense, capable of creating earthquakes and earthen walls to shield her teammates. Under their diligent guidance, the newcomers made remarkable progress in their abilities, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the team. The base thrived with vitality and hope, as if everything were progressing toward a brighter future. However, beneath the calm surface, an undercurrent of turmoil began to stir. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed the newly constructed lookout tower in a gentle golden hue, glistening on its metallic surface. Yi Han stood atop the tower, gazing into the distance. A slight furrow etched on his brow. The recent tranquility filled him with unease, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. What troubles you, Yi Han? Tang Yao approached, following his gaze, yet only beheld a desolate wasteland. It's nothing, just a feeling, Yi Han replied, hesitating. He too was unsure of the source of his disquiet. Perhaps it was the innate perception of danger that supernatural beings possessed. Chapter 33. Uncontrollable mutant creatures. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and Li Lei ascended the lookout tower, sweat glistening on his brow. He clutched an old satellite phone in his hand. Yi Han, trouble is brewing. We've received news of a new wave of mutant creatures in the vicinity. Vast in number, and they are heading our way. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged alarmed glances. The emergence of this new wave of mutants posed a grave threat. Would their hard-won base and the flickering flame of hope that they had rekindled be mercilessly extinguished? How many? Yi Han asked in a low voice. According to the intel, at least 1,000, and they continue to gather. Li Lei's tone bore a hint of fear. This was undoubtedly a catastrophe for their small group of merely dozens. We cannot sit idle. Tang Yao clenched her fists. We must take the initiative and eliminate them beyond the base. I concur. Yi Han nodded. Li Lei, immediately inform everyone to prepare for battle. Understood. Li Lei turned and rushed down the lookout tower to relay the orders. Yi Han gazed into the distance, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. It appeared their peaceful existence was about to come to an end. As night fell, the base lit up. With all supernatural beings ready for action, clad in a black combat suit and wielding an ice blade, Yi Han stood at the forefront of the group, his icy gaze radiating determination. Tang Yao stood beside him, a warm white light emanating from her hands, poised to heal any injured comrades. Brothers, for the protection of our homeland, for the hope of our survival, let us fight. Zhao Gang raised his flaming fist and roared. Fight! All the supernatural beings shouted in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, echoing through the night sky. At Yi Han's command, they surged forth from the base like arrows released from a bow, charging headlong into the encroaching darkness without hesitation. The battle commenced, a cacophony of deafening roars, the clash of weapons, and the explosive sounds of supernatural abilities intertwined, composing a symphony of death. Yi Han and Tang Yao fought side by side. their powers of ice and fire complementing each other as they tore and incinerated the mutant creatures. Yet, the sheer number of these mutants was overwhelming, seemingly endless, as wave after wave charged relentlessly forward, undeterred by danger. These mutants appear to be under some form of control, Tang Yao observed, releasing healing light while surveying the battlefield. Control? Yi Han's mind raced. Could there be other forces orchestrating this chaos from behind the scenes? He resolved to investigate further. You stay here to protect everyone. I will scout ahead, Yi Han instructed Tang Yao. Then, with a flash of movement, he darted toward the source of the mutant tide. Yi Han transformed into an ice-blue specter, weaving through the throngs of mutant creatures, leaving a trail of frost in his wake. He keenly noted that while these mutants were fierce, their attack patterns appeared mechanical and singular, as if they were puppets manipulated by unseen hands. He pursued relentlessly, finally halting at the perimeter of an abandoned factory. Within, an eerie red glow emanated, accompanied by the distant growls of beasts. Yi Han tread lightly, stealthily infiltrating the factory. Inside, the scene astounded him. Massive metal cages imprisoned various mutant creatures, all restlessly thrashing and emitting furious roars. At the center of the factory's control room, a group of individuals clad in white lab coats operated instruments, closely monitoring the creatures within the cages. What on earth are they doing? Yi Han's mind was awash with confusion. They are conducting research to weaponize the mutant creatures. A chilling voice echoed from behind him. Yi Han turned to see Tang Yao had arrived beside him, holding a translucent ice crystal that emitted a glow, concealing their presence and allowing them to infiltrate unnoticed. It seems that the truth of the apocalypse is far more complex than we imagined. Yi Han's eyes glimmered with cold intensity. They discovered a wealth of experimental data and research materials in the control room, revealing that this mysterious organization had existed long before the apocalypse struck. They had been conducting secret experiments on genetic modification and virus research, and the outbreak of the apocalypse was a direct consequence of their experiments spiraling out of control. These madmen, Tang Yao exclaimed in outrage. Throwing the documents to the ground in pursuit of their ambitions, they have plunged all of humanity into the abyss. We must stop them. Yi Han clenched his fists, vowing not to allow them to continue endangering the world. Just then, the control room's door swung open, and a man in a black trench coat strode in. He was tall, with a stern visage and eyes that sparkled with a dangerous light. Who are you? How dare you trespass in our base? Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. A fierce battle was imminent. The black trench coat billowed ominously under the harsh white lights of the control room as the man's piercing gaze swept over Yi Han and Tang Yao. As if he could see through them, Yi Han tightened his grip on the ice blade, icy energy swirling around him, matching the perilous aura radiating from the man. Who are you, and why do you seek to impede us? Tang Yao stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Han, her clear eyes gleaming with resolve. The man smirked coldly, about to speak, but the piercing alarm of the control room suddenly blared. Red lights flashing, casting the entire space in a blood-red hue. Alert! A large number of mutant creatures are assaulting the factory's outer defenses. An anxious voice emanated from the communicator, abruptly interrupting the standoff within the control room. The man's countenance transformed into a visage of utmost displeasure as he cast a fierce glare at Yi Han and Tang Yao, dismissing them with a curt remark about their fortuitous escape before hastily departing the control room. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged glances, instantly comprehending that this was not the moment for entanglements. The pressing matter was to eliminate the threat posed by the mutated creatures. It seemed evident that they could not fully control these beings. Yi Han asserted. They swiftly exited the control room, joining the battle against the mutated creatures on the other side. After a fierce confrontation, the ability users within the base united their efforts and ultimately succeeded in repelling the onslaught of the mutated beings. Although the defensive fortifications on the periphery of the base had sustained damage, thankfully, the casualties were not severe. As the last mutated creature fell, a thunderous cheer erupted within the base. People embraced each other, celebrating this hard-won victory, as the long-suppressed fear and anxiety dissipated amidst the jubilant clamor. Yi Han and Tang Yao stood amidst the crowd, observing the beaming faces around them, and could not help but smile with genuine joy. They shared a glance, embracing tightly amidst the cheers, and in that moment, it felt as if the entire world was suffused with hope and light. Chapter 34. The Master's instruction life within the base temporarily returned to tranquility. As individuals busied themselves with repairing the fortifications and replenishing supplies, preparing for the next potential crisis, in this rare tranquility, Li Lei and Han Mei decided to hold a simple wedding. They adorned a modest yet warm wedding venue in the garden at the center of the base with foraged flowers and ribbons. Han and Tang Yao, being the best friends of Li Lei and Han Mei, naturally attended their wedding. Witnessing the radiant smiles of their friends, Han and Tang Yao felt a profound sense of happiness. Yao Yao, do you think we will be as happy as they are in the future? Han gently inquired, gazing at Li Lei and Han Mei. Tang Yao turned to him, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. We will, and I believe we will be even happier than they are. After the wedding, hand in hand, Han and Tang Yao strolled through the streets of the base, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. They nestled against each other, basking in the warmth of one another, their hearts brimming with happiness and contentment. However, in a shadowy corner, a pair of cold eyes fixated on their retreating figures, glimmering with malice and hatred. The remnants of the setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the reconstructed base, adorning the once cold steel structures with a layer of warmth. In the streets, people wore expressions of relief and joy, busily repairing their damaged homes. The faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Yet it could not overshadow the fragrance of hope. Han and Tang Yao walked side by side down the street, their fingers intertwined, as if they wished never to part. Having endured life and death trials, their bond had deepened, and their gazes were filled with love and trust for one another. Look, the flowers over there are blooming. Tang Yao pointed towards a cluster of newly sprouted wildflowers by the roadside, her face aglow with a gentle smile. Following her gaze, Han beheld a few unknown wildflowers defiantly blooming amidst the ruins. The vibrant petals glistened with dewdrops, appearing exceptionally beautiful in the sunlight. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, life remains replete with hope. Han mused, a warm current surging within him. Han, do you think we will remain this happy forever? Tang Yao nestled against him, softly echoing his earlier question. A hint of unease in her tone, Han tenderly caressed her hair, replying softly, yes, we will always be together, facing the challenges of the future hand in hand. And no matter what happens, I will protect you. Tang Yao lifted her gaze to meet Han's resolute eyes, her heart swelling with a sense of security and happiness. She believed that as long as they were together, they could weather any storm that lay ahead. In the training grounds, Zhao Gang and Sun Yan were instructing the ability users in their training. They understood well that this fleeting peace was merely the calm before the storm. Only by continuously enhancing their strength could they survive the crises to come. Let us push ourselves further. Only by becoming stronger can we protect ourselves, our families, and our shared home. Zhao Gang's voice resonated powerfully, filled with inspiration. Under his encouragement, the ability users trained with unwavering diligence. Their shirts soaked with sweat, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. They understood that only by continually surpassing themselves could they survive in this apocalyptic world and safeguard all that they cherished. Han regarded his companions laboring tirelessly on the training ground, a fervent fire igniting within him. He knew the weight of his responsibilities. He must enhance his own strength swiftly to better protect Tang Yao, his comrades, and humanity's last hope. As night fell, Han sought out the reclusive master of abilities residing within the base. This master was said to possess unfathomable powers and had once been a bulwark against the mutated creatures. Han yearned for his guidance to delve deeper into understanding and mastering his own abilities, to transcend his current limitations. Do you wish to grow stronger? The master's voice was ancient and deep, reminiscent of a primordial bell resonating within Han's soul. Yes, master. I crave power, but even more so, I wish to wield this power to protect and to create. Han's tone was resolute and sincere, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The master gazed deeply at him, slowly nodding, very well. I sense the resolve and goodwill in your heart. I can teach you. But remember, The ultimate purpose of power lies in protection, not destruction. The master's words struck Yi Han profoundly, and in the days that followed, he devoted himself to rigorous training under the master's tutelage. The master imparted not flashy techniques but rather insights into the essence of his abilities and their application. Yi Han realized that his previous approach to his powers had been overly crude, akin to having only learned to wield a blade without understanding how to employ technique. Under the master's guidance, Yi Han learned to merge the opposing forces of ice and fire, to integrate his mental fortitude with his abilities, unleashing even greater potential. He repeatedly broke through his limits, feeling the surging power within him. His heart filled with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Tang Yao utilized her unique healing abilities to aid the injured within the base, her powers akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothing the weary souls of those battered by hardships. Each time she witnessed a patient's face light up with a hopeful smile, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped her. Tang Yao, thank you, you saved me. An elderly man, bitten by a mutated creature, grasped her hand, tears streaming down his face, and no need for such words, sir. I am merely doing what I ought to. Tang Yao replied with a warm smile, akin to the sun dispelling the gloom from the old man's heart. Li Lei and Han Mei may also join the efforts to rebuild their home. Li Lei organized manpower for the construction of houses, while Han Mei used her culinary skills to prepare warm meals for the survivors. Come, everyone has worked hard. Come and have a bowl of hot soup. Han Mei cheerfully beckoned the busy individuals, carrying a large pot. Mei's soup is the best. This is the taste of home. The people gathered around the makeshift dining table, enjoying the warm food, smiles gracing their faces, reminiscent of long-lost Jo White. As night descended, Yi Han and Tang Yao sat side by side on the high walls of the base, gazing at the tranquil night sky adorned with myriad stars. Why, Yi Han? Look, the base has regained much of its vitality. Tang Yao nestled against him, whispering softly, indeed. All of this is thanks to you. Yi Han grasped her hand. His eyes filled with tenderness. He knew that without Tang Yao, he would not have arrived at this moment. Her kindness and strength had supported him throughout his journey. Why, Yi Han, do you think we can truly overcome this disaster and rebuild our home? Tang Yao lifted her gaze to him, worry etched in her eyes. Why, Yi Han enveloped her in his embrace, resolutely declaring, yes, we will certainly overcome all difficulties and rebuild our home. I believe that the seeds of hope will ultimately bloom into the most beautiful flowers amidst the ruins. Chapter 35. Mutated beings capable of controlling humans. Although life within the base appeared calm and harmonious, an undercurrent of unease lingered in Yi Han's heart. He understood that this was merely the lull before the impending storm. A greater crisis loomed on the horizon. Amidst the ruins, the tender shoots of hope broke through the earth point one day. Yi Han was at the training ground, instructing Zhao Gang and Sun Yin in their abilities. Having endured life and death trials, their strengths had significantly enhanced. Zhao Gang, in addition to his lightning abilities, had honed his earth manipulation skills to a remarkable degree, deftly wielding the power of the earth for both offense and defense. Meanwhile, Sun Yan's wind blades had grown sharper, her speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Excellent. You both have made substantial progress, Yi Han remarked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at them. However, do not become complacent. The crisis has not yet been averted. We must continually strive to grow stronger to protect ourselves and those around us. Yes, Brother Yi, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with resolute determination. After the training concluded, Yi Han and Tang Yao walked side by side along the path leading back to their residence. The setting sun elongated their shadows, imparting an air of elegance to their figures. Why, Yi Han? Look, everyone is striving to rebuild our homeland. It is truly wonderful, Tang Yao remarked, her gaze fixed on the bustling figures in the distance, a smile of contentment gracing her face. Indeed, all of this has not come easily. Yi Han tightened his grip on Tang Yao's hand, his heart swelling with emotion. We must safeguard this hard-won peace. Upon returning to their abode, they found Li Lei anxiously awaiting their arrival. Yi Han, Tang Yao, come quickly and take a look. There is something amiss. Li Lei's expression was grave as he handed a letter to Yi Han. Yi Han accepted the letter and began to read it with great care. The handwriting was hasty and illegible, clearly penned in a rush. The letter mentioned that a new breed of mutated creatures had emerged in a city several hundred kilometers away from the base. These creatures were colossal, possessed immense strength, and exhibited a peculiar ability to manipulate human consciousness. The writer was the leader of a survivor organization, imploring Yihan and his companions to provide assistance in confronting this new crisis. "What is the situation?" Tang Yao inquired, her concern evident as she noticed Yihan's grave demeanor. Yihan inhaled deeply and passed the letter to Tang Yao, his voice low as he stated, "It appears we may need to set out again. But your injuries?" Tang Yao looked at Yihan with worry, recalling how he had sustained significant wounds during their last encounter with the mutated beasts. "Rest assured, I am nearly recovered," Yihan assured her, gently ruffling her hair to ease her concerns. He understood her worries, but was acutely aware that some responsibilities were theirs to bear. "I wish to accompany you," Li Lei declared resolutely, "with Mei Mei and myself managing the base. You can set off without concern." Yihan nodded, acknowledging that Li Lei's management skills and Han Mei Mei's logistical support were indispensable. He knew they would provide a formidable backing. "When shall we depart?" Tang Yao queried, her previous apprehension replaced by determination and resolve. "We must act swiftly. We shall leave first thing in the morning." Yihan replied, "Tonight, let us all rest well in preparation for the challenges ahead." As night fell, the base gradually returned to tranquility, with only the distant, sporadic roars of mutated beasts breaking the silence. Yihan and Tang Yao stood by the window, gazing into the distance, their eyes filled with a mix of concern and resolve. A new crisis loomed, promising to present them with even graver trials. Outside the base, several dark figures flitted by, seemingly heralding the brewing of a larger conspiracy. On the following morning, as dawn's light began to creep in, Yihan and Tang Yao were already prepared for departure. Clad in black combat attire, their sharp weapons secured at their waists, they bore expressions of unwavering focus and calm. "Yihan, please be cautious." Li Lei and Han Mei Mei stood at the entrance of the base, their faces etched with worry as they saw them off. "Fear not. We shall return swiftly," Tang Yao reassured them with a smile, though her gaze inevitably drifted to the two figures standing behind Yihan. Those were Zhaogang and Sun Yan, accompanied by a squad of elite supernatural beings, each face reflecting steadfast loyalty and determination. Ever since Yihan and Tang Yao had faced an attack, Zhaogang had volunteered to personally lead a team to ensure their safety. "Yihan, the journey ahead is treacherous. We must prepare ourselves mentally," Zhaogang advised quietly as he approached and Yihan nodded, acutely aware that this journey would be anything but tranquil. The mutated creatures mentioned in the letter, capable of manipulating human consciousness, stirred a sense of unease within him. The group departed from the base, making their way toward their destination. Along the way, they traversed the desolate ruins of cities, crossed perilous territories inhabited by mutated beasts, and endured the trials of exposure, hunger, and fatigue. "We are nearing the city mentioned in the letter." Sun Yin pointed toward the faint outlines of structures in the distance. Yihan squinted, scrutinizing the distant cityscape. It appeared eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, instead emanating an unsettling aura. "Everyone, remain vigilant. Proceed with caution," Yihan cautioned in a hushed tone, the sense of foreboding growing stronger within him. They cautiously entered the city, and the sights before them were harrowing. Human skeletons littered the streets, buildings lay in ruins, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. "What on earth transpired here?" Tang Yao covered her nose, struggling against her discomfort as she questioned. "It seems we have arrived too late," Zhaogang remarked gravely. "The deaths of these individuals likely occurred no more than 3 days ago." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from afar, resembling a beast's growl intertwined with the anguished moans of humanity. "Be cautious. Something is amiss," Yihan barked, signaling the group to ready themselves for battle. They stealthily approached the source of the sound, only to be met with a shocking sight in a vast square. A multitude of mutated creatures had gathered, each more grotesque than the last, emitting thunderous roars. What shocked them further was the presence of some humans among the mutated beasts. Their eyes were hollow, their expressions vacant, like marionettes, completely at the mercy of the creatures. "Are those people under control?" Tang Yao asked incredulously. Yihan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the entranced humans, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Could this crisis be linked to the mysterious organization that had previously attacked them? At that moment, the mutated creatures seemed to sense their presence, turning their attention toward them. With blood-red eyes fixed upon them, they erupted into a cacophony of roars, signaling the impending clash. Chapter 36. Yiling is not dead. The atmosphere in the square became palpably tense. The roars of mutated beasts, the desperate moans of humans, and the mournful whispers of the wind through the wreckage merged into a symphony of death. Yihan gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk, searching for any clues amidst the chaos. Why, Yihan? Is there any hope for those humans? Tang Yao's voice trembled as she felt the profound fear and despair of the controlled individuals, which tore at her heartstrings. Why Yihan did not respond. He too was uncertain. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, suggesting that everything was intricately tied to the mysterious organization that had previously assaulted them. The ability to control such formidable mutated creatures, even human consciousness, indicated a motive far beyond mere resource plunder. Let us not act rashly. We shall observe the situation, Zhaoging whispered, as the supernatural beings behind him prepared for battle, ready to confront any sudden aggression. Just then, Tang Yao's complexion shifted dramatically, her hand clutching her chest, her brow furrowed as if enduring immense pain. Tang Yao, what is wrong? Yihan rushed to her side. Supporting her with concern, I sense a powerful force approaching, Tang Yao stammered, her voice laced with terror. The force was malevolent and dark, sending shivers down her spine. Upon hearing her words, Yihan's heart sank. Tang Yao's abilities were unique, allowing her to perceive subtle energy fluctuations and the emotional states of living beings around her. If she sensed a formidable and sinister force, it meant the situation was far worse than they had anticipated. Everyone, heighten your guard. Prepare for battle, Yihan commanded in a low tone, scanning the area with vigilance, attempting to locate the source of the ominous force. However, apart from the agitated mutated creatures and the entranced humans in the square, there was no other anomaly. The malevolent force felt as if it had materialized out of thin air, invisible yet overwhelmingly oppressive. "It's coming," Tang Yao suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward a towering structure at the center of the square. Yihan followed her direction and glimpsed a shadow slowly manifesting atop the building. The shadow was distorted and grotesque, its true form obscured, yet the terrifying aura it exuded was unmistakable. "What is that?" Zhaoging asked, his expression tensed. Yihan shook his head, equally perplexed. But one thing was certain. A fierce battle was imminent. The shadow gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into a mysterious figure clad in a black robe. Its face shrouded in obscurity, suspended in midair, it gazed down upon the crowd below, as if a divine being passing judgment on the sins of the world. An invisible pressure descended upon them, rendering the onlookers breathless. What does he intend to do? Han Mei clutched Tang Yao's hand tightly, her voice quivering with fear. No one could provide an answer. All eyes were fixated on the enigmatic figure. "Wary of making any sudden moves, I know you seek the truth," the figure spoke, its voice deep and raspy, as if echoing from the depths of hell. "I can reveal everything to you, but it comes at a cost." Yihan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the group, and coldly inquired, "What cost?" The figure clad in black did not respond, merely gesturing towards a towering edifice at the center of the square. This structure, once a hallmark of the city before the apocalypse, now lay in ruins. "There lies what you seek," the figure uttered. With those words, he dissipated into a wisp of dark mist, vanishing without a trace. The oppressive atmosphere lifted with the departure of the black-clad figure, leaving the crowd exchanging glances, uncertain whether to trust his words. "Yihan, what should we do?" Tang Yao inquired. "We shall discover the truth by investigating," Yihan replied, a spark of determination flickering in his eyes. He sensed that the revelation hinted at by the figure might be intricately linked to the origins of the apocalypse, and perhaps even to his own lineage. As the group ventured into the dilapidated building, they navigated through the debris. Inside, chaos reigned. The air was thick with the stench of decay, inducing nausea. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Zhao Gang warned. They ascended through the floors, ultimately uncovering a few clues within an office on the top level. There lay a diary, chronicling the entire process of genetic modification experiments conducted by a deranged scientist, with the outcome being the catalyst for the apocalypse. So, this calamity was human-made, Li Lei remarked, his complexion paling. Who was responsible? Who could be so depraved? Sun Yin exclaimed in fury. However, the diary bore no mention of the scientist's name, nor any clues regarding his identity. Just as despair began to envelop them, Yi Han's gaze fell upon the final page of the diary, where a scrawled message read, "If you wish to halt this, come find me." The writing ceased abruptly, the remainder of the page blank, indicating that the diary's author had been interrupted before completing their thoughts. "It seems we still have a chance." Yi Han inhaled deeply, a flicker of hope igniting within him. At that moment, the office door was thrust open from the outside, and a tall figure strode in. "Brother?" Yi Han gasped in disbelief, rendered speechless by the sight before him. The newcomer was none other than his brother, Yi Ling, who had perished in battle while attempting to save him. Yi Ling, a name that existed like a ghost in the recesses of Yi Han's memory, now stood vividly before him. "Xiao Han. It's been a long time." Yi Ling's voice was deep and hoarse, as though burdened by the weight of time, tinged with an ineffable weariness. "Is it truly you? How did you end up here?" Yi Han's voice trembled, suppressed longing and questions surging forth like a tide. Yi Ling offered no reply, merely stepping forward to clasp his brother's shoulder, his gaze laden with complex emotions. "Now is not the time for such discussions. We must leave this place. It is unsafe." The group exited the high-rise and reached a relatively secure abandoned factory. Only then did Yi Ling turn to face them, his eyes sweeping over the crowd before resting on Yi Han. "I understand you have many questions, but I can only tell you that the apocalypse is far more intricate and perilous than you can imagine." Yi Ling's tone was grave. "I have been searching for a method to resolve the crisis of the apocalypse once and for all. But it necessitates your assistance, especially yours, Xiao Han." Chapter 37. The assault of the spatial ability user Yi Han was filled with confusion, yet upon witnessing Yi Ling's serious demeanor, he understood the gravity of the situation. "Brother, what exactly is happening? What do you need me to do?" Additionally, Yi Han felt an unsettling familiarity with his brother's previous inquiry. Yi Ling took a deep breath before slowly articulating, "Do you recall your abilities?" They were not mere coincidence, but his words were abruptly cut short as his expression shifted, and he turned sharply to gaze out the window. The once clear sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, and a howling wind signaled the impending doom. "This is bad. We don't have time." Yi Ling shouted, "They are coming." "Who is coming?" Yi Han was still processing the situation when an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him, nearly rendering him breathless. "Those monsters!" Yi Ling exclaimed, his complexion turning ashen in the distance. A swarm of ominous flying creatures emerged, resembling bats yet magnitudes larger. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with a predatory ferocity, and their razor-sharp claws glinted menacingly, instilling dread. "What are those things?" Tang Yao's face drained of color as she clutched Yi Han's arm tightly. "They are mutated bats, and they have undergone advanced evolution." Sun Yan's voice quavered with fear. "We stand no chance against them. Run, to the base." Yi Ling commanded decisively, leading the group toward the factory's exit. Yi Han's mind was tumultuous, his brother's words illuminating the myriad questions he had never pursued with conviction. Yet now was not the time for reflection. The grotesque mutated bats were descending upon them, casting a shadow of death over each individual. "Brother, we trust you." Yi Han grasped Tang Yao's hand, his expression resolute. "We will fight alongside you." Though terror gripped her heart, Tang Yao chose to place her unwavering faith in Yi Han. "Yes, together we will." Yi Ling regarded them with a deep, appreciative gaze, saying nothing more. Yet a glimmer of gratitude flickered in his eyes. He turned to Zhao Gang and the others, asserting, "Now is not the time for hesitation. If you wish to survive, follow us." Despite Zhao Gang and Sun Yan's lingering doubts about Yi Ling's identity, the overwhelming threat of their formidable adversary left them with no choice but to trust Yi Han's judgment. Under Yi Ling's guidance, the group sprinted towards the base. However, the mutated bats were alarmingly swift. quickly closing the distance, their claws like scythes of death harvesting lives. I will hold them off. You go ahead, Yiling bellowed, propelled like lightning toward the horde of mutated bats. With each sweep of his hands, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, forming an invisible barrier that repelled the creatures. Brother! Yihan's heart raced, desperate to assist, but Tang Yao clung to him with fierce determination. Xiaohan, remain calm. We cannot aid him now. We would only hinder him. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped Yihan as he could only watch his brother face the onslaught of hundreds of mutated bats. Silently praying for a miracle. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Dark fissures appeared in the sky, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Moments later, a group of individuals clad in black combat gear emerged from the rifts. Fully armed. Spatial ability users, Sun Yin gasped, her complexion paling further. The moment these shadowy figures appeared, they launched an immediate assault on Yihan and the others. They were highly trained ability users, their strength far surpassing that of Zhao Gang and his companions. Damn it! Who are they? Zhao Gang shouted as he defended against the attacks from the black-clad assailants. They are from Night Owl. Yiling's voice resonated from the midst of the mutated bats, his tone heavy with foreboding. It seems our actions have been discovered. Night Owl? What organization is that? Yihan's mind raced with questions. An exceedingly mysterious and powerful organization, whose motives remain shrouded in secrecy. Yet all they do propels this world deeper into chaos. Yiling's voice was laced with anger and helplessness. Xiaohan, be cautious. The Night Owl will not spare you. Yiling's words echoed like thunder, the name Night Owl chilling the air with an ominous presence. Before Yihan and the others could react, the black-clad figures surged forth like phantoms. Run. I will hold them off, Yiling roared, his form darting like lightning amidst the swarm of mutated bats. With each strike, he felled several of the creatures, carving a bloody path for Yihan and the others. Brother, be careful. Yihan's heart raced, helplessly watching as Yiling faced an onslaught from both sides. Do not worry about him. We must leave. Zhao Gang seized Yihan, urging him and Tang Yao to push forward towards the base. Yet the black-clad figures were evidently prepared. Their coordinated attacks were fierce, and each possessed formidable abilities. Though Zhao Gang and Sun Yin fought valiantly, they soon found themselves at a disadvantage, sustaining injuries in the process. A deafening explosion erupted, illuminating the sky with a massive fireball rising from the direction of the base. This is bad. Something has happened at the base. Yihan's heart sank, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Ha ha ha, your doom has arrived. A chilling voice emerged from among the black-clad figures. A tall man, draped in a black trench coat and wearing a menacing metallic mask that revealed only his bloodthirsty eyes, stepped forward. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Yihan forced himself to confront the man, suppressing his terror. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. The man sneered. Just know that today marks the end for you. You think you can kill us? It won't be that easy. Yihan let out a furious roar, unleashing the icy powers within him, transforming them into a flurry of ice blades that swept towards the man. The man snorted coldly, and a dark energy shield rose around him, blocking all of the ice blades effortlessly. How dare you be so arrogant in my presence with such meager power? A flicker of disdain flashed in the man's eyes as he vanished and reappeared before Yihan. Delivering a powerful punch, Yihan had no time to evade and could only watch helplessly as the man's fist loomed larger and larger before him. Chapter 38. The Master of Abilities strikes with a dull thud. Yihan's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground as blood gushed from his mouth. Xiaohan! Tang Yao exclaimed, rushing to Yihan's side without a second thought. Helping him to his feet. Coughing, Yihan struggled to rise but found himself utterly powerless, with waves of excruciating pain radiating from his chest, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Ha ha ha, utterly vulnerable. The man laughed maniacally as he approached Yihan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Yihan, intercepting the man's attack with resolute determination. Gu! Yihan gazed at the familiar silhouette before him, his heart swelling with emotion. Xiao Han, are you all right? Yi Ling asked with concern. I'm fine, Gu, but you must be careful, Yi Han urged anxiously, aware that although his brother was formidable, he would likely struggle against this enigmatic man. Yi Ling said nothing, gripping his long knife tightly, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the man. Yi Ling's unexpected appearance ignited a glimmer of hope within Yi Han. Yet he understood the magnitude of the adversary his brother faced. With a swift motion, Yi Ling's long knife transformed into a silver flash, engaging in combat with the mysterious man. Amidst the clash of blades, their figures moved so swiftly that they were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Only the harsh sounds of metal colliding and the howling wind signified the intensity of the battle. Gu, be careful. Yi Han strained to rise, but Tang Yao held him down firmly. With your current condition, you would only be walking to your doom. Trust your brother. Though Tang Yao's voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable conviction. Yi Han watched his brother fighting alone, anxiety gnawing at him, yet he could only force himself to remain calm. Knowing that all he could do was trust in his brother, with a resounding boom, Yi Ling was pushed back several steps by an overwhelming force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious man stood arrogantly, his eyes beneath the mask glinting with a frigid light. You dare underestimate me, coughing. Yi Ling wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze sharpening. It's not over yet. The outcome remains uncertain. Before he could finish speaking, he charged forward again, his knife glinting with a chilling resolve. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and a dazzling golden light descended, enveloping the entire battlefield in a radiant glow. As the golden light dissipated, an elderly man clad in a white robe, youthful in appearance with white hair, appeared before the crowd. The old man's complexion was rosy, his spirit vigorous, and his eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of existence. The Master of Abilities! Yi Han exclaimed in delight. The newcomer was none other than the Master of Abilities who had previously been imprisoned by a mysterious organization. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, finally resting upon the mysterious man, anger flashing in his eyes. You wretched scoundrels dare to act with such impudence. Before he could finish, the Master of Abilities waved his hand, and an invisible force instantly bound the mysterious man in place, rendering him utterly immobile despite his desperate struggles. Who are you? The mysterious man stammered in terror, having never encountered such immense power, with no room for resistance. Humph! You are not worthy to know, the Master of Abilities coldly retorted. Then turned to Yi Han and the others. You must leave this place at once. I will handle this. But Yi Han attempted to protest, only to be interrupted. No buts. This is an order. Yi Han understood that this was not the time for debate. He cast a deep glance at the Master of Abilities, then, with Tang Yao's support, fled with the other survivors into the distance. Watching Yi Han and the others retreat, a flicker of concern flashed in the Master of Abilities' eyes. He sensed an even greater power approaching. With a thunderous crash, the mysterious man was reduced to a cloud of ash under the Master of Abilities' overwhelming strength. However, Yi Han and the others felt no joy in witnessing this. Instead, a heavy sorrow engulfed them. The base, once their home, now lay in ruins. Under the Master of Abilities' treatment, Yi Han and Tang Yao's physical injuries gradually healed, yet the emotional scars ran deep. They had witnessed the sacrifice of comrades and the destruction of their home, a burden that weighed heavily upon their hearts, suffocating them. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger. Yi Han muttered, guilt and pain surging within him like a relentless tide. It's not your fault. Yi Han, Tang Yao said, gently grasping his hand, her voice soothing. No one could have foreseen such events. Yi Han looked up, meeting Tang Yao's tender gaze, finding a semblance of solace. He recognized that now was not the time for self-pity. They had more pressing matters at hand, protecting the survivors and rebuilding their home. Amidst the ruins, Li Lei and Han Mei led the survivors in search of food and shelter among the debris. Most of them were ordinary people, lacking powerful abilities, feeling helpless and despondent in the face of this sudden calamity. Is there any water left? My daughter hasn't had anything to drink in 2 days. A woman pleaded, clutching her weak child. Li Lei shook his head helplessly. The food and water they had found were dwindling, insufficient for the number of people present. Gazing into the woman's despairing eyes, Li Lei felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. We will find a water source. Please hold on a little longer. Han Mei reassured her, silently praying for a miracle. As night fell, the survivors huddled together around the dying campfire, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. The once vibrant base had become a graveyard of shattered dreams. In the distance, the mournful howls of wolves pierced the air, deepening the already oppressive atmosphere. The survivors understood that the dangers of this new world were far from over. As time passed, their hopes dwindled like the smoldering embers of the campfire, fading into the night. The crackling of the fire resonated sharply in the silence, illuminating the survivors' numbed, hollow expressions. Fear, like an invisible serpent, slithered among the crowd, devouring their last flicker of hope. This cannot continue. We must organize ourselves. Zhao Gang's gruff voice shattered the silence. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze resolute. Though we have lost our base, we still have each other. We must unite to survive in this apocalyptic world. As an experienced ability user from the base, Zhao Gang's words undoubtedly injected a dose of courage into the others. Brother Zhao is right. We cannot sit idly by. Sun Yin also stepped forward, responding fervently. We must establish a new shelter and stockpile supplies to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 39. The New Humanity Project, but where should we go? How do we even start? Someone in the crowd questioned, their voice filled with confusion and despair. Don't lose heart. We will find a way. Yi Han's voice, though quiet, carried a reassuring strength. He stood up. Scanning the crowd, I have decided to rebuild the base, to restore our home. Yi Han's words struck like a lightning bolt in the darkness, illuminating the uncertain path ahead for the survivors. Indeed, as long as we are alive, there is hope. However, the task of rebuilding the base was far from simple. Resources were scarce, manpower was limited, and dangers lurked at every turn, each problem looming like an insurmountable mountain. Yi Han, can we truly accomplish this? Tang Yao gazed at the devastated surroundings, worry etched on her face. Do not worry, Yao Yao. We will succeed. Yi Han reassured her, gripping her hand tightly, his eyes resolute. We have already lost too much. We cannot afford to lose hope. In the following days, Yi Han and Tang Yao led the survivors in their arduous rebuilding efforts. They cleared the rubble, searched for supplies, and fortified their defenses, each person giving their utmost, hopeful for the day they could restore their home. Yet, just as they believed everything was slowly falling into place, fate dealt them a cruel blow. Yi Han. Look, during an expedition to gather supplies, Tang Yao pointed toward a concealed cave in the distance, her tone laced with surprise and curiosity. The cave's entrance was hidden, obscured by vines and debris, making it nearly impossible to discover without careful inspection. Let us go check it out. An inexplicable intuition surged within Yi Han, leading him to sense that this cave was anything but ordinary. Perhaps it concealed some profound secret. Behind the vine-covered entrance lay a deep, bottomless passage. Yi Han exchanged a solemn glance with Tang Yao, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, threats lurked everywhere, and caution had become the foremost rule of survival. Yi Han conjured a ball of icy flames, illuminating the path ahead. The stone walls on either side of the passage bore faint traces of human excavation. As they ventured deeper, a pungent odor of disinfectant permeated the air, indicating that this was clearly not a naturally formed cave. Be careful, Yao Yao, Yi Han whispered, materializing an ice sword in his hand and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Tang Yao nodded, summoning a warm flame at her fingertips to dispel the chill within the cave. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the path ahead suddenly opened up. A vast underground space emerged before them, filled with countless instruments gleaming with metallic luster, their various colored indicator lights flickering incessantly, while a nauseating stench of blood hung in the air. What on earth is this place? Tang Yao exclaimed, covering her nose, her brow furrowed. It appears to be a laboratory, Yi Han observed, his gaze falling upon a massive incubation chamber. Inside the chamber, a blurred figure curled up, connected to numerous tubes, emanating a faint blue glow. Could this be yet another site where they create monsters? Tang Yao's voice quivered slightly. The harrowing scenes from the apocalypse flashed vividly in their minds. Those terrifying mutated creatures had wrought immense disaster upon humanity. Yihan remained silent, striding towards a control console displaying intricate symbols and data. With his remarkable memory and analytical skills, he quickly deciphered part of the information. Oh my God! Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes filled with shock and fury. It turns out this is all indeed man-made. What? What do you mean? Tang Yao inquired anxiously. Yihan inhaled deeply, pointing to a line of data on the screen. This laboratory has been researching a virus, one that can alter biological genes. Those mutated creatures are the products of their experiments. How is that possible? Tang Yao gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. If this is true, then this global catastrophe is not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. Why would they do this? Tang Yao's voice trembled. Don't they understand the consequences of their actions? Yihan shook his head, his gaze falling upon a document on the screen, its title boldly proclaiming New Human Project. They seek to create a new breed of humanity, a stronger, more perfect race, while we are merely experimental subjects in their eyes. Yihan's voice was icy and filled with rage. These lunatics! Tang Yao clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, shattering the laboratory's silence. Not good, someone is coming. Yihan's expression changed, and he pulled Tang Yao behind a row of incubation chambers. Quick, destroy all the data. We cannot let them take anything. Amidst a chorus of angry shouts, a group of individuals clad in black protective gear stormed into the laboratory. Yihan clenched his fists, a cold chill spreading from his fingertips as his gaze swept over the deranged scientists, ultimately landing on the enormous incubation chamber. He understood that to truly end this catastrophe, everything here must be destroyed, obliterating the mysterious organization entirely. Yao Yao, we must blow this cursed place to smithereens. Yihan spoke with resolute determination, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. Though Tang Yao was kind-hearted, she recognized the gravity of the situation. She grasped Yihan's hand firmly, replying, "All right, we will do it together." The two were just about to search for the laboratory's self-destruct mechanism when a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared before them. Brother? Yihan stared in disbelief, his eyes widening at the sight of his brother, Yiling, whom he had thought to be sacrificed. Xiao Han, Yao Yao, I'm so glad you're safe. Yiling's face bore the joy of survival, but soon his expression turned grave. There's no time for lengthy explanations. We must leave here immediately. Yiling's sudden appearance and cryptic warning left Yihan and Tang Yao bewildered, yet their past camaraderie compelled them to trust him unconditionally. Seizing the moment of chaos, the three evaded the black-clad individual search and fled through a concealed passage. Brother, what on earth happened? How did you end up here? What about the base? Yihan's barrage of questions was abruptly interrupted by Yiling's wave of his hand. The base has been destroyed. Our people are scattered. This is not the time for such discussions. Yiling's tone was heavy. Xiao Han, I've been infiltrating the organization for quite some time, and I've learned that their plans are far more horrifying than we could imagine. Yihan and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, both sensing the shock and unease mirrored in one another's eyes. They have mastered the means to control those biological weapons. Yiling paused, as if gathering his thoughts. They intend to utilize a special device to spread the virus globally, orchestrating an unprecedented disaster. Yihan and Tang Yao felt an icy dread wash over them. If what Yiling said was true, humanity faced a true apocalypse. Is there truly no way to stop them? Tang Yao's voice quivered. Yiling took a deep breath, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Perhaps there is a way. What kind of way? Yihan pressed urgently, unable to conceal his anxiety. He understood that the method Yiling spoke of could very well be humanity's last hope. Yiling inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the anxious faces of the two. I haven't come away empty-handed from my time within the organization. I developed a contact who provided me with crucial information. While biological weapons are fearsome, they are not infallible. Yihan and Tang Yao held their breath. Afraid to miss a single word from Yiling, the informant revealed that there is a fatal flaw within the gene sequence of the biological weapons. If we can find a special mineral and extract its elements, we can create a disruption device that destabilizes the genetic stability of the biological weapons, causing them to turn on each other. A spark of hope ignited within the two, and Tang Yao urged, "Then let's hurry and find this mineral. Do you know where it is?" Yiling shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. "This mineral is extremely rare. The informant only mentioned that it might exist in an abandoned mine on the outskirts of City A." City A? Isn't that the city where they previously established the safe base? The memories of the base's destruction flooded back. Now, they were to return to that very place, and a myriad of emotions swirled within Yi Han and Tang Yao. "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly," Yi Han declared resolutely. "Yao Yao, take Zhao Gang and Sun Yin with you to search for the mineral." Tang Yao nodded without hesitation. Though she appeared delicate, her inner strength was unwavering, especially as she bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding all lives. "Brother, what about you?" Yi Han turned to Yiling. "I will stay behind to assist you. We need to devise a way to contact the other allies and locate the mastermind." A fierce glint flickered in Yiling's eyes. For years, he had sought the opportunity to avenge his fallen brothers. "All right." Yi Han nodded emphatically. Yiling then turned to Tang Yao, earnestly advising, "Xiao Yao, be careful. Xiao Han and I will wait for your return here. Rest assured, I will find the mineral." Tang Yao replied with unwavering determination before turning to rally the team, preparing to set out. After watching Tang Yao and the others depart, Yiling pulled out a map from his pocket, densely marked with various symbols. "What is this?" Yi Han asked, perplexed. "This is the intelligence I've gathered over the years," Yiling said, pointing to a red on the map. "This is a secret stronghold of the organization. I suspect the mastermind is hiding there." Yi Han scrutinized the map, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He knew a fierce battle was inevitable. Meanwhile, Li Lei and Han Mimi were calming the shaken survivors. Having endured multiple devastations, the community had lost their homes, and fear and uncertainty spread among the crowd. Li Lei and Han Mimi understood that they needed to quickly rekindle hope to unite everyone and navigate through this crisis. "Everyone, do not panic. We will rebuild our home." Li Lei's voice echoed through the crowd like a shot of adrenaline, offering some comfort. Han Mimi stood beside him, gently soothing frightened women and children, tending to their wounds, and distributing food and water. The atmosphere is tense. Li Lei knew that they must maintain composure at this moment. He gathered a few organized survivors and began allocating tasks, felling trees, constructing temporary shelters, and collecting supplies, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. "Xiao Li, do we really still have hope?" An elderly man approached Li Lei, his frail body trembling with worry. Li Lei steadied the old man, affirming, "Of course there is hope. Yi Han and Tang Yao will undoubtedly discover a way to resolve the issue at hand. Our present task is to unite in solidarity, prepare for battle, and await their return." A flicker of hope reignited in the elder's eyes as he nodded and turned to assist others in erecting tents. Meanwhile, Tang Yao and her companions had already procured the necessary materials and were driving along the desolate highway on their way back. Outside the car window, the setting sun painted half the sky crimson. Yet it could not mask the palpable tension in the air. Suddenly, Zhao Gang, seated at the driver's wheel, slowed the vehicle, his brow furrowed in concern. Tang Yao and Sun Yin sensed the anomaly, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the road ahead with wary eyes. Shadows flickered amidst the trees flanking the road, reminiscent of concealed leopards lying in wait for their prey. "There's a murderous intent?" Tang Yao whispered, her grip tightening around the dagger in her hand. Her fingertips paling slightly. "It appears we have been discovered," Sun Yin observed calmly, noting the dense woodland had become a natural cover. The enemy was evidently well prepared, silently encircling them. "Yao Yao, you and Sun Yin should go ahead. I'll divert their attention," Zhao Gang whispered, aware that facing multiple adversaries was a grim prospect, necessitating someone to remain behind as a rear guard. "No. We leave together," Tang Yao firmly rejected, determined not to abandon her companions for a solitary escape. "Listen, you carry vital materials that must reach Yi Han swiftly," Zhao Gang insisted sternly. "Trust me, I will be fine." Sun Yin tugged at Tang Yao's sleeve, gently shaking her head, signaling her not to act impulsively. Tang Yao bit her lip, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. "Be careful." Just as the words left her lips, Zhao Gang flung open the car door and dashed out. He deliberately created a cacophony, drawing the enemy's attention to buy time for Tang Yao and Sun Yin to flee. "Pursue!" Sounds of rustling emerged from the forest as a dozen figures clad in black, armed and ready, charged towards Zhao Gang. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yao and Sun Yin sprinted in the opposite direction, desperate to shake off their pursuers and deliver the crucial materials to their destination. Meanwhile, Yi Han and Yi Ling stood before a vast map, densely peppered with red dots indicating the locations of the mysterious organization's strongholds worldwide. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, the headquarters of the mysterious organization should be here. Yi Ling pointed to a specific red on the map. However, their defensive systems are exceedingly tight, making it difficult to penetrate. We must uncover their weaknesses, Yi Han mused, his brow knitted in concentration, aware that time was of the essence to thwart the organization's sinister plot. I have an idea. Yi Ling hesitated momentarily. We could utilize the biological weapons they developed against them. Yi Han appeared to grasp Yi Ling's suggestion but hesitated, his expression betraying trepidation. Such a plan was exceedingly perilous. I know your concerns, Yi Ling interjected, but we have no other options. If we fail to stop them, the entire world will plunge into calamity. Yi Han fell silent, recognizing the validity of Yi Ling's argument. Yet the risk of the plan loomed large, fraught with potential for irrevocable consequences. The weight of Yi Ling's words echoed in his mind. He understood this was teach in the command room of the base. Situated 1,000 miles away, Li Lei focused intently on the red dots displayed on the screen, his words flowing rapidly, each syllable bearing the weight of his comrade's safety on the front lines. Mimi, disrupt their signals to buy Yi Han some time, Li Lei reported while addressing Han Mimi beside him. Received. Han Mimi's delicate fingers danced across the keyboard, lines of code cascading down like a waterfall. The base's electronic signal jammer immediately sprang into action, attempting to sow chaos within the communications network of the mysterious organization. Chapter 42. The Great Battle, Part 2. The scene returned to the battlefield shrouded in smoke, where Yi Han skillfully evaded enemy attacks. Aided by the information provided by Li Lei, the ice-cold long knife in his hand wielded the Grim Reaper's scythe, claiming a life with each swing. Zhao Gang, cover me, Yi Han growled, his figure darting forth like a leopard, targeting the rooftop of a towering building. That location was the core of the entire defense system and, by his instinct, the likely hideout of the mysterious organization's leader. Understood, Zhao Gang roared, unleashing a torrent of fire from his flamethrower to repel the advancing foes. Clearing a path for Yi Han's advance. Sun Yin, the base is in your hands, Zhao Gang shouted as he charged toward Yi Han, fully aware that the final confrontation was imminent. Rest assured, I've got this, Sun Yin affirmed, her gaze resolute, lightning crackling in her hands, ready to face any potential threats. Yi Han fought his way through obstacles and finally reached the rooftop, confronted by a massive steel door blocking the path to his ultimate objective. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his abilities and struck the door with a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, the steel door was smashed open, revealing the interior. The room was empty, save for a colossal machine pulsing with an eerie glow. Is this the ultimate goal of the mysterious organization? Yi Han scanned the surroundings warily, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from behind him. You have finally arrived. Yi Han spun around to see a figure cloaked in a black robe and masked, holding a dagger that emanated a sinister aura. Who are you? Yi Han inquired coldly, realizing that the true enemy had finally emerged. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you will soon find yourself among the dead, the figure replied with a chilling tone, the dagger radiating a menacing energy. Yi Han tightened his grip on the long knife, aware that a life-and-death duel was about to commence. The figure moved like a wraith, the dagger striking with the precision of a viper aiming for Yi Han's vitals. Yi Han, refusing to underestimate the threat, unleashed his full powers, moving like the wind as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the cloaked adversary. Blades clashed and flashed, the cold glimmer of steel illuminating the confined space as they fought intensely. Amidst the chaos, Yi Han keenly observed that while the black-robed figure's strikes were ferocious, they seemed to deliberately avoid the massive machine at the center of the room. This revelation sparked a thought in Yi Han's mind. Could this machine be the ultimate objective of the mysterious organization? And perhaps the cloaked figure was its leader. With this in mind, Yi Han resolved to take a risk. He deliberately feigned a weakness to lure the black-robed figure closer to the machine. The figure, indeed, took the bait, swiftly darting in to stab Yi Han in the chest. In that critical moment, Yi Han abruptly sidestepped, evading the lethal blow, and swung his knife toward the machine behind the figure. "No!" The cloaked figure gasped in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. Yi Han's long knife struck the machine with a chilling force. Boom! The machine trembled violently, the room's lights flickering erratically, accompanied by a deafening alarm. The black-robed figure's expression shifted dramatically, terror etched on his face as he screamed, "What have you done?" Yi Han ignored the figure's frantic cries, his gaze fixed intently on the machine before him. Knowing he had gambled wisely, this machine was the key to controlling the biological weapons. The tremors intensified, and the room grew darker. The cloaked figure, seemingly losing his sanity, attacked Yi Han with reckless abandon. Desperate to prevent the impending disaster, Yi Han defended against the figure's onslaught. He recalled the intel provided by Li Lei. To obliterate the biological weapons entirely, he needed to locate the machine's control center and input specific commands. Time slipped away, and the lights extinguished, leaving only the machine's eerie glow in the darkness. Yi Han groped until he finally located the control panel. Now or never. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his abilities, and entered the commands that Li Lei had shared. Ding! A crisp alert sounded, and the machine abruptly ceased its trembling, restoring tranquility to the room. The black-robed figure stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "What have you done?" His voice trembled with disbelief. Yi Han offered no reply, rising slowly, his long knife still aimed at the figure. The cloaked figure, defeated, relinquished his dagger, allowing it to clatter to the ground. He understood that everything had come to an end. His meticulously crafted plans had ultimately crumbled. Meanwhile, outside the room, a cacophony of gasps erupted as the other members of the mysterious organization, stripped of their will to resist following the failure of the biological weapons, surrendered en masse. Yi Han and Tang Yao emerged side by side, greeted by an uproar of cheers from the survivors. Li Lei and Han Mimi rushed forward, elated, exclaiming, "You did it! You truly did it!" Li Lei's voice choked with emotion, his eyes brimming with joy and admiration. "This victory belongs to us all," Yi Han humbly replied, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces of comrades who had fought alongside him, gradually thawing the icy solitude in his heart, rekindling a long-lost warmth. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin approached, their faces radiant with genuine smiles. "Yi Han, Tang Yao, you are our heroes," Zhao Gang sincerely declared. "Without you, we could never have triumphed over these monsters, nor survived to witness this day." Yi Han gently shook his head. "We merely did what was right." He gazed into the distance, his expression profound. Though this calamity had concluded, he knew there remained much work ahead. The survivors reveled in their hard-won victory, lighting bonfires and singing, casting aside the fears and anxieties of the recent past. Yet amidst the jubilant crowd, Yi Han found it difficult to fully relax. A shadow lingered in his heart, for he knew his father was still missing. "Han, what are you thinking about?" Tang Yao inquired softly, keenly sensing Yi Han's emotional turmoil, a flicker of concern surfacing within her. Yi Han turned to her, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. "It's nothing, just pondering our future." Tang Yao took his hand, offering him a steadfast gaze. "And no matter what happens, we will face it together." As night descended, the celebratory throng gradually dispersed. Yi Han and Tang Yao stood side by side on a hillside, overlooking the illuminated base. They would shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding their homeland, guiding the survivors toward a brighter future. Chapter 43. The Reconstruction of Hope. As winter passed and spring approached, Yi Han's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where the clouds, tinted crimson by the setting sun, seemed to herald the promise of hope. Tang Yao watched him with concern, knowing that the disappearance of his father was a persistent thorn in Yi Han's heart. "Han, I believe that my father is destined to return safely," she reassured him softly. "What we must focus on now is leading everyone in rebuilding our home, which is what your father would have wished to see." Yi Han nodded faintly. Tang Yao's words were like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the lingering shadows in his heart. Indeed, rather than wallowing in sorrow and worry, we should uplift ourselves and fulfill our shared mission. The survivors gathered spontaneously, their faces radiant with the joy of having survived. Filled with hope for the future, Wei Han and Tang Yao's courage and strength earned them the respect and trust of all, and they were unanimously elected as the leaders of the survivor base. Everyone, we have just endured a catastrophe, yet we have survived. We have triumphed over fear and death. Yi Han's voice resonated powerfully, echoing in every ear. Now, our task is to rebuild our home and restore our lives to normalcy. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, igniting a flame of hope within their hearts at Yi Han's words. Yi Han and Tang Yao set about formulating a series of policies aimed at restoring social order and rebuilding their homes. Tang Yao, with her meticulous nature, took it upon herself to soothe the emotions of the survivors, assisting them in overcoming their everyday challenges. In contrast, Yi Han acted with resolute determination. He summoned Li Lei, Han Mei Mei, and others to commence organizing production and reconstruction efforts. Li Lei and Han Mei Mei, once merely an ordinary couple of university students, exhibited remarkable adaptability and organizational prowess amidst the calamity. Li Lei was responsible for inventorying the supplies within the base and devising a fair distribution plan to ensure that everyone received essential living provisions. Han Mei Mei, on the other hand, organized the women to cultivate the barren land and plant crops, preparing food reserves for the future of the base. Be careful. The mutated dogs nearby are quite cunning, Zhao Gang warned, keeping a vigilant watch over his surroundings as he reminded his team members softly. Fear not, Zhao Gu, with me around, they won't dare approach the base. Han Mei Mei replied confidently, her fingers elegantly weaving through the air, causing the vines on the ground to undulate like serpents, forming an impenetrable defense net. Through their concerted efforts, the threats surrounding the base were systematically eradicated, allowing the survivors to finally step out of their cramped shelters, inhale fresh air, and bask in the long-lost warmth of sunlight. Meanwhile, the long-imprisoned master of abilities, upon regaining his freedom, resolved to assist the survivors in their quest to rebuild their homes. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, he guided the survivors on how to better control and utilize their powers to enhance productivity. Your ability is to control fire? Excellent. Fire can be used not only for combat. The master patiently imparted wisdom to a young ability user, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Under the collective efforts of everyone, the base transformed day by day. Dilapidated houses were repaired, and the once barren fields flourished with verdant crops. Children played joyfully in the open spaces, their laughter resonating once more throughout the base. As night fell, Yi Han and Tang Yao stood side by side on a high vantage point, gazing down at the illuminated base, their hearts filled with emotions. Han, look, everyone is striving to live. We have succeeded. Tang Yao's voice trembled slightly, a mixture of joy and tears welling up within her. Yi Han gently grasped Tang Yao's hand, her palm still soft and warm, yet imbued with newfound strength. Indeed, we have succeeded, he murmured, though a lingering worry clouded his gaze. He understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The true test still lay ahead. In the distance, a blood moon silently ascended into the night sky, casting an eerie shadow over the hard-won peace. The children's laughter floated through the air, breaking the night's tranquility and warming their hearts. Tang Yao remarked softly, Han, look, life is once again filled with hope. Yi Han nodded, his eyes sweeping over the faces that had rediscovered their smiles, a profound sense of satisfaction blooming within him. He recognized that this hard-earned peace was not solely the result of their endeavors, but rather a collective achievement born of everyone's efforts. The reconstruction tasks were arduous and meticulous, yet Yi Han and Tang Yao approached them with unwavering enthusiasm. They walked side by side along the ridges of the fields, witnessing the tender green shoots swaying in the gentle breeze. As if glimpsing the hope of the future, they discussed the construction plans for the base, explained simple concepts of abilities to the children, and provided warmth and care to the injured elderly. Amidst their daily interactions, their relationship subtly evolved. Yi Han, no longer the reticent figure he once was, began to share his thoughts with Tang Yao and offered her warm embraces during her moments of fatigue. Tang Yao, in turn, grew to rely on and trust Yi Han more deeply, standing resolutely by his side whenever he faced challenges. offering encouragement and support. Han, do you think this flower crown I made is beautiful? Tang Yao asked, placing a crown woven from wildflowers atop Yi Han's head, her smile radiant. A hint of tenderness appeared on Yi Han's previously stern face as he gently adjusted the crown and replied, "It is beautiful, just like you." Such simple words were imbued with profound affection. Tang Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, a warm wave of sweetness washing over her. Life within the base gradually returned to normalcy. People began attempting to forget the pains of the past and face the future with optimism. Children resumed their studies, the sounds of reading echoing once more. The elderly gathered under the sun, chatting about mundane matters, their faces adorned with long-forgotten smiles. Yet, the flicker of unease within Yi Han persisted. He knew that this was merely the calm before the storm. The true crisis had yet to be resolved. One day, while Yi Han and Tang Yao conducted their routine patrol around the base, they stumbled upon a concealed cave. The entrance was obscured by dense vines, making it nearly imperceptible unless closely examined. Something feels amiss here. Yi Han furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. "What is it?" Tang Yao inquired. "I feel as though I have been here before," Yi Han mused, straining to recall the memory. As they parted the vines and ventured into the cave, a chill and dampness enveloped them, the darkness rendering visibility impossible. Yi Han summoned his abilities, igniting a flame in his palm to illuminate their path. Cautiously, they proceeded, unaware of what awaited them. As they advanced, the flickering light danced upon the cave walls, revealing mottled markings and strange symbols. The further they journeyed, the more expansive the cave became, ultimately leading them to a vast underground chamber. "What is this place?" Tang Yao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at the sight before her. They stood before a forgotten laboratory, where various instruments lay haphazardly strewn about, rusted and worn by the passage of time. A sharp chemical odor filled the air, evoking a sense of unease. "Be cautious. There may still be hazardous materials present," Yi Han cautioned, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes, searching for any valuable clues. Tang Yao nodded, carefully navigating around the debris on the ground as she followed closely behind Yi Han. They halted before a massive metallic experiment table, atop which lay scattered documents and photographs, yellowed and tattered. Yi Han picked up one photograph, revealing an elderly man clad in a white lab coat, gaunt yet possessing a piercing gaze. Behind him stood a blackboard filled with dense formulas and symbols, indicative of some scientific endeavor. "This person seems familiar." Yi Han furrowed his brow, trying to dredge up related memories. "Han, look at this," Tang Yao suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a metallic box on the experiment table. Yi Han approached, discovering that the box was unlocked. He cautiously opened it, a rush of cold air greeting him. Inside lay a transparent container filled with a swirling mass of black liquid, bubbling as if it possessed a life of its own. "What is this?" Tang Yao inquired curiously, reaching out to touch the container. "Don't touch." Yi Han suddenly grasped her hand, halting her movements. A profound sense of unease surged within him as he perceived the ominous aura emanating from the dark liquid. At that moment, a deep voice echoed in Yi Han's ear, as if it originated from a distant void. "Find it, stop it. The heart of darkness is about to awaken." Yi Han whirled around, but found no trace of anyone. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only to find the silence enveloping them, with the sound of their breaths reverberating in the vast laboratory. "Han, what's wrong?" Tang Yao inquired, noticing Yi Han's unusual demeanor with a hint of concern. Yi Han shook his head and lowered his voice. "I heard someone speaking, but it seems like it's just the two of us here." Tang Yao felt a chill run down her spine. She clutched Yi Han's hand tightly and anxiously asked, "Could it be a ghost?" Yi Han remained silent, his intuition suggesting that the situation was far from straightforward. The mysterious voice and the warning of the heart of darkness awakening hinted at a looming greater crisis. Yi Han fixed his gaze into Tang Yao's eyes, searching for even a flicker of fear upon her face. But he was met with disappointment. Her clear eyes reflected only worry and confusion. Yao, do you trust me?" Yi Han's voice was low, tinged with a tremor he was unaware of. Without hesitation, Tang Yao nodded, tightening her grip on his hand. "I believe in you. I always have." Reassured by Tang Yao's affirmation, Yi Han felt a slight easing of his anxiety, yet he knew he could no longer conceal the truth from her. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the voice he had heard and the intense unease that plagued him. Upon hearing his account, Tang Yao's expression grew grave. Though her nature was typically cheerful, she was not without insight. Having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, she understood that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Han, what should we do now? Tang Yao's voice trembled slightly, yet she attempted to maintain her composure. Yi Han pondered for a moment, then pointed to the container filled with the dark liquid. Let us first see what else is in this box. He carefully extracted the container and placed it on the lab bench. At the bottom of the box lay a yellowed document. Yi Han opened the document, and a series of shocking words met his gaze. It was a confidential report regarding the origins of the apocalypse. The report reiterated that the global disaster was not a natural calamity, but rather a man-made catastrophe. A clandestine organization known as the Heart of Darkness sought to utilize a biochemical weapon called the X-Virus to fulfill their ambition of world domination. The container holding the dark liquid was, in fact, a preserved sample of the X-Virus. Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock and fear in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated that such a monumental conspiracy lay hidden behind this disaster. Heart of Darkness, Yi Han murmured, his fists clenched tightly. He resolved to eradicate this malevolent organization. However, Yi Han's intentions were met with opposition from other survivors. Yi Han, the priority now is to rebuild our home, not to investigate the origins of the apocalypse, Li Lei exclaimed fervently. We should focus our energy on restoring production and finding food, not on taking risks. Han Mei concurred. Yes, Yao Yao, convince Yi Han. His mind is consumed with revenge, and he disregards the safety of everyone. Even Zhao Gang and Sun Yin, who had always supported Yi Han, remained silent this time. They understood his feelings, yet they also recognized that the survivors could not endure any more turmoil. Faced with the doubts and opposition of the group, Yi Han felt a surge of anger and helplessness. He knew he must find the Heart of Darkness and prevent them from causing further harm to the world. Yet, he also realized that now was not the time to confront his companions openly. I will find a balance. Yi Han inhaled deeply, his tone resolute. I will not gamble with everyone's safety, but I will not abandon the pursuit of the truth. As night fell, the work of rebuilding continued, yet an intangible gloom loomed over everyone's hearts. Yi Han stood alone atop a height, gazing into the inky night sky, his expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, Tang Yao was busy organizing supplies, preparing to venture out the following day in search of more food and medicine. She glanced at a map in her hands, her brow furrowed slightly. I hope this time goes more smoothly, she murmured to herself. Yet, fate seemed to revel in playing tricks. Morning sunlight bathed the ruins, casting a touch of warmth over the scarred landscape. Tang Yao and several companions readied their gear to scour the city outskirts for supplies. Everyone, be cautious. If anything seems off, retreat immediately, Tang Yao reminded them before they set off. Having been tempered by the apocalypse, she had shed her former naivete and grown more mature and composed. The group carefully navigated through the remnants of buildings, seeking any resources that could be salvaged. Suddenly, the foremost companion gasped, pointing towards a nearby building. Look, there seems to be something going on over there. Tang Yao squinted, noticing several shadowy figures moving stealthily in the building's shadows. Be careful, there may be an ambush. Alarm bells rang in Tang Yao's mind as she signaled the group to retreat. However, it was too late. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence, and one companion fell to the ground. In quick succession, several figures surged from the building, surrounding Tang Yao and her group. Who are you? Tang Yao demanded, feigning calmness as she spoke authoritatively. Humph, we are here to take your lives. The leader, a burly individual with powers, sneered, conjuring a blazing fireball in his hand and hurling it towards Tang Yao and her companions. They scrambled to evade, but the assailants were evidently prepared, their attacks raining down like a tempest, forcing them into a desperate situation. Just as despair enveloped Tang Yao's group, two figures darted in like lightning from afar, accompanied by a deafening roar, sending several attackers flying. Yao Yao, are you all right? Zhao Gang and Sun Yin landed beside Tang Yao. Concern etched on their faces. That I'm fine, Thanks to your timely arrival, Tang Yao exhaled in relief, her heart still racing. With Zhao Gang and Sun Yin joining the fray, the tide of battle turned swiftly. Both were seasoned fighters, and together, they quickly subdued the attackers. Speak. Who sent you? Zhao Gang demanded, gripping one assailant by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. Humph. Wanna know? Ask in your next life, the assailant sneered, biting down on a concealed poison capsule, dying on the spot. Damn it. Zhao Gang fumed, discarding the corpse onto the ground. His brow furrowed deeply. It seems someone doesn't want us to rebuild our home peacefully. Sun Yin remarked solemnly. Upon returning to the base, Tang Yao recounted their ambush to Yi Han. After listening, Yi Han's expression darkened ominously. It appears we have underestimated the power of the Heart of Darkness. A chilling glint flickered in Yi Han's eyes. Their willingness to act indicated they were thoroughly prepared. Yi Han began investigating the attack, visiting several survivor gathering spots and discreetly interrogating captives, eventually uncovering some clues. The Heart of Darkness seemed intricately linked to the mysterious organization previously active near the base. They were secretly stockpiling resources and recruiting personnel, apparently plotting a grander scheme. Just as Yi Han found himself at a loss, Han Mei suddenly approached, her expression frantic. Yi Han, I've discovered something important. Come with me. She led him to the base warehouse, pointing at a pile of supplies concealed beneath waterproof tarps. I found these while organizing the warehouse this morning. They were very well hidden, and Han Mei paused, lowering her voice. I suspect these supplies are related to the Heart of Darkness. Yi Han's heart raced as he lifted the tarp, revealing a neatly arranged assortment of supplies. The goods were diverse, including food and water, a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, and even some medical equipment and medicines, clearly beyond what an ordinary survivor could gather. How did you discover these? Yi Han inquired while inspecting the supplies carefully. When I was organizing the warehouse this morning, I noticed that the ground in this corner seemed disturbed. Han Mei pointed at the cement floor beneath the tarp. I thought it was odd, so I lifted the tarp to take a look and found these. Yi Han crouched down, scrutinizing the cement floor. Indeed, the color of this area was deeper than the surrounding concrete, and there were subtle differences in the seams, indicating it had been repaired recently. It seems the Heart of Darkness has long been lurking among us. A cold glint flashed in Yi Han's eyes. Their collection of these supplies surely indicated they were conspiring something. At that moment, Li Lei rushed in, breathless and anxious. Yi Han, I've discovered a crucial lead. Li Lei gasped as he spoke. Today, while leading a patrol in the western part of the city, I stumbled upon an abandoned camp. Within the camp, I discovered some horrifying experimental records concerning the Heart of Darkness. Yi Han and Han Mei exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in the other's eyes. Come, let us see for ourselves. Li Lei led Yi Han and Han Mei to a desolate industrial area in the western city. This remote factory zone, seldom frequented, had become a secret stronghold for the Heart of Darkness. The camp was in disarray, tents overturned and supplies strewn about, clearly hastily abandoned. Li Lei pointed to an opened metal box on the ground and said, The experimental records are in this box. Yi Han stepped forward and opened the metal container. It was filled with various documents and materials, and Yi Han casually picked up one to examine. Chapter 46. Tang Yao captured the titles of the reports: Human Experimentation Reports, Superpower Enhancement Plans, Genetic Modification Schemes. Struck Yi Han with horror. As he perused these records, his expression grew increasingly grave. They detailed the inhumane experiments conducted by the Heart of Darkness, aimed at researching methods to control and enhance supernatural abilities using living subjects. These brutes, Han Mei couldn't help but curse. Yi Han, suppressing his anger, continued to leaf through the records. Suddenly, one document caught his eye. Its title read, Feasibility Study of Project X. The report mentioned a special virus known as the X virus, which could infect and alter the genes of living beings, endowing the infected with immense power. It further stated that the development of the X virus was nearing completion and about to enter clinical trials. X virus, Yi Han murmured, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Could this be the ultimate goal of the Heart of Darkness? A sense of foreboding welled within him. He realized that their conspiracy was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Yi Han closed the metal box, his expression grave. He understood that if these records were made public, they would surely incite widespread panic. Yet only by revealing the true nature of the Heart of Darkness could they unite all forces against them. Upon returning to the base, Yi Han and Tang Yao decided to disclose the secrets of the Heart of Darkness. They gathered all the survivors at the base and presented the shocking experimental records to everyone. What? They actually experimented on living people? My God, X-Virus? What on earth is that? The Heart of Darkness was utterly inhumane. The survivors were filled with righteous indignation, never having imagined that amidst the apocalypse, they would have to face threats not only from mutated creatures but also from their own kind. Silence. Yi Han unleashed his formidable ice powers, instantly calming the crowd's emotions. The conspiracy of the Heart of Darkness shall not succeed. We will stand united to protect ourselves and our home. Tang Yao also stepped forward, her gentle voice imbued with conviction. I believe that righteousness will ultimately triumph over evil. The words of Yi Han and Tang Yao ignited a spark of hope within the survivors, who expressed their willingness to fight against the Heart of Darkness to the very end. However, their actions caught the attention of the Heart of Darkness. The lurking enemy observed every move of the base. Humph! Seeking to resist? You overestimate yourselves, a chilling voice echoed in the darkness. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. That night, an unknown force launched a fierce assault on the base. The piercing alarm shattered the night sky as the base's defense systems operated at full capacity, yet they could not withstand the enemy's frenzied onslaught. Boom! Shells exploded around the base, flames soaring into the sky as buildings collapsed amidst the cacophony of screams. What is happening? Where are they coming from? Li Lei asked anxiously. Yi Han's expression darkened as he extended his mental powers to scan the surroundings, only to find that the enemy's numbers far exceeded their expectations, and each was powerful and well-trained. This is bad. We've fallen into an ambush. This is the elite force of the Heart of Darkness. Yi Han's heart sank. What? Li Lei exclaimed in shock. How could they have such formidable firepower? It seems we underestimated the strength of the Heart of Darkness. Yi Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Li Lei, you must organize the survivors' retreat immediately. I will hold them off. But before Li Lei could protest, Yi Han interrupted him with a wave of his hand. No buts. This is an order. Yi Han's tone was resolute and brooked no argument. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Li Lei turned and ran towards the crowd. Yi Han's gaze sharpened as he formed seals with his hands, causing the air around him to turn icy and formidable walls of ice to rise, blocking the enemy's advance. Tenfold ice walls with a furious shout, a rush of cold air surged forth, freezing the foremost enemies into statues of ice. Humph! Mere child's play. A chilling voice came from afar, and a figure clad in a black cloak slowly approached. With each step, the temperature around him dropped, and his overwhelming presence warped the very space around him. Who are you? Yi Han asked warily. I am Ning Sha of the Heart of Darkness. The cloaked figure's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. Prepare to die. Before Yi Han could react, Ning Sha transformed into a blur, launching a lightning-fast attack that was nearly impossible to perceive. Yi Han was taken aback, refusing to be careless as he summoned all his powers to conjure a massive ice shield before him. Boom! The shield shattered with a deafening crash, sending Yi Han staggering back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Such formidable strength, Yi Han thought to himself, realizing that this Ning Sha was far beyond his capabilities. At that moment, a cry of alarm rang out from a distance. Yi Han turned sharply, seeing Tang Yao surrounded by several members of the Heart of Darkness, the situation dire. Yao Yao! Yi Han's eyes widened in horror as he rushed forward, only to be blocked by Ning Sha. Your opponent is me, Ning Sha sneered, brandishing his weapon and unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks on Yi Han. Yi Han found himself at a loss, helplessly watching as Tang Yao was taken away by the members of the Heart of Darkness, his heart swelling with rage and impotence. Yao Yao! Yi Han roared, channeling all his strength into a counterattack against Ning Sha, only to have it effortlessly thwarted. Adios futile. You cannot save her. Ning Sha laughed triumphantly. Submit, and I might consider granting you a swift end. Yi Han's eyes burned crimson. He knew he was no match for Ning Sha. But he would not relinquish even a shred of hope. He continued to evade Sha while searching for an opportunity to escape. Just then, the base's gates were suddenly flung open from the outside, and a swarm of black-clad figures surged in, launching a massacre against the survivors within. No. Yihan's heart raced with despair, but he was trapped by Sha and unable to break free. In the chaos, Li Lei and Han Mimi were swept away by the crowd, their whereabouts unknown. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin fought valiantly but were outnumbered and gravely injured. Why, Yihan, hurry, Zhao Gang shouted, using his last ounce of strength to repel a black-clad assailant. Don't worry about us. Go save Tang Yao. Yihan felt a profound sorrow. He knew he could no longer hesitate. He cast one last pained glance at Zhao Gang and Sun Yin before turning to pursue the direction in which Tang Yao had vanished. Chapter 47. The mysterious black-robed man trying to escape? Not so easily. Sha's cold laughter echoed as he pursued relentlessly. Yihan exerted every ounce of strength and finally shook off Sha's pursuit. Bursting out of the base, however, he had already lost track of Tang Yao. Looking back, he saw the base engulfed in roaring flames, the familiar surroundings reduced to ashes. Yao Yao, Li Lei, Han Mimi. Yihan fell to his knees, tears blurring his vision. He was uncertain of where to go next, but he resolved to rescue Tang Yao and avenge his fallen comrades. After fleeing the base, Yihan found a secluded cave to evade the pursuit of the Heart of Darkness. He was frantic, yet utterly at a loss. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Yihan, do not lose hope. It was the master of abilities. He was still alive. Yihan's eyes flew open, the Master's voice serving as a beacon in the darkness, guiding him toward hope. Master, you're alive. Where are you? A torrent of questions flooded Yihan's mind as he eagerly sought answers. Child, calm down. My time is limited. The Master's voice, though faint, carried a resolute strength. The headquarters of the Heart of Darkness is situated underground, where an ancient energy device resides, the source of their power. I have spent years devising a method to destroy it, and I have now found the way. Is that true? That's wonderful. A flicker of hope ignited within Yihan's heart, only to be swiftly extinguished by an encroaching sense of dread. But Master, how are you faring now? How can we destroy that device? My body has been imprisoned by them, yet my consciousness can momentarily reach out to you. To obliterate the energy apparatus, you must locate 5 elemental gems, each representing the quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. I have concealed the method to find these gems in a secure location, accessible only to you. The voice of the master grew increasingly faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of extinguishment, Yihan's heart tightened. Master, hold on. Please tell me, where is that place? Do not act rashly, my child. The headquarters of Dark Heart is heavily fortified. Success alone is improbable. Remember, only by uniting all 5 elemental gems can the energy apparatus be utterly destroyed. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. The Master's voice abruptly ceased, leaving Yihan enveloped in unease and urgency. Yet he understood that this was not the time for sorrow. He must gather himself, seek the elemental gems, rescue Tang Yao, and thwart the nefarious plot of the Dark Heart. Master, I shall fulfill your last wish. Yihan clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. He swiftly gathered his belongings and embarked on the quest for the elemental gems. Guided by the clues left by the master, the journey to the headquarters of the Dark Heart was fraught with unknown perils. Yihan cautiously evaded patrolling guards, skillfully navigating one trap after another. Relying on his formidable abilities and keen perception, he encountered a myriad of powerful adept beings, including those once renowned for their prowess, yet he triumphed over them all. In moments of hardship, Yihan recalled the Master's words and the gentle smile of Tang Yao, which bestowed upon him boundless strength, enabling him to seek hope amidst despair and light within darkness. After an arduous trek, Yihan finally reached the vicinity of the Dark Heart headquarters. The area was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. Among the ruins where fierce winds howled, stirring up clouds of dust as if the lament of the apocalypse echoed in his ears. Gripping his ice blade tightly, Yihan warily surveyed his surroundings. Acutely aware that he was stepping into a den of danger, to evade the patrols of the Dark Heart, Yi-Han had no choice but to take a circuitous route. This desolate expanse was rife with peril. The distant howls of mutated creatures sending chills down his spine. Just moments ago, he had vanquished a massive mutated hunting dog, its sharp claws reduced to icy fragments beneath his blade, though he had expended considerable energy in the process. He needed to reach the headquarters swiftly. Time was of the essence concerning Tang Yao. Yi-Han reminisced about their first encounter, when he was still a reticent and withdrawn boy. Tang Yao's arrival had been like a ray of sunshine, warming his frigid heart. Yi-Han, do not fret. We shall rescue Tang Yao and dismantle the Dark Heart. Li Lei's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with fatigue yet resonating with unwavering resolve. Indeed, Yi-Han, we are all here to support you. Han Mei encouraged, and I am relieved to hear you are safe. Yi-Han inhaled deeply, suppressing his anxiety, and pressed onward toward his goal as he approached the outer perimeter of the Dark Heart headquarters. A powerful surge of energy abruptly emanated from ahead, followed by the emergence of a towering figure within his line of sight. The figure was shrouded in a black cloak, obscuring its features, while a long sword emanating a ghostly glow rested in its grasp, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? The deep voice resonated like a call from the abyss. Sending shivers down Yi-Han's spine, he felt a jolt of realization. He had encountered an extraordinarily formidable opponent. I have come to dismantle the Dark Heart. Yi-Han boldly met the figure's gaze, ice blue light coalescing in his hand to form an even sharper ice sword. You? The cloaked figure scoffed, a flicker of disdain in their eyes. You are overestimating your abilities. Before the words had fully escaped, the dark figure vanished in a flash, akin to a specter, lunging toward Yi-Han with the long sword slicing through the air. Imbued with lethal intent, Yi-Han dared not underestimate this foe, swiftly brandishing his ice sword to parry the assault. The clash of their powers reverberated with a thunderous roar, sending Yi-Han staggering backward. His hands numb from the impact, astonishment flooding his mind. The strength of this cloaked figure far surpassed that of any adversary he had previously encountered, and he sensed an eerie familiarity. Who are you really? Yi-Han inquired again, his gaze fixed on the cloaked figure, striving to pierce through their facade. The figure remained silent, merely chuckling coldly before launching another assault. This time, the attack was even more ferocious. Each strike aimed with deadly precision, forcing Yi-Han into a defensive stance, leaving him no opportunity to counter. Just as Yi-Han felt his strength wane, the cloaked figure abruptly halted, a hint of mockery in their tone. What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Upon hearing these words, Yi-Han froze, an unbelievable thought flashing through his mind. He lifted his head abruptly, fixing an intense gaze upon the figure, his voice trembling. You are. Chapter 48. Reunion with Yi Ling. The cold wind howled, snow swirling about. The headquarters of the Dark Heart loomed amidst the tempest, resembling a slumbering behemoth, exuding a chilling aura. Yi-Han, wielding his ice sword, engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked figure. Who are you? Yi-Han pressed again, his voice laden with confusion and incredulity. The cloaked figure remained silent for a moment before slowly removing their hood, revealing a familiar visage. Brother? Yi-Han gasped, nearly losing grip on his ice sword. Before him stood none other than his brother Yi Ling, who had previously vanished during the battle with the aberrant beasts. Yi-Han was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why his brother persistently appeared out of the blue, only to disappear just as mysteriously. Xiao Han. It has been a long time. Yi Ling smiled faintly, though his eyes flickered with complex emotions. You are alive. What on earth is happening? Yi-Han stammered, excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. He had never expected their reunion to unfold under such circumstances. Yi Ling placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. It's a long story. We must prioritize saving people. Only then did Yi-Han remember the purpose of his journey and quickly inquired, Brother, do you know where Tang Yao is being held? Yi Ling nodded, leading him through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at a secret chamber deep within the building. It is here. Yi Ling indicated, pointing at the chamber's heavy door. Taking a deep breath, Yihan concentrated all his ice-based powers and forcefully shattered the iron door. Inside the chamber, Tang Yao was bound to a chair, her eyes closed, her complexion pale. Her body bore numerous wounds, evidently subjected to unspeakable torment. Yao Yao! Yihan's heart twisted in anguish as he rushed forward to untie her restraints. Slowly, Tang Yao opened her eyes, bewildered by her surroundings. Upon meeting Yihan's gaze, her expression transformed into one of surprise and disbelief. Xiao Han? Is it really you? Her voice was weak, yet brimming with emotion. It's me. I have come to rescue you, Yihan replied, gripping her hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Tears streamed down Tang Yao's face as she struggled to rise, only to collapse weakly into Yihan's embrace. Oh, not fear. We shall leave this place at once. Yihan comforted her softly, stroking her hair gently. Yi-Ling stood aside, observing the poignant reunion, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that they could not afford to lower their guard. The true peril was only just beginning. Xiao Han, we must depart quickly. The members of the Dark Heart will soon discover our absence, Yi-Ling urged. Yihan nodded, lifting Tang Yao into his arms, and under Yi-Ling's guidance, they swiftly exited the chamber. The trio evaded the pursuit of the Dark Heart's members, finally escaping the building that resembled a den of horrors. Yet, Yihan's heart was heavy with unease, for he sensed that this was merely the darkness before dawn. Greater challenges awaited them, and the biting cold wind, mingled with delicate snowflakes that stung like blades against their skin. Yihan disregarded his own injuries, holding Tang Yao tightly to share his warmth with her cold body. Yao Yao, how are you? Can you endure? He gazed down at her pale face, filled with worry and guilt. He vowed never to allow her to suffer even the slightest harm again. Tang Yao forced a faint smile, shaking her head gently. I am fine, just a little exhausted. Knowing you are safe brings me solace. The relief from their narrow escape temporarily dulled the shadows looming over their hearts. Yihan and Tang Yao locked eyes, the love they shared shining brightly and precious in that moment. Ahem, Yi-Ling cleared his throat, interrupting the tender moment. Xiao Han, now is not the time for nostalgia. We must leave immediately. Yihan suddenly recalled their perilous situation and quickly nodded, lifting Tang Yao into his arms as they retreated to the outskirts of the Dark Heart headquarters under Yi-Ling's guidance. However, the forces of the Dark Heart were far more formidable than they had anticipated. Barely moments after they burst out of the building, they were surrounded by a group of individuals clad in black uniforms. Possessing extraordinary abilities, Yihan, you cannot escape, proclaimed a tall, ominous figure at the forefront. He was the leader of the Dark Heart. Yihan shielded Tang Yao behind him, his icy gaze sweeping over the adversaries. And he demanded in a low voice, where is my father? Did you capture him? Humph. I cannot guarantee whether your father is alive or dead. However, I can offer you a swift end. The leader of the Dark Heart sneered, a powerful surge of energy radiating from him, causing the very air around them to feel as if it were solidifying. Be careful. He is a level 5 ability user, Yi-Ling warned, his expression grave. A chill ran through Yihan's heart at the mention of a level 5 ability user. He understood the implications. A level 5 ability user represented the highest known tier of human prowess. Their strength sufficient to rival a small army. Ha ha ha, are you frightened? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I may consider sparing your life. The Dark Heart leader laughed maniacally. Dream on. A glint of determination flashed in Yihan's eyes. He understood that to survive this day, he would have to fight with everything he had. Extreme frost. Yihan bellowed, unleashing a formidable wave of ice energy that plunged the surrounding temperature, rapidly encasing the ground in a thick layer of frost, immobilizing the members of the Dark Heart. Yet, to the leader of the Dark Heart, this frost was as fragile as paper. With a mere flick of his hand, a powerful energy wave shattered the ice. Leaving him unscathed, is this all you can do? How utterly disappointing. The leader of the Dark Heart scoffed, his figure flickering before Yihan, delivering a devastating punch. Yihan felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, rendering him unable to resist. At that critical moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared before him, intercepting the punch of the Dark Heart leader with sheer force. Boom! A loud crash echoed as a powerful energy wave rippled outward from the two, sending nearby snow flying, creating a visible shockwave. Han focused intently, realizing that the figure blocking him was none other than the enigmatic ability master. "Old sir?" Han exclaimed in astonishment and joy, never anticipating the master's appearance at such a crucial moment. Hadn't he been imprisoned? The ability master smiled slightly, saying, "Young man, it seems you found yourself in a predicament." The Dark Heart leader, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, scrutinized the ability master and coldly remarked, "Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in my affairs." The ability master paid no heed to the leader's threats and turned to Han, saying, "Leave this fellow to me. You must escape at once." Han understood that this was not the time for bravado. He nodded, lifting Tang Yao as they attempted to flee under Yi Ling's cover. "Thinking of escaping? Not so easily," the Dark Heart leader shouted, ready to pursue, but was halted by the ability master. "You will contend with me," the ability master declared, retrieving a uniquely shaped metallic disc from his pocket and hurling it towards the Dark Heart leader. The leader of the Dark Heart scoffed disdainfully, intending to swat the disc away. However, as soon as his ability touched the metallic disc, his expression shifted dramatically. "What is this?" He gasped in terror as he realized his powers were rapidly siphoned away by the disc, leaving him feeling drained and powerless. "This is a gift I prepared just for you. Do you like it?" The ability master replied coolly. It turned out that the ability master had foreseen the Dark Heart's intentions towards Han and the others, thus preparing a device that countered the leader's powers. "Damn it!" the Dark Heart leader roared in frustration, but he was too weak to stop Han and the others from escaping. He could only watch helplessly as they vanished into the snowstorm, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. "You will regret this. I will return, and all of you will pay for today's deeds." After evading the clutches of the Dark Heart, Han and his companions hurried back to the base. When they finally appeared at the entrance, exhausted yet triumphant, they were met with a hero's welcome from the survivors. Han, Tang Yao, it's wonderful to see you safe. I knew you would come back unharmed." Cheers erupted from the crowd, the joy of surviving the ordeal dispelling the shadows that had loomed over them. Yet, Han and Tang Yao were not filled with elation. They understood that the Dark Heart leader had not been completely vanquished and that the battle was far from over. "Everyone, please quiet down." Han's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority, gradually silencing the crowd. All eyes turning to him. "I know everyone is elated that we have returned alive." Han paused, scanning the faces filled with anticipation, his tone growing grave, "But we must not let our guard down. The threat of the Dark Heart persists, and we must continue to fight." His words cast a pall over the previously jubilant atmosphere, the smiles fading from faces replaced by concern for the uncertain future. Han, what are your plans moving forward?" Zhao Gang stepped forward, the captain of the base's ability user team, fully aware of the heavy responsibilities resting on his shoulders. "I plan to," Han began, but suddenly his expression changed, his gaze snapping to the distance, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. "What is it, Han?" Tang Yao noticed his unease and asked with concern. "There's trouble," Han replied solemnly, a hint of urgency punctuating his voice, "and it's very serious." Almost simultaneously, a series of urgent alarm bells rang throughout the base, their shrill sounds piercing the night, sending chills down spines. "What is happening? What is it?" "It's the alarm. Could it be the Dark Heart attacking again?" Panic swept through the crowd, unease spreading like wildfire. "Everyone, remain calm and prepare for battle," Zhao Gang shouted, striving to maintain order. "Sun Yin, go assess the situation immediately. Everyone else, follow me." At the outskirts of the base, a throng of red lights materialized against the night sky, accompanied by chilling, spine-tingling roars. Drawing nearer, its mutated creatures. "There are far too many." Sun Yin's terrified voice crackled through the communicator, laced with dread and despair. "Damn it! How did these mutated creatures appear here?" Zhao Gang's face turned ashen. Han clenched his fists, his gaze ablaze with determination. He knew this was not the time for despair. He must lead the others to protect their home. "Prepare for battle," Han commanded, charging forward. His figure transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly launching himself into the midst of the mutated creatures. Frost coalesced in his hands, morphing into sharp ice blades, each swing claiming the lives of numerous mutated beings. Tang Yao followed closely behind. Though she lacked powerful offensive capabilities, she possessed the gift of healing. A warm light radiated from her hands, mending the injuries of the survivors on the battlefield. She became a symbol of hope, a beacon of faith to sustain their fight. A massive mutated creature lunged at Tang Yao, its foul breath nearly overwhelming her. "Watch out!" Zhao Gang shouted, rushing forward with his weapon, only to be swatted aside by the creature's claw. In that critical moment, a wall of ice erupted from the ground, blocking the creature's assault. Wei Han stood protectively before Tang Yao, worry etched across his features. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine." Tang Yao shook her head, her eyes brimming with resolve. "We must win." The fierce battle raged on for several hours, the ground at the base's perimeter stained crimson with blood. Although the numbers of the mutated creatures had diminished, they continued to surge forth like an unrelenting tide. "We can't keep this up. We'll be exhausted," Zhao Gang gasped, his stamina waning. "We must find a way to control these mutated creatures." Tang Yao diligently treated the wounded while keenly observing the movements of the mutated creatures, striving to discern their weaknesses. As night deepened, there remained no signs of the battle's conclusion. Wei Han and his companions, utterly fatigued, understood that they could not falter. Behind them lay the homeland upon which their survival depended. In the distance, Li Lei and Han Mimi were transporting supplies within the base, their hearts heavy with concern as they witnessed the fierce conflict unfolding before them. They recognized their own obligation to contribute to the struggle. Li Lei and Han Mimi anxiously navigated the base's warehouse, their clothes drenched in sweat. The storeroom brimmed with various supplies: food, water, medicine, and weapons. Time was of the essence. They needed to deliver these essentials to the frontline warriors. "Han Mimi, the bandages, hurry!" Li Lei called out, his voice strained with urgency. "Coming," Han Mimi replied, sprinting to his side with a large box of bandages. Together, they hoisted the heavy crate onto the transport vehicle. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Han Mimi's voice trembled slightly with worry. "Do you think they can hold out?" After a moment of silence, Li Lei's gaze hardened as he replied, "They will, with He Han and Tang Yao. Along with Brother Zhao and the others, they are the finest warriors. But there are too many mutated creatures." Han Mimi's voice quivered, fear filling her heart as she recalled the terrifying monsters she had witnessed. "Do not fear. We are not alone in this fight." Li Lei clenched his fists. "We must trust them and focus on our own tasks." They tirelessly transported supplies to the front line and brought the injured back to the base. The sight of bloodied warriors pierced Li Lei and Han Mimi's hearts like a knife. Yet, they had no time for sorrow or fear. They had to muster their strength and contribute to the battle. "Brother Zhao, here are the latest energy supplements. They can rapidly restore abilities." Li Lei handed boxes of medicine to Zhao Gang. Gratefully, Zhao Gang patted his shoulder. "Well done, Li Lei. Your timely arrival is invaluable." "It is our duty," Li Lei affirmed resolutely. Zhao Gang observed the once frail youth before him, now filled with determination and bravery, and felt a surge of admiration. "Everyone, continue the fight," Zhao Gang shouted. "For our homeland, we shall fight to the last, to the last." The soldiers roared in unison, their spirits soaring. They consumed the energy supplements and charged once more at the fearsome creatures. Leading a team of ability users, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin surged to the forefront. Their powers unleashed like a tempest, tearing apart one mutated beast after another. A colossal mutated creature lunged at Zhao Gang, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Zhao Gang stood his ground, unleashing a punch crackling with lightning. With a thunderous boom, the creature was sent flying, crashing to the ground, convulsing before falling silent. "Excellent!" The warriors erupted in jubilant cheers. However, an unexpected twist occurred. The previously frenzied creatures abruptly ceased their attacks, aimlessly gazing around as if they had lost their purpose. A chill ran down Zhao Gang's spine, a foreboding sense of dread creeping in. "What is happening? Why are these monsters?" Before he could finish, a deafening roar echoed from afar. All the mutated creatures turned in unison toward the source of the sound, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. The roar resonated like a horn from the abyss, causing every heart to shudder. Zhao Gang's expression grew grave. He sensed a powerful presence approaching. The mutated creatures instinctively parted as if welcoming their sovereign. What is this? This sense of oppression. Sun Yan's voice quivered. She had never encountered such a terrifying aura. Wei Han and Tang Yao also sensed the anomaly, exchanging glances that revealed their shared concern. It seems the Heart of Darkness has more in store, Yi Han said coldly, his tone laced with murderous intent. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled toward them from the distance, moving with astonishing speed until it hovered above the battlefield. It was a figure clad in a black cloak, wearing a silver mask that concealed its true visage. Yet, the overwhelming pressure emanating from this individual indicated that they were undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the Heart of Darkness. This is bad. It's the evil energy master of the Heart of Darkness. Zhao Gang exclaimed, "How did this person end up here?" Evil energy master? Yi Han and Tang Yao gasped in shock. They had heard tales of a formidable evil energy master within the Heart of Darkness, rumored to have the ability to control various mutated creatures, a secret weapon of the organization. They never anticipated encountering him here, Yi Han. It appears these mutated creatures are being controlled by some signal. Yi Ling suddenly remarked during the battle. We must locate the source of the signal to resolve this issue once and for all. Yi Han nodded in agreement, and the two fought while retreating, attempting to escape the clutches of the mutated beasts. The appearance of the evil energy master rendered the battle even more perplexing. Master, what brings you here? Members of the Heart of Darkness observing from afar bowed in deference upon seeing the evil energy master. Ignoring them, the master coldly regarded Yi Han and his companions, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his right hand, and an invisible wave spread forth, calming the previously agitated mutated creatures as if they were soldiers awaiting orders. Finding the source controlling these monsters will end this farce, Yi Han murmured to Yi Ling, scanning their surroundings. Yi Ling's gaze finally settled on a towering signal tower in the distance. There, the signal tower is the problem. Without hesitation, the two moved in unison, swiftly making their way toward the signal tower. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The evil energy master scoffed, directing the mutated horde to pursue Yi Han and Yi Ling. Under relentless pursuit, Yi Han and Yi Ling struggled to approach the signal tower. Along the way, they encountered an array of traps and ambushes, clearly indicating that the Heart of Darkness had been well prepared. Yi Ling, watch out! Yi Han reacted swiftly, pulling Yi Ling to safety just as an energy beam shot from the shadows. They stood back to back, cautiously surveying their surroundings. It seems the Heart of Darkness anticipated that we would find this place. Yi Ling said, her expression grave. The more they obstruct us, the more it confirms we are on the right track, Yi Han asserted with determination. And no matter what, we must destroy that signal tower. They pressed on, finally reaching the base of the signal tower. However, what awaited them was an even tighter defense and more dangerous foes. At the foot of the tower, Yi Han and Yi Ling stood back to back, surrounded by a throng of mutated creatures and members of the Heart of Darkness. In a frenzy, they unleashed their abilities, breaking through the encirclement. Yi Ling, have you located the control device? Yi Han asked, cleaving the head of a mutated dog with his blade. Over there, Yi Ling pointed toward the top of the signal tower, where a spherical device pulsating with eerie red light stood out prominently. We must destroy it. They exchanged resolute glances, hesitating no longer, and unleashed a powerful wave of energy that repelled the surrounding enemies before darting toward the signal tower's summit. Prevent them, the evil energy master bellowed in fury, commanding his minions to mount a full-scale assault. Yet, at this moment, Yi Han and Yi Ling had resolutely resolved to demolish the signal device. Their onslaught was as fierce as a tempest, mercilessly shredding any adversaries that dared to stand in their way. At last, they broke through the layers of opposition and reached the summit of the signal tower. Without hesitation, Yi Han unleashed an ice blade, shattering the control device into fragments. As the control device was destroyed, the once frenzied horde of mutated creatures seemed to lose their sense of direction, halting their assaults and wandering aimlessly. Some weaker mutated beings even began to turn on one another. Have we won? As the signal device disintegrated into ashes, the crowd atop the fortress walls erupted into jubilant cheers, elated by the thrill of survival. Yet, Yi Han and Yi Ling remained utterly vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a sense of unease that lingered in their hearts. The joy of victory felt utterly hollow to them. Everything had come too easily, as though orchestrated by some unseen hand, leaving them as mere puppets on a stage. The sharp sound of applause shattered the silence of the battlefield, a discordant note that pierced through the euphoria like a blade, abruptly awakening the crowd from their victorious reverie. A figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a golden mask, descended slowly from the sky. Each of his steps seemed to press upon the hearts of onlookers, an overwhelming sense of oppression cascading over them. The space behind him twisted slightly as a dozen formidable ability users emerged in succession, each radiating a disquieting energy that felt like the chilling breath of death from the abyss. The leader of the Dark Heart. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Han and Yi Ling's hearts sank, a wave of icy dread rushing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The leader's voice was deep and gravelly, betraying no hint of emotion. I never anticipated you would indeed destroy my signal device. It seems I have underestimated you. His calm tone resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd, which had previously been jubilant, now silenced by fear and despair. What do you want? Yi Han asked coldly, his voice trembling ever so slightly. The leader of the Dark Heart did not respond. Instead, he slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome yet ruthless visage. His chiseled features framed a pair of deep-set eyes that glimmered with a cold light, as if everything in existence were mere insects in his sight. I am Yi Xiao, he said, fixing his gaze upon Yi Han with a chilling smile. Remember this name, for you shall soon become a soul beneath my blade. As his words fell, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Yi Xiao, akin to a volcanic explosion, engulfing the battlefield in an instant. The ability users behind him released a powerful aura simultaneously. The howling winds and swirling sands transformed the world into a chaotic tempest. Yi Han and Tang Yao were at the forefront, both activating their abilities almost in unison. Yi Han was enveloped in a thick layer of ice armor, while Tang Yao radiated a warm light that shielded their teammates from the terrifying energy onslaught. Overreaching, Yi Xiao scoffed, waving his right hand lightly. The gale abruptly ceased, replaced by countless razor-sharp wind blades. Hurricane blade, like a torrential downpour, they surged towards Yi Han and his companions. Together, Yi Han and Tang Yao struggled to repel the attack, their powers of ice and fire intertwining to form a fragile barrier, barely holding against the relentless onslaught. However, Yi Xiao's strength was overwhelming. His attacks fell like a torrential storm, and gradually, Yi Han and Tang Yao felt their energies waning, their faces growing pale. The wind blades, dense as locusts, screamed through the air, tearing towards them. They exerted every ounce of strength to defend themselves, their ice wall and fire shield intertwining, maintaining a tenuous line of defense. With a resounding crash, a section of their barrier was breached, and just nearby, Li Lei and Han Mimi were caught off guard, struck by several wind blades, and sent flying with anguished cries. Li Lei, Mei Mei, Tang Yao exclaimed, her heart racing with anxiety. Don't worry about us. Protect yourselves, Li Lei gritted through the pain, his voice fragmented by the howling winds. Yi Xiao observed this scene with a cruel smile. With a flick of his wrist, two wind blades morphed into invisible hands, lifting Li Lei and Han Mimi into the air before him. Release them, Yi Han roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, the ice sword in his hand emanating a chilling aura. Yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed, gazing at Li Lei and Han Mimi with a mocking tone. Their lives are now in my hands. If you wish to spare them, then surrender obediently, you despicable fiend. Tang Yao seethed, her eyes brimming with rage and hatred. Despicable? Yi Xiao erupted in laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing joke. Such is the way of the world. The victors write the rules. Only the strong are entitled to dictate the terms. He paused, scanning Yi Han and the others before fixing his icy gaze upon Yi Han. Hand over the ice heart technique, and I may consider sparing them. Yi Han's heart blazed with fury, yet he understood the need for caution. Yi Xiao's strength was unfathomable. Any reckless move could seal Li Lei and Han Mimi's fates. Just then, Zhao Gang and Sun Yin led the remaining ability users into the fray, valiantly resisting the Dark Heart members, yet they were quickly overwhelmed. Wei Han, what should we do? We can hardly hold on, Zhao Gang shouted, parrying an attacker with frantic urgency. Wei Han surveyed the dire situation, his heart sinking. Was this truly the end? In that moment, the previously silent master of abilities spoke up. I may have a way to deal with him, but I need a bit of time. Upon hearing this, Yi Han's heart ignited with a flicker of hope. How long do you need? He inquired urgently. At least 10 minutes. The master replied gravely. My ability is unique. I require time to analyze his energy fluctuations and identify his weaknesses. All right, we will buy you time. Yi Han inhaled deeply, a resolute glint in his eyes. 10 minutes. He repeated the duration, each word weighing heavily upon him. Chapter 52. The mysterious voice. 10 minutes, a fleeting moment in ordinary circumstances. Yet here, it represented the fulcrum of life and death. He glanced around. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin had been cornered, each bearing wounds, yet their eyes shone with unwavering courage, ready to face death. Very well. I agree. Yi Han's voice rang clear amid the wind. He turned to Yi Xiao, his tone frosty. Release them, and I will come with you. A smirk of amusement danced across Yi Xiao's face. Are you sure? You think you can negotiate alone? What are you afraid? Yi Han retorted with a cold smile, aware that Yi Xiao despised being underestimated. Indeed, Yi Xiao's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Kid, don't get too cocky. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You can certainly try, Yi Han replied fearlessly, meeting Yi Xiao's gaze with steadfast resolve. They held each other's stare for several moments before Yi Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. Good, excellent. I like this spirited young man. I hope you remain this tough when the time comes. With that, he waved his hand, and Li Lei and Han Mimi were uncontrollably propelled towards Yi Han. Yi Han rushed to catch them, gently placing them on the ground. Why Yi Han? Li Lei struggled to rise but was held down by Yi Han's firm grip on his shoulder. Stop talking. Just rest, Yi Han said calmly, though worry etched across his features. Yet, as Li Lei attempted to speak further, Han Mimi interrupted. Listen to Yi Han. We can't be of help now. We must not complicate things further. Yi Han nodded, rising to face Yi Xiao, his voice steady. Now, we can discuss terms, can't we? Yi Xiao did not immediately respond, his crimson tongue licking his cracked lips, his gaze reflecting a cat-and-mouse amusement. Yi Han took a deep breath. Acutely aware of the ticking clock, I can join the Dark Heart and serve you. Yi Han's tone was cold, as though discussing a matter entirely detached from himself. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in surprise before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, do you think I would fall for your empty words? I've seen many like you, only realizing the truth when it's too late. Believe it or not, but I assure you, my abilities will meet your expectations. Yi Han remained calm, discreetly surveying his surroundings for any opportunity. Oh? Is that so? Then pray tell, what can you offer me? Yi Xiao asked, intrigued, as if anticipating a captivating performance. Yi Han paused, understanding the necessity of presenting a formidable bargaining chip to sway Yi Xiao. I can help you locate the Master of Abilities and ensure he willingly serves you. The Master of Abilities? Yi Xiao frowned slightly, clearly familiar with the name. Oh, you think I am unaware of your intentions? The Master of Abilities is already under our control. What leverage do you think you have? No, you are mistaken. Yi Han smirked coldly. The Master of Abilities is merely feigning submission. His true objective is to delay for an opportunity to escape. As for me, I can assist you in locating him and ensuring he is truly at your disposal. The Night Owl fell silent, as Yi Han's words seemed to strike a sensitive chord within him. He was acutely aware of the value of the Ability Master and knew that he had been searching for an opportunity to escape. If Yi Han could indeed help him gain control over the Ability Master, it would undoubtedly be a significant fortune for him. Just as the Night Owl wavered in indecision, Yi Han suddenly made his move. With a speed that was almost imperceptible, he unleashed a formidable ice-based ability, transforming the surrounding members of the Dark Heart into frozen statues. Seeking death, the Night Owl roared in furious outrage upon witnessing this. He had not anticipated that Yi Han would dare to pull such a stunt right under his nose. However, before he could retaliate, a shadow abruptly descended from above, positioning itself in front of Yi Han. Run! It was Yi Ling. He had somehow freed himself from his constraints and appeared here. Yi Han had no time to ponder. He understood that this was their only opportunity. He swiftly grasped Li Lei and Han Mei, turning to flee, trying to escape. It won't be that easy, the night owl bellowed, transforming into a blur as he pursued them. Yi Ling exerted all his strength to obstruct the night owl, but his power paled in comparison, and after just a few exchanges, he was sent flying, spitting blood. Yi Ling. Yi Han's eyes widened in despair. Yet he felt utterly powerless. The night owl was remarkably swift, closing the distance to Yi Han and the others in an instant. With a sinister grin, he unleashed a palm strike, and a powerful wave of energy sent Yi Han and his companions crashing to the ground. Yi Han felt a piercing pain in his chest, his consciousness beginning to fade. In the last moment before losing awareness, he seemed to hear a mysterious voice whispering in his ear. "Child, awaken, for within you lies a formidable power." The voice ebbed and flowed, ethereal yet imbued with a certain enchantment, guiding Yi Han deeper into the chaos. He instinctively yearned to discern the source, only to find himself surrounded by a thick fog. "Child, find it and awaken it." The voice resounded again, like a distant bell tolling, echoing in Yi Han's mind. He desperately sought to grasp something, yet it remained perpetually out of reach. Just as he was about to surrender, a flicker of light suddenly appeared before him. The point of light grew larger and brighter, eventually transforming into a burning blue crystal, suspended in front of him. "Is this my power?" Yi Han reached out, yearning to touch the crystal. Yet, at the moment his fingertips were about to make contact, he jolted awake. Yi Han. Yi Han. "Are you all right?" The urgent voice of Tang Yao broke through, and Yi Han struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Seeing Tang Yao gazing at him with profound concern, "I am fine," he replied, attempting to rise, only to find his body weak and powerless, forced to remain on the ground. "Do not move. You are gravely injured." Tang Yao supported Yi Han, allowing him to lean against her. "The night owl's strike nearly cost you your life. Had you not erected the ice wall in time, I fear." At this, Tang Yao's voice faltered. Yi Han gently patted her hand, signaling that he was indeed all right. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that Li Lei and Han Mei were both bound, while Yi Ling lay unconscious nearby. "Where are the others?" Yi Han inquired. "The master is finding a way to treat Yi Ling, while Zhao Gang and Sun Yin have taken the others to confront the Dark Heart," Tang Yao explained. "What should we do now?" Chapter 53. The mysterious blue crystal. Yi Han fell silent for a moment, recalling the mysterious voice he had heard while unconscious and the burning blue crystal. He knew that it represented his last hope. Yao, I need your help." Yi Han took a deep breath and recounted his experiences during the unconsciousness to Tang Yao. Upon hearing his account, Tang Yao gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Although she did not fully comprehend the nature of the power Yi Han described, she trusted his judgment. "All right, I will help you," Tang Yao declared resolutely. Meanwhile, the ability master was diligently attending to Yi Ling. As the most powerful ability user in the base, he possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities. After examining Yi Ling's injuries, his brow furrowed deeply. "The situation is dire," the ability master stated gravely. The night owl's assault not only harmed Yi Ling's body but also damaged his core ability. "Restoring him may prove challenging. Is there truly no other way?" Tang Yao asked anxiously. The ability master shook his head and was about to speak when he abruptly sensed something, raising his gaze towards Yi Han's direction. "Wait, what is that?" The ability master's eyes pierced through the walls, fixating on Yi Han, specifically on the blue crystal emitting a faint glow on his chest. The light flickered, yet it harbored immense and mysterious power that sent a chill through him. "Hope, perhaps there is still hope," the ability master murmured, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He turned to Tang Yao and said, "Yi Han's condition is unique. He requires a tranquil environment to awaken the dormant power within him. Follow me. We must perform a ritual." Although Tang Yao was filled with questions, she chose to trust the ability master. She helped Yi Han to his feet, following the ability master to a secluded chamber. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang and Sun Yan were anxiously preparing within the base. The Night Owl's surprise attack had inflicted severe losses, leaving fewer than 10 capable ability users in their ranks. Zhao Gang surveyed each face of the remaining ability users and stated solemnly, "We are all aware of the strength of the Dark Heart. We stand no chance in a direct confrontation. Therefore, we must utilize our geographical advantages to inflict as much damage as possible." Buying time for the master. Yes, the ability users responded in unison, their eyes glinting with the resolve to face death head-on. They followed Zhao Gang's instructions, setting traps throughout the base and establishing defensive lines. They were prepared to pay the ultimate price if necessary. They understood that this might be their final battle together. For survival, for hope, they had to give their all in the chamber. Tang Yao and the ability master encircled Yi Han. Engaging in an ancient and mysterious ritual, they chanted incantations, their hands weaving complex symbols, as an invisible force flowed between the three of them. As the ritual progressed, the blue crystal on Yi Han's chest grew increasingly radiant, eventually illuminating the entire chamber. Simultaneously, Yi Han's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His skin became translucent, as if sculpted from ice and snow, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from him, causing both Tang Yao and the ability master to feel a surge of alarm. "It worked!" the ability master exclaimed excitedly. "The power within Yi Han has awakened." At that moment, Yi Han abruptly opened his eyes, two piercing beams of blue light shooting forth from them as if capable of penetrating anything. He slowly sat up, feeling the surging power within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Dark Heart, are you ready?" Yi Han slowly opened his eyes, the blue light flickering momentarily. He glanced around, seeing the worried expression on Tang Yao's face and the excited demeanor of the ability master. "Yi Han, you finally woke up?" Tang Yao grasped Yi Han's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Yi Han gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, before turning to the ability master and asking, "How long was I unconscious? What is the situation at the base?" The ability master briefly summarized the events that transpired during Yi Han's unconsciousness, emphasizing the impending attack from the Dark Heart. "So, we don't have much time left." Yi Han's eyes glinted with cold resolve. "Since the leader of the Dark Heart desires this base, let him have it. However, I must first collect some interest." He stood up, stretching his limbs and reveling in the unprecedented strength coursing through him, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Master, this awakening has granted me a new power that may be useful in confronting the leader of the Dark Heart." Yi Han turned to the ability master, his tone brimming with confidence. The ability master's eyes widened in surprise before he nodded in agreement. "Good, I believe in you. Time is of the essence. We must formulate a battle plan." Yi Han, Tang Yao, and the ability master gathered around a table to discuss their strategy. They resolved to leverage Yi Han's newly acquired power against the leader of the Dark Heart, thereby disrupting their offensive rhythm and buying time for the base's defenses. "The leader of the Dark Heart is cautious. Previously we resisted fiercely, and now, without resistance, he will undoubtedly scout the base before launching an attack. We can exploit this to set a trap for him." Yi Han calmly analyzed. "However, we do not know whom he will send to scout, nor do we know when they will arrive." Tang Yao expressed her concerns. "Do not worry," Yi Han replied with a mysterious smile. "I already have a plan." Meanwhile, at the temporary camp of the Dark Heart, Li Lei and Han Mei found themselves tied up and discarded in a corner. "Brother Lei, do you think we will make it out alive?" Han Mei's voice trembled slightly. Li Lei gritted his teeth, forcing a calm demeanor. "Don't worry, Mei, we will definitely escape." He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that only two ordinary soldiers were guarding them. And a bold idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. Li Lei deliberately exclaimed, "Mimi, why do you think the leader of Dark Heart wants to capture us ordinary people? Do they truly intend to conquer the world? Who knows? These madmen are capable of anything." Han Mimi replied in agreement. "You two, shut your mouths." A soldier barked menacingly. Li Lei and Han Mimi exchanged a glint of mischief flickering in their eyes. As night fell, in the woods surrounding the base, pairs of eerie green eyes glinted with cold light. It was the army of psychics from the Dark Heart drawing near silently. Chapter 54. The Ultimate Showdown Leader. "We have thoroughly investigated. The psychics in the base have been severely weakened by our previous attack. Now is the perfect time for us to strike. A burly psychic knelt before the leader of Darkheart, his voice brimming with excitement. Excellent, the leader of Darkheart said with a cruel smile. Convey my orders. Tonight, I want this base to vanish from the map. Yes. With the leader's command, the lurking army of psychics charged toward the base like a flood unleashed. The sounds of shouting, explosions, and screams intertwined to create a symphony of death in the apocalyptic world. Within the base, Ihan and the others had long been prepared for battle. Standing atop a high vantage point, Ihan gazed at the distant throngs of enemies, devoid of fear, only fierce battle intent burning within his eyes. They're here, he whispered sharply, his figure flickering like lightning as he dashed toward the enemy ranks. Tang Yao followed closely, conjuring a dazzling orb of flame in her hands, engulfing the approaching enemies. The psychic masters and other psychics exhibited their unique abilities, engaging in a desperate struggle against the foes. The leader of Darkheart stood afar, observing the battlefield. Upon spotting Ihan, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a cold smirk. I thought who it was. Turns out it's just you. Little brat. The leader of Darkheart vanished from sight, reappearing before Ihan, swinging a black long knife toward him. Ihan had anticipated this, dodging the attack and retaliating with a punch aimed at the leader's chest. Bang! With a resounding crash, Ihan was knocked back several steps, while the leader remained unperturbed. Your strength seems to have increased, but before me, you are still but a feeble opponent. The leader of Darkheart laughed maniacally, once more lunging at Ihan with his blade. While fending off the leader's attacks, Ihan searched for an opening. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force surging within him. This energy felt both strange and familiar. As if it were a call from the ancients, guiding him towards victory, the blue light flickered in Ihan's eyes, and a tremendous wave of energy radiated from him, sending the surrounding enemies flying. What kind of power is this? The leader of Darkheart felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Ihan, and for the first time, a sliver of fear crept into his heart. In that instant, Ihan conjured a massive sword glowing with an icy blue light, striking down fiercely at the leader of Darkheart. Extreme cold. Ice soul slash. The leader of Darkheart could not afford to underestimate this attack. Channeling all his power into his right hand, a black energy sphere shot toward Ihan's colossal sword, Darkness. Energy cannon, boom. Following the deafening explosion, both figures were sent hurtling backward. Ihan, boss. The two sides rushed forward to rescue them. Retreat. As the smoke cleared, the faint scent of blood lingered in the AI Ardet. Ihan slowly opened his eyes, the blue light in them flickering before vanishing. Struggling to rise, he felt a wave of dizziness. And Tang Yao quickly supported him, concern etched in her eyes. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with relief at having survived. Ihan shook his head, grasping her hand. Feeling the warmth of her palm, which brought him peace, he looked around at the shattered remnants of walls and the devastation that silently narrated the brutality of battle. Did we win? He asked softly, uncertainty lacing his tone. Yes, we won, Tang Yao affirmed, her eyes shimmering with tears. You were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. I was so worried. Ihan gently caressed her cheek, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. This period of life and death reliance had deepened their bond, strengthening their connection. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ihan comforted softly, his gaze resolute. I will always protect you. In the following days, Ihan and Tang Yao savored the rare tranquility. They strolled through the ruins, watching the sun dip below the horizon, feeling each other's warmth. Ihan's newly awakened power gradually stabilized, and the psychic master conducted in-depth research on him, seeking to uncover more ways to harness this strength. This power? The psychic master furrowed his brow, his eyes shining with contemplation, seemingly originating from a more ancient source, harboring immense energy, yet its practical applications required further exploration. Ihan nodded, aware that this power resembled a double-edged sword. If wielded correctly, it could serve as a weapon to safeguard the world, but if mismanaged, it could lead to catastrophic calamities. Meanwhile, Li Lei and Han Mimi led the ordinary people in the base, commencing the restoration of structures ravaged by the conflict, reinforcing defensive fortifications. They understood that the Dark Heart's assault was merely the beginning. Greater challenges loomed ahead. Everyone, let's work quickly to reinforce the defenses before nightfall. Li Lei commanded loudly, sweat soaking through his clothes. We cannot allow anyone from Dark Heart to set foot in the base again. Han Mimi declared resolutely, determination gleaming in her eyes. As night descended, the base was ablaze with lights. Everyone preparing for the impending challenge. Meanwhile, at the Dark Heart headquarters, a new conspiracy was brewing. Send the orders down. The leader of Dark Heart sat shrouded in shadows, his voice chillingly cold. In 3 days, launch a full-scale assault on the base. The dying rays of the sunset cast a tragic hue over the ravaged land. Within the base, the busy figures of survivors moved about, the hope of rebuilding their home shining in their weary faces. Li Lei directed the movement of rubble and steel, his rough hands bloodied. Yet he paid no heed, shouting, "Everyone, put in your best effort. Let's reinforce the walls before dark." Han Mimi, on the other side, organized the women and elderly, distributing the collected clean water and food, soothing the people's anxieties. "Do not worry, we will surely defeat Dark Heart and rebuild our home." At the training ground, Zhao Gang and Sun Yan were leading the psychics in intense training. They coordinated with one another, pushing their abilities to the limit in preparation for the forthcoming battle point one more time. "Remember, teamwork is the key to overcoming the enemy." Zhao Gang boomed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "We'll make Dark Heart realize that we are not to be trifled with," Sun Yan declared, her fists engulfed in flames, her eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 55. The Dark Heart's assault again as night fell. The base was illuminated. Yi Han and Tang Yao stood side by side at a high vantage point, overlooking the entire base. After days of recuperation, the base had regained some vitality, yet a tense atmosphere still lingered in the air. "The Dark Heart will not give up easily," Yi Han remarked gravely, gazing into the distance. "We will defeat them." Tang Yao grasped Yi Han's hand firmly, affirming, "We will protect our home." Yi Han nodded, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He understood that the real battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, at the Dark Heart headquarters, a stifling air filled the leader's chamber. "What did you say? Another failure?" The leader slammed his fist on the table, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. "Yes, leader," his subordinate replied, head bowed and voice trembling. "Yi Han's strength is beyond our expectations. Useless. All of you are useless." The leader roared, "Send out the orders to gather all our elite forces. This time we must." His voice was icy and penetrating, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. That moment, the psychic master approached, having thoroughly examined Yi Han's condition, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Your body has recovered well, and your new power has stabilized," the psychic master said. Yi Han nodded, acknowledging the psychic master's concerns were not unfounded. Although he had successfully awakened new powers during the confrontation with Dark Heart, it had come at a significant cost. Had it not been for Tang Yao's timely infusion of life energy, he might have. "By the way, is there any news from Dark Heart?" Yi Han inquired. It seemed they were also recuperating, as there had been no large-scale offensives during this period. Tang Yao responded, however, "We must not let our guard down. The leader of the Dark Heart is cunning and treacherous, undoubtedly concocting a more dreadful scheme." No sooner had Tang Yao's words fallen than an intelligence officer hurriedly rushed in, his face etched with a trace of terror. "Report. We intercepted communications from the Dark Heart." "They? What's happened to them?" Zhao Gang anxiously asked. "They are mustering all their elite troops, and their target is us." This news struck like a thunderclap within the base. Everyone's heart raced, a palpable sense of impending storm enveloping each individual. So soon again. It seems the leader of the Dark Heart intends to gamble everything. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Han's eyes. He wished to utterly annihilate us. We must not allow him to succeed. Zhao Gang clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fierce anger. "Relay the orders. Everyone is to enter a state of heightened alert," Yi Han decisively commanded. Preparing for battle, the atmosphere within the base immediately grew tense. As survivors sprang into action, reinforcing defensive structures and readying weapons and ammunition, a grand conflict was on the brink of eruption. That night, Yi Han and the Power Master were in the laboratory, studying the characteristics of the new power. Although this power was formidable, the master frowned, expressing, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Yi Han remained silent, sensing that this force concealed some unknown secret. The laboratory glimmered with a ghostly blue light, illuminating the solemn expressions of Yi Han and the master. Various instruments buzzed, recording the fluctuations of Yi Han's new power. "The essence of this power seems intimately linked to your mental strength." The master pointed at the undulating peaks on the screen. "It is powerful yet exceedingly unstable, even capable of rebounding against your consciousness." Yi Han furrowed his brow, recalling the scene of that violent energy rampaging within him. A flicker of fear rising in his heart, he clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power while also experiencing an indescribable fatigue. "Thus, unless absolutely necessary, do not wield it lightly," the master said earnestly. "We need to find a way to control it. Otherwise, it will become a double-edged sword." Yi Han nodded, understanding the master was right. He must learn to master this power to truly protect those he wished to safeguard. Within the base, the atmosphere was charged with tension and anticipation. Survivors fortified defensive structures, polished weapons, and made final preparations for the impending showdown. Li Lei, alongside several ordinary individuals, transported massive boulders to the city wall, constructing a formidable line of defense. Sweat drenched his garments, yet he bore no complaints, for he knew that all they did was to safeguard humanity's last hope. Han Mimi busied herself in the medical station, tending to the wounded, distributing medicines. Her face bore a gentle smile as she softly comforted each injured soul, bestowing upon them the strength to conquer their fears. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan, among other power users, diligently trained in the practice field, enhancing their abilities. They understood that against the elite forces of the Dark Heart, only by growing stronger could they survive the forthcoming battles. Tang Yao approached Yi Han, handing him a steaming cup of coffee, her eyes filled with concern. "You must be tired," she softly asked. Yi Han shook his head, grasping Tang Yao's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, a wave of comfort washing over him. "Rest assured, we will triumph," he assured her resolutely. As night fell, shadows crept silently closer to the base. Their movements were swift and light, akin to phantoms gliding through the darkness. The leader of the Dark Heart stood aloft, gazing at the brightly lit base in the distance, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Action," at his command. The shadows surged towards the base like arrows released from a bow, heralding the onset of an unexpected assault. The night sky draped like thick ink, saturating the world in profound darkness. Outside the base, towering walls loomed, and searchlights pierced the gloom. Sweeping back and forth on the watchtower, power users took turns keeping vigil, alertly observing the slightest rustle around them. Inside a room, Yi Han slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering within. After this period of recuperation, his body had fully recovered, and the newly awakened power gradually stabilized. "How do you feel?" Tang Yao inquired, concern etched on her face as she sat by his bedside. Yi Han clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Better than ever, he knew a great battle was imminent, and he was ready. Suddenly, the urgent alarm shattered the night, throwing the base into chaos. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged serious glances, their expressions turning grave. The Dark Heart had arrived more swiftly than they had anticipated. Yi Han sprang to his feet, addressing Tang Yao. "I'll be right back with that." He dashed out the door, heading straight for the front lines of battle. In the woods surrounding the base, a group of shadows moved silently. They were the advanced troops of the Dark Heart, composed of several powerful ability users, tasked with testing the base's defenses in preparation for a full-scale assault. "Action!" With a single command, the shadows pounced upon the base like leopards, their speed astonishing. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as a breach was blown in the outer wall of the base, and the shadows poured in, clashing with the arriving power users. "Kill!" Zhao Gang roared, his body crackling with lightning, transforming into a streak of electricity as he charged into the enemy ranks, his lightning spear sweeping like a dragon, instantly taking down several foes. Yi Han followed closely, moving like a wraith, his battle blade gleaming coldly, each swing claiming a life. "Their defenses are nothing but mediocre." One shadow scoffed, suddenly vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Yi Han. A sharp dagger aimed at his back. "Watch out!" Zhao Gang shouted from afar upon witnessing the scene. Yet Yi Han appeared to have anticipated the strike, slightly shifting his body to evade the fatal blow, and retaliated with a swift slash towards the shadow behind him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. The shadow grunted, forced back several steps by Yi Han's overwhelming strength. He raised his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You can actually see me." Yi Han gave a cold smile. "Did you think your petty tricks could defeat us?" Within the base, alarms blared, piercing the tranquil night sky. Tang Yao's expression was grave as she expertly organized the defensive efforts within the base. "Sun Yin, take a team to the east gate for support. Remember, hold the gate at all costs. We must not allow the enemy to breach our defenses." "Understood," Sun Yin replied, swiftly leading a team of power users toward the east gate. "The rest follow me. We must ensure the safety of the injured and the ordinary." Tang Yao's tone was resolute as she led another group towards the medical station at the center of the base. Inside the medical station, Han Mimi was busy tending to the wounded, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Suddenly, a feeble voice caught her attention. "Water, please." A frail young man lay in a corner, his complexion pale and lips cracked. Han Mimi hurriedly poured a cup of water and handed it to him, asking with concern, "How do you feel? Is there anywhere else that hurts?" The man took the cup, gulping down several mouthfuls before weakly smiling. "Thank you, I feel much better." However, just as he spoke, Han Mimi keenly detected a flicker of malice in his eyes, a glimmer that starkly contrasted with his feeble appearance, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Poised to strike, alarm bells rang in Han Mimi's mind. She discreetly set the cup down and asked nonchalantly, "Are you also a power user? How did you get injured?" The man seemed to sense her suspicion, his gaze flickering, and he vaguely replied, "I'm not a power user. I'm just an ordinary person who hurt my leg while fleeing." Though his tone was calm, Han Mimi sensed an underlying tension. "Is that so?" She fixed her gaze on his eyes, speaking deliberately, "But why do I feel that you aren't being truthful?" No sooner had Han Mimi spoken than the man suddenly sprang from the bed, seizing her throat with alarming speed, his hoarse voice threatening, "Mind your own business, or I'll kill you." Han Mimi gasped in shock, struggling desperately yet unable to budge the man. In a critical moment, Li Lei arrived just in time. Grabbing the man's arm and twisting it forcefully, a sharp crack echoed, and the man screamed in pain, releasing his grip. Han Mimi seized the chance to escape, trembling as she hid behind Li Lei. "Who are you? Why did you infiltrate the base?" Li Lei questioned sternly. The man clutched his dislocated arm, his eyes filled with resentment, yet he remained silent. "Not going to speak? Then do not blame me for being ungracious," Li Lei declared, preparing to subdue him. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, as Yi Han and Tang Yao arrived at the medical station with reinforcements. "What happened?" Tang Yao inquired. "Report, Captain Tang. We've captured a spy who infiltrated the base." Li Lei pointed to the subdued man on the ground. Yi Han stepped forward, coldly scrutinizing the man, a glint of chilling light flashing in his eyes. The man recoiled instinctively under his gaze. "Speak, who sent you? What is your purpose?" Yi Han's voice was ice-cold, sending shivers down the spine. The man clenched his teeth, refusing to divulge any information. "It seems you prefer to drink the fine wine rather than the bitter one," Yi Han said, lightly waving his right hand, causing the man to feel an invisible force pinning him down, rendering him immobile. "I shall give you one final opportunity. Will you speak, or still choose silence?" Yi Han's voice resonated like a judgment from the depths of hell, instilling profound fear in the man. "I will speak." The man finally broke, revealing the entire plan of the Dark Heart. It turned out that the leader of Dark Heart had dispatched a small troop to test the base's defense capabilities. And this man was their embedded spy, responsible for coordinating internal and external efforts. Damn it! Tang Yao seethed with rage, relieved they discovered it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yi Han remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on the man, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "He still has his uses." The previously silent master of abilities suddenly spoke. "We can extract more intelligence regarding Dark Heart from him." Yi Han nodded, entrusting the man to the Master of Abilities for further interrogation. Although this attack was successfully thwarted, Yi Han and the others could not feel joy. They realized that the base's defenses still harbored vulnerabilities that required reinforcement. Otherwise, it would be challenging to withstand the next assault from Dark Heart IT. Seems we must busy ourselves once more, Tang Yao murmured, gazing at the night sky. Indeed, Yi Han replied, taking a deep breath. A glint of determination in his eyes. We must grow stronger to protect all that we hold dear. In the dead of night, the laboratory of the Master of Abilities was ablaze with light as he meticulously studied the information in his hands. His brow furrowed, seemingly grappling with the conundrum. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if struck with an epiphany, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 57. Crisis revisited. The Master of Abilities remained awake throughout the night, meticulously contemplating the information gleaned from the captive, merging it with the current defense conditions of the base, and finally, at dawn, he discovered a breakthrough. He excitedly burst forth from the laboratory, disregarding his fatigue, and headed straight for Yi Han and Tang Yao. I found a way to enhance the base's defenses, the Master of Abilities exclaimed, presenting his findings to the 2.IT. Turned out that he had identified a unique energy fluctuation capable of disrupting the abilities of the Dark Heart's operatives. If this energy fluctuation were amplified and integrated into the base's defense system, it could significantly diminish the enemy's offensive capabilities. Yi Han and Tang Yao were invigorated upon hearing this. They immediately convened everyone at the base to share the good news. In no time, the base was filled with hope and determination, as the people eagerly engaged in fortifying the defenses. Li Lei and Han Mimi organized the civilians to reinforce the walls and transport supplies. Zhao Gang and Sun Yin led the operatives in setting up defensive formations around the base. Meanwhile, Yi Han and Tang Yao collaborated with the Master of Abilities to devise a method for applying the energy fluctuations to the defense system. However, unbeknownst to them, an even greater crisis was silently approaching. What did you say? A mere base managed to repel you. In a darkened room, the leader of Dark Heart roared in fury, shattering the wine glass in his hand against the floor. Kneeling before him was the captain of the small troop, trembling, unable to lift his gaze to meet the leader's eyes. Forgive us, my lord. We underestimated the enemy's strength, and what? The leader abruptly rose, his overwhelming aura nearly suffocating the captain. And their leader Yi Han personally intervened. The captain stammered. Our abilities were rendered ineffective before him. Useless. You are all a bunch of useless fools. The leader bellowed. It appears I shall have to take matters into my own hands. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes, akin to a long-dormant beast revealing its fangs. Dark, oppressive clouds loomed overhead, suffusing the atmosphere with a stifling sense of dread. In the distance, a black line appeared on the horizon, accompanied by the ominous sounds of heavy footsteps and clashing metal, drawing nearer and clearer. They're coming, Zhao Gang exclaimed, standing atop the wall, his gaze sharp and focused on the distance. Yi Han stood beside him, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement. He could sense an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, emanating from the leader of Dark Heart, immensely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's vanguard had reached the base's walls. Clad in black armor and wielding sharp weapons, they bore bloodthirsty glints in their eyes, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell. Kill! Amidst the deafening cries for blood, Yi Han and Zhao Gang rallied the operatives to fiercely resist the enemy's onslaught. Fireballs, ice blades, and lightning intertwined in a dazzling display, clashing with the cacophony of battle cries and screams, painting a grim tableau of war. However, the enemy outnumbered them significantly, each soldier well-trained and fearlessly charging forth. Despite Yi Han and Zhao Gang exerting their utmost efforts, they could not stem the tide of opponents surging onto the walls. Boom! With a resounding crash, a section of the wall crumbled under the assault of the enemy's heavy weaponry, allowing countless foes to flood into the base. This is bad. We need to provide support. Zhao Gang's face paled as he immediately led a portion of the operatives to assist. Yi Han remained stationed on the wall. Continuing to thwart the enemy's advance, he swung his ice sword, dispatching wave after wave of attackers. Yet his heart grew heavier with each passing moment. He knew that with their current strength, they could not withstand the onslaught from Dark Heart. Yi Han, how is the situation? At that moment, Tang Yao's voice crackled through the communicator. Things are dire. Yi Han inhaled deeply, his tone grave. There are too many enemies. We are on the verge of collapse. Tang Yao's anxious voice resonated from the other end. Yi Han, you must hold on. We are almost there. Yi Han wiped the blood from his face, his gaze resolute as he stared ahead. Rest assured. I will not fall. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from within the base. Instantly, countless golden beams ascended from the center of the base, intertwining in the air to form a massive golden net, enveloping the entire compound. What is this? Yi Han stared in astonishment, a flicker of hope igniting within him. This is my latest defense system, Guardian Light. Tang Yao's voice echoed through the communicator. It can absorb the enemy's attacks and convert them into energy for itself. It should provide us with some respite. Well done, Tang Yao, Yi Han praised. Within the base, Tang Yao and Sun Yin diligently operated the Guardian Light system. Under their control, the golden net adeptly repelled the enemy's assaults. The soldiers in black armor charged forward, only to be rebuffed by the luminous barrier, unable to breach this layer of defense. Ha ha ha, do you think this flimsy net can stop me? A voice filled with arrogance echoed from afar. As a figure clad in a black cloak approached slowly, with every step he took, it felt as though he was treading on the hearts of all present, leaving them breathless. It's the leader of Dark Heart. He is back, Sun Yin exclaimed in shock. Damn it. Tang Yao's face turned pale, yet she remained composed, directing the defense system. While instructing Sun Yin quickly informed the Master of Abilities to devise a plan. Understood. Sun Yin nodded and sprinted deeper into the base. At that moment, the Master of Abilities stood aloft, surveying the battlefield. Suddenly, he felt an intense surge of energy, followed by a violent spurt of blood from his mouth. Master, are you all right? Li Lei and Han Mimi rushed to support him. I am fine. The Master of Abilities waved his hand, his complexion ashen. It's just that the leader of Dark Heart's power is overwhelmingly strong. I have suffered a backlash. Then what shall we do now? Han Mimi inquired anxiously. The Master of Abilities took a deep breath, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and replied in a low voice. We can only rely on Yi Han and the others now. I have a premonition that within Yi Han lies a formidable power. If he can fully awaken this strength, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Before he could finish speaking, a terrified shout from Sun Yin echoed through the communicator. Master. It's bad. The base is surrounded by the elite forces of the Dark Heart leader. Sun Yan's panicked cry was like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of the Master of Abilities. He staggered slightly, while Li Lei and Han Mimi turned as pale as death. Master, we must go help them, Han Mimi urged, ready to rush out. The Master of Abilities grasped her firmly and shook his head. Your efforts would be futile. The elite forces of the Dark Heart leader are not foes you can contend with. What should we do then? Are we to just stand by and watch? Han Mimi's voice choked with emotion. I shall go. The Master of Abilities inhaled deeply, enduring the agonizing pain, and began to move towards the exit. Master, your condition? Li Lei said worriedly, holding him back. The Master of Abilities shook his head, his gaze resolute. I am old. Even if this frail body must be sacrificed, so be it. But the base still needs you. And the future requires you. Li Lei and Han Mimi wished to protest further, but were silenced by the Master's unwavering stare. He turned to gaze outside the base, where flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of battle reverberated like the harbinger of doom. I hope it is not too late. The Master of Abilities murmured to himself. At that moment, he noticed a glimmer of cold light shooting out. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang was leading a group of ordinary people towards the rear of the base. Suddenly, a contingent of soldiers clad in black armor emerged from the side, encircling them completely. This is bad. It's the elite forces of the Dark Heart. Zhao Gang's expression changed drastically. These soldiers were well-trained and exuded a murderous aura, their weapons glinting ominously. Zhao Gang fought valiantly, but was soon overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants dares to resist, sneered the leading soldier, brandishing his blade towards Zhao Gang. Just then, a beam of ice-blue light descended from the heavens, instantly sending the soldier flying. Who is it? The other soldiers gasped in shock. raising their weapons and scanning the surroundings warily. As the blue light dissipated, Yi Han's figure emerged before them. His wounds vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura, akin to a slumbering lion finally awakening. "Why, Yi Han?" Zhao Gang exclaimed, a mixture of joy and relief. "Are you all right?" Yi Han asked with concern. "That we're fine. But you," Zhao Gang began, but was interrupted by Yi Han's wave. "Let's deal with these foes first." Before his words could fade, Yi Han transformed into a streak of golden light. Charging into the enemy ranks, his sword became a series of golden flashes, each swing claiming a life. Though the elite forces of the Dark Heart were formidable, they appeared as lambs destined for slaughter before Yi Han. They could scarcely perceive his movements before being mercilessly cut down. In the blink of an eye, a gap was torn through the encirclement. Seeing this, Zhao Gang hurriedly led the others to break free. "Damn! How has this kid's power become so formidable all of a sudden?" The leading soldier gazed at Yi Han in terror, fear flooding his heart. Why Yi Han paid him no mind, striding directly toward him. With each step, his aura surged, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. "What do you intend to do?" The leading soldier's voice quivered, fear evident in his eyes. Why Yi Han remained silent, coldly regarding him, his sword slowly rising to point at the soldier's throat. "You want to kill me?" The leader of the Dark Heart glared, a flicker of malice crossing his face. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Yi Han offered no reply, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the leader of the Dark Heart, his sword showing no sign of retreat. An invisible pressure emanated from him, seemingly solidifying the air around them. The leader of the Dark Heart felt a flicker of fear. The power radiating from Yi Han was beyond his comprehension, as though it originated from another dimension. Thus, he was disinclined to confront it head-on. "Leader, what should we do?" the leading soldier asked, his voice tinged with panic. The leader of the Dark Heart inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease, and coldly commanded, "Retreat." He understood that Yi Han was no longer someone he could easily contend with. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. He must preserve his strength and await the opportune moment. Upon hearing the order to retreat, the soldiers of the Dark Heart felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Hastily withdrawing and vanishing into the night, "Why, Yi Han, are you all right?" Tang Yao rushed to Yi Han's side, examining him with concern in her eyes. "I'm fine," Yi Han replied, shaking his head and turning his gaze towards the base. His brow slightly furrowed. Inside the base, flames soared, thick smoke billowed, and the cacophony of battle echoed like a hellish symphony. The base's defensive measures had been severely compromised. "We must evacuate at once," the Master of Abilities declared solemnly. "But there are still many people who haven't evacuated," Han Mimi exclaimed anxiously. "There's no time to worry about that. If we don't leave now, it will be too late," the Master of Abilities said decisively. The group understood the urgency of the situation and immediately began organizing the survivors for evacuation. However, just then, the leader of the Dark Heart returned with his forces, launching an even more ferocious assault on the base. "Damn it! Has this guy lost his mind?" Zhao Gang roared, unleashing arcs of lightning to repel the advancing enemies. "He has lost all reason. He only wishes to destroy everything," Sun Yan said, her face grim. Chaos reigned within the base, with explosions, gunfire, and cries of battle intertwining, composing a mournful requiem for the end times. Yi Han and the others fought valiantly, but the onslaught from the Dark Heart was overwhelming, and the base soon fell into flames. "Run!" Yi Han decisively commanded, leading Tang Yao and the others towards the exit of the base. Just then, the figure of the leader of the Dark Heart appeared before them, a chilling smile playing across his lips. "Trying to escape? Do you truly believe you can get away?" Chapter 59. Crisis moment. The chilling laughter of the leader of the Dark Heart echoed in Yi Han's ears, like a siren's call from the depths of hell. The base had completely fallen. Flames surged, smoke billowed, and everywhere lay ruins and fleeing crowds. Yi Han tightly grasped Tang Yao's hand, navigating through the chaos, his heart racing with urgency. "This way," Zhao Gang's voice called from nearby. As he led a group of ability users, fighting desperately against the pursuing forces of the Dark Heart, buying time for others to escape. "We have to hurry," Yi Han urged Tang Yao, following Zhao Gang towards a secret passage at the rear of the base. However, Just as they were about to reach the entrance, the leader of the Dark Heart, accompanied by dozens of elite subordinates, suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Trying to flee? Not so easily. The leader of the Dark Heart sneered, conjuring a sphere of black energy in his hand and hurling it towards Yihan and the others. Watch out! Zhao Gang shouted, unleashing a massive electric net to intercept the energy sphere. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the electric net shattered under the impact of the energy sphere, sending Zhao Gang flying and causing him to spit blood. Zhao, are you all right? Han Mimi exclaimed, rushing to help him. Don't worry about me. Hurry and go. Zhao Gang urged, gritting his teeth against the pain. Trying to escape? Dream on. The leader of the Dark Heart launched another attack, black energy spheres raining down upon Yihan and his companions. Han, what do we do? Tang Yao clung tightly to Yihan's arm, fear etched across her face. Don't worry, I'm here. Yihan reassured her, gathering frost into a shield of ice to protect them from the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The energy spheres bombarded the ice shield, creating deafening explosions and sending shards of ice flying. Yihan gritted his teeth, struggling to hold firm, but the relentless assault from the leader of the Dark Heart caused cracks to form in the shield. Go! I'll hold him off. Zhao Gang struggled to his feet, channeling lightning once more. No, you're injured. Han Mimi protested anxiously. Stop wasting time. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Zhao Gang bellowed, resolutely charging towards the leader of the Dark Heart. Seeking death, the leader of the Dark Heart let out a chilling laugh, and with a sudden motion, the black energy sphere in his hand exploded, transforming into countless bolts of black lightning that surged towards Zhao Gang. Brother Zhao, no. Amidst the desperate cries of the onlookers, Zhao Gang's figure was engulfed by the dark lightning. Run! Yihan decisively pulled Tang Yao along, seizing the brief moment when the leader of the Dark Heart was focused on Zhao Gang, and exerted all his strength to dash towards the entrance of the passage. However, just as they were about to reach the passage, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side, delivering a vicious kick to Tang Yao's abdomen. Ah! Tang Yao screamed in agony, her body flying back like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Yao Yao. Yihan's eyes widened in fury, his heart feeling as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. The flames of rage blazed within him as he swiftly turned around. His gaze icy and piercing, fixated on the assailant, a small, sinister-looking member of the Dark Heart. You seek death. Yihan spat through gritted teeth, his voice chilling and sharp, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. Humph! Overestimating yourself. The Dark Heart member sneered, preparing to strike again when he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him. Terrified, he lifted his gaze to see Yihan radiating a dazzling ice-blue light, the temperature around them plummeting, as if the very air were on the verge of freezing. Ice pinnacle? Piercing kill! Yihan roared, his right hand swinging out abruptly, summoning a massive ice spear that appeared from thin air, carrying a bone-chilling coldness as it hurtled towards the Dark Heart member. No! The member screamed in terror, attempting to evade, only to find his body frozen in place, utterly immobile. Pfft! The ice spear effortlessly pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Yao Yao, are you all right? Yihan disregarded the fate of the Dark Heart member, rushing to Tang Yao's side and cradling her in his arms, his voice laced with urgency. I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my abdomen, Tang Yao replied weakly. Don't be afraid. I will take you away, Yihan declared, preparing to lift Tang Yao and flee. Want to escape? It's not that simple. At that moment, the voice of the Dark Heart leader echoed once more, as he and a few remaining subordinates had already caught up. Han, you must go. Don't worry about me, Tang Yao urged, her voice filled with concern. What nonsense are you saying? How could I possibly leave you behind? Yihan insisted resolutely. But, no buts. Trust me, Yihan interrupted, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. All right. Tang Yao felt warmth swell within her at Yihan's steadfast gaze, knowing that no matter what happened, he would never abandon her. Want to leave? You must first pass through me. Zhao Gang's voice suddenly rang out, as he and Sun Yan, accompanied by several other ability users, positioned themselves in front of the Dark Heart leader and his men. Brother Zhao, Sister Sun Yan, Yi Han looked at the blood-soaked figures of Zhao Gang and Sun Yan, his heart filled with deep emotion. You all must go. Leave this to us, Sun Yan commanded, summoning countless vines from beneath her feet that snaked towards the members of the Dark Heart like giant serpents. Seek death, the Dark Heart leader roared, conjuring another black energy sphere to hurl at Zhao Gang and the others. Thunder lightning net, Zhao Gang bellowed, transforming the electricity in his hands into a massive electric net that intercepted the leader's attack. Quickly, go! Seizing the opportunity, Li Lei and Han Mei joined them, utilizing the terrain to set traps that helped Yi Han and the others evade some of their pursuers. This way, Li Lei pointed to a concealed fork in the path ahead. Good! Without hesitation, Yi Han carried Tang Yao and sprinted toward the direction Li Lei indicated. Don't let them escape, pursue! The Dark Heart leader shouted, leading his remaining subordinates in a chase. We need to go. Zhao Gang and Sun Yan fought while retreating, covering Yi Han and the others as they withdrew. It seems there's no way forward, Li Lei said, his face paling as he surveyed the ahead. What? Yi Han's heart sank. Could they truly be trapped here? Wait, what is that? Han Mei suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a large rock ahead. Yi Han and the others followed her finger and beheld a massive stone engraved with strange symbols they had never seen before. Yet they felt an eerie sense of familiarity. This is... The ability master furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the symbols closely, his fingers brushing over the uneven lines. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. This is an ancient script. Ancient script? The group gasped in surprise. Although they had never laid eyes on it, they had heard tales of it, rumored to contain immense power, decipherable only by a select few. Indeed, these symbols translate to the Gate of Hope, the ability master stated, pointing at the symbols, articulating each word. If I am not mistaken, there should be an underground passage hidden behind this rock. An underground passage. A glimmer of hope ignited within Yi Han. If such a passage existed, perhaps they still had a chance. We must act swiftly. Time was of the essence, and Yi Han decisively rallied everyone to push against the massive stone. The boulder slowly shifted, revealing a deep passage. A chill and damp atmosphere wafting forth to go. Yi Han wasted no time, stepping into the passage first, with Tang Yao closely following, the others trailing behind. The passage was engulfed in darkness, visibility reduced to naught, and they could only navigate by the faint light of their flashlights. Watch your step, Li Lei suddenly cautioned, as his foot seemingly landed on something, producing a faint click. And no sooner had he spoken than numerous arrows shot forth from the walls on either side of the passage, whistling through the air toward them. Watch out! Yi Han reacted swiftly, pulling Tang Yao behind him while unleashing a potent wave of icy energy that formed a massive ice wall before them, blocking the arrows entirely. Stay safe, Yi Han shouted, shielding Tang Yao, while simultaneously erecting a formidable ice barrier to deflect the incoming projectiles. I will assist you, Sun Yan cried out, manipulating metal elements into countless sharp blades that surged toward the Dark Heart's forces. Zhao Gang, too, refused to be outdone, unleashing powerful currents of electricity that transformed the surroundings into a tempest of lightning, thwarting the enemy's advance. In an instant, the entire underground space morphed into a fierce battlefield. Various abilities clashing with tremendous force, producing deafening roars. Yi Han defended against the onslaught of attacks. He searched for an opportunity to break free, knowing that with their current strength, defeating the Dark Heart's forces was beyond their reach. Their only hope lay in escaping this place. Follow me. Seizing a fleeting chance, Yi Han led Tang Yao and the others toward the exit of the passage. Want to escape? It's not that simple. The leader of the Dark Heart let out a cold snort, his figure flickering before he appeared instantaneously before Yi Han and his companions, blocking their path. Your opponent is me. A flicker of determination flashed in Yi Han's eyes, for he knew that to escape this dire situation, he must first vanquish the leader of the Dark Heart. Overestimating yourself? The leader of the Dark Heart scoffed disdainfully, a surge of potent dark energy erupting from his being, morphing into a colossal black hand that struck toward Yi Han. Yi Han, be careful, Tang Yao exclaimed, her eyes brimming with concern. Yi Han took a deep breath, channeling all his abilities, and met the enormous black hand with a powerful punch. Extreme ice detonation, boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated as Ihan was knocked back several steps. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, while the leader of the Dark Heart also staggered back, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. You can indeed withstand my strike? The leader of the Dark Heart looked at Ihan in astonishment, not expecting him to possess such formidable strength. Enough talk, let us battle. Ihan wiped the blood from his lips and charged forward once more. Seeking death, the leader of the Dark Heart roared, advancing to meet him. The two figures intertwined, unleashing a cataclysmic battle. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed. Ihan turned to see Zhao Gang struck down by one of the Dark Heart's minions. Collapsing in a pool of blood, the crimson liquid stained Ihan's vision. Zhao Gang's pained groans intertwined with Sun Yan's resolute gaze, transforming into a sharp dagger that stabbed mercilessly into his heart. The exit of the underground passage lay before him, yet the light of freedom seemed devoured by darkness, leaving only suffocating despair. Sun Yan, Ihan bellowed, his eyes gleaming with fury. He exerted every ounce of strength to send his foe flying, yet could only watch helplessly as Sun Yan was engulfed by the dark energy, her final breath extinguished. Chapter 61. Heavy losses. Do not worry about us anymore. Flee. Zhao Gang lay in the blood-soaked ground, his feeble voice torn apart by the sound of explosions. With his last remnants of strength, he hurled his weapon towards Ihan, carrying with it the hope of survival. No, we must go together. Ihan's eyes blazed with rage, attempting to rush forward but was repelled by the onslaught of enemies. Why, Ihan? Don't come over. Tang Yao stood before him, conjuring a wall of fire to block the incoming attacks. Embodying the collective wish for survival, boom, with a resounding crash, the fire wall shattered, and Tang Yao was hurled back by the tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Yao. Ihan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. His breath becoming labored, he rushed to Tang Yao's side, cradling her in his arms, only to discover blood trickling from her lips, her breath faint. Oh, not mind me. Tang Yao weakly lifted her hand, attempting to caress Ihan's cheek, but it fell limply. No, I will not abandon you. Ihan's voice trembled, filled with anguish and despair. He held Tang Yao tightly, feeling her body grow increasingly cold, a surge of unprecedented fury and helplessness swelling within him. At that moment, the Master of Abilities staggered over to them, his face as pale as paper, his breath shallow, clearly nearing his end. The Master of Abilities gazed at Ihan, his eyes filled with sorrow and hope. Urging him to survive, trembling, he pressed a softly glowing crystal into Ihan's hand, saying, "This is my final energy. Quickly, take them away." He used his last ounce of strength to tear open a rift in space, leading to an escape route towards the base's periphery. Go, hurry. The Master of Abilities' voice was hoarse, his body flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. No, Master. Ihan clutched the crystal tightly. Feeling the immense power it contained, tears blurring his vision, he was unwilling to leave everyone behind and flee alone. This is the Master's command. The Master of Abilities spoke with grave authority, understanding that this was their final opportunity. Survive, avenge us. Ihan clenched his teeth, his beloved Tang Yao on the brink of death, Zhao Gang gravely injured and unconscious, Sun Yan already sacrificed, and now, even his last support, the Master of Abilities, was about to depart from him. He felt as if all strength had been drained from him, helplessly watching as Zhao Gang and Tang Yao were assisted by others, step by step moving towards the ominous rift filled with uncertainty. "Want to leave?" "Not so easily." A deafening voice echoed through the passage, the leader of the Dark Heart appearing at the exit, surrounded by swirling black energy, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "Kill them," at his command. Countless dark creatures surged forth like a tide, encircling Ihan and his companions. Amidst the chaos, Ihan Sali lay being knocked to the ground by a massive mutated creature, his figure vanishing amidst the turmoil. Fate unknown. Meanwhile, Han Mimi was seized by the leader of the Dark Heart, a sharp dagger pressed against her throat. "Why, Ihan? Look at who I have." The leader's voice dripped with mockery. "Your little girlfriend is now in my grasp." Fear filled Han Mimi's face as she struggled desperately, but to no avail. Release her. Yi Han's eyes burned with fury. His gaze was hollow, devoid of its former brilliance, leaving only an abyss of suffering and despair. Once, he believed that awakening extraordinary powers would enable him to safeguard all that he cherished in this apocalyptic world, that he and Tang Yao would discover a safe haven together. Yet, reality struck him with brutal force, shattering all his hopes and dreams. "Boss, how should we deal with this brat?" One of the subordinates inquired of the leader of the Dark Heart. The leader approached Yi Han, looking down at him from a height, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Take him back. I want him to witness how I will obliterate this world, how everything he holds dear will be reduced to nothing." Yi Han was unceremoniously thrown into an armored vehicle, jostling along the way toward an unknown darkness. He curled up in a corner, resembling a wounded lone wolf, licking his wounds yet unable to staunch the flow of blood. His mind replayed the moments of meeting, knowing, and loving Tang Yao. Those cherished memories now transformed into the sharpest of blades, slicing through his heart. At that moment, a vague thought flickered in the depths of Yi Han's mind. A scene he had deliberately chosen to forget. His master's final words, spoken with the last vestiges of strength in his art. At that time, Yi Han was shattered, unable to comprehend his master's message. But now, that image grew clearer, and his master's voice resonated. "Yi Han, remember, there is still power within you." "Power? What power?" Yi Han's eyes burst open, a glimmer of hope igniting within. Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tide? A chance to save Tang Yao and avenge his comrades? The armored vehicle came to a halt, and Yi Han was led into a dark, damp basement, which would serve as his prison. Yet, in this moment, Yi Han was no longer the despondent youth he once was. His eyes rekindled with fighting spirit, fueled by a singular conviction: to survive, to grow stronger, and then, to exact revenge. The rear door of the armored vehicle swung open, blinding light flooding in, forcing Yi Han to shield his eyes as he staggered out. Awaiting him was the leader of the Dark Heart, a towering figure adorned with a fearsome scar. He regarded Yi Han with a cruel smile. "Welcome to your new home, Yi Han." The leader's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with an unsettling sense of oppression. Why Yi Han remained silent, merely glaring at him, the flames of fury burning in his eyes. He was roughly shoved through a series of dark, narrow corridors, ultimately confined in a cold, damp cell. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind him with a sound that sent chills down his spine. Leaning against the frigid wall, Yi Han slowly slid down until he sat weakly on the floor. He surveyed the surroundings. Besides the dim light on the wall, nothing remained. Despair surged like a tide, tightly enveloping him. "Yao Yao," he whispered the name of his beloved, his voice laden with pain and guilt. He recalled the moment he met Tang Yao. Back then, he was a reclusive youth lost in his own world, and it was Tang Yao's warmth and kindness that melted the ice surrounding his heart, allowing him to once again feel the warmth of humanity. They had endured the brutality of the apocalypse together and witnessed the brilliance of human nature. They fought side by side, supporting one another, finding courage and hope in each other to continue living. Those beautiful memories flashed through Yi Han's mind like scenes from a film, making him cherish them all the more, yet amplifying his anguish. "No, I cannot give up like this." Yi Han shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to break free from the memories. He remembered his master's dying words. He still possessed power, still had hope. He must rally himself, for Tang Yao, and for himself. He had to survive and escape. Just then, a faint sound emanated from outside the door, and Yi Han alertly lifted his head, holding his breath as he listened intently to the commotion. Someone was coming, he thought, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could it be Tang Yao? Or perhaps his comrades come to rescue him? In the dim light, two figures stealthily approached the Dark Heart's secret base under the cover of night. They were Li Lei and Han Mimi, who had been secretly investigating since Yi Han's capture and finally located this place. The defenses were formidable. A brute force entry was impossible. "We need to find a way to blend in," Han Mimi whispered, her brow furrowed as she examined the surroundings. Li Lei nodded, his gaze sweeping over the towering walls and patrolling guards, swiftly devising a plan in his mind. "I remember you mentioned that the Dark Heart recruits a batch of newcomers every month?" "Exactly," Han Mimi replied softly. They refer to these individuals as reservists, tasked with menial jobs and serving as cannon fodder. Then it should be manageable. A smile crept onto Li Lei's lips. We can infiltrate and act according to the situation. Meanwhile, in a modest infirmary within the base, Zhao Gang slowly opened his eyes. The acrid scent of disinfectant made him wince. He struggled to sit up, but the pain from his wounds caused him to gasp. "You're awake?" A gentle voice spoke beside him. Zhao Gang turned to see a stranger, a girl, gazing at him with concern. "Who are you?" he asked, puzzled. "I'm Han Mimi's cousin, and Li Lei rescued you." The girl explained softly. "You've been unconscious for 3 days, Li Lei," Zhao Gang murmured, recalling the ever-smiling yet incredibly reliable figure. Suddenly, something struck him. He grasped Han Xian's hand, urgency in his voice. "Where is he, Han? What about Tang Yao?" Han Xian's expression darkened as she avoided Zhao Gang's gaze, replying in a low voice, "Tang Yao is still unconscious, and Yi Han has been captured by the Dark Heart." "What?" Zhao Gang exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, disregarding the pain in his body as he shouted, "Damn the Dark Heart! Calm down. We are devising a plan to rescue him." Han Mimi quickly reassured him, and no need to say more. "I must go save Yi Han." Zhao Gang's eyes blazed with fury as he tore away the bandages on his body, struggling to get out of bed. "I can't let him face danger alone." "But your injuries?" Han Mimi attempted to reason, only to be interrupted by Zhao Gang's determined gaze. "My decision is made," he declared resolutely. "I will go with you." In the dead of night, the underground cell where Yi Han was imprisoned lay in silence. Leaning against the cold wall, he closed his eyes to meditate, appearing calm, yet a storm raged within. His master's last words echoed in his ears, and a strange energy surged within him, as if guiding him toward something. The derisive laughter of the Dark Heart leader lingered in his mind. Yi Han's eyes suddenly snapped open, a glint of cold determination sparking within. He must survive, he must escape, and he must make the Dark Heart pay. He slowly raised his hands, carefully sensing the nascent power coursing through him. A faint glow emanated from his fingertips, illuminating a small area around him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Han focused his attention on the iron door that held him captive. The cold underground air was thick with dampness and mildew, and weak light filtered in through a vent. Casting a blurred square on the floor, Yi Han sat cross-legged on the damp ground, his hands resting naturally on his knees, his eyes shut as if in deep meditation. He did not surrender to despair. Instead, he concentrated all his attention inward. His master's words resonated in his mind. "Honor, you are a born extraordinary being. Your power comes from within, from your guardianship over this world and those you love." Yi Han reflected on his moments with Tang Yao, those warm memories shining like rays of sunlight piercing through the darkness, illuminating the shadows in his heart. He felt a warm and powerful force awakening within him, coursing through his veins, ultimately converging between his hands. The faint glow from his fingertips brightened the surrounding area, reflecting the determination etched on his face. He slowly raised his hands, fixing his gaze upon the iron door that imprisoned him. That heavy door appeared to him as if made of mere paper, weak and fragile. Yi Han inhaled deeply, channeling the nascent power within him, condensing it into formless blades aimed at the lock of the iron door. Time ticked away. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he did not relent. He understood that success hinged on this single endeavor. Finally, with a soft click, the lock of the iron door was completely destroyed. Yi Han rose slowly, gently pushing the door open and slipping into an adjacent empty room. He needed time, and he needed an opportunity. Meanwhile, in the lavish hall of the underground base, the leader of the Dark Heart was celebrating his victory. He sat upon a lofty throne, a glass of crimson liquid in hand, listening to reports from his subordinates, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. "Boss, Yi Han has been successfully confined in the cell on the 3rd underground level." A towering man knelt on one knee, respectfully inquiring, "Very well. What of the woman named Tang Yao?" The leader of the Dark Heart took a leisurely sip from his glass, casually posing the question. "She remains unconscious. However, we have discovered a method to treat her," one of his subordinates began to report, only to be abruptly interrupted. "No need for that," the leader of the Dark Heart interjected, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "A pawn with no value is merely a waste of resources. Understood, my lord, the subordinate conceded. However, the young man named Yihan possesses some intrigue. I have heard that he wields formidable abilities and seems to harbor some secrets. I find myself quite interested in him. Bring him to my laboratory for personal examination, the leader stated with a hint of amusement. Yes, my lord. The subordinate departed, leaving the leader of the Dark Heart alone upon his throne. His eyes glimmering with a blend of greed and madness. Yihan silently lurked in the shadows, akin to a leopard poised for the hunt in the darkness. He astutely perceived that the internal security of the Dark Heart base had grown lax under the leader's arrogance, presenting him with an excellent opportunity to escape. He recalled the moment of his capture. Had it not been for the need to shield the unconscious Tang Yao and the severely injured Zhao Gang, his skills would have ensured he did not fall so easily into enemy hands. The thought of Tang Yao's uncertain fate tightened around his heart like an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. Tang Yao, wait for me. I will rescue you. Yihan vowed silently. At that moment, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. It was Li Lei. Accompanying him was a petite girl, Han Mei Mei. They had evidently come to rescue Yihan, but their expressions betrayed an unmistakable urgency. The warmth spread through Yihan's heart as he realized he was not alone in this fight. He decisively stepped forward and whispered, Li Lei, Mei Mei. What brings you here? It's too dangerous. You must leave at once. Han Gu? Li Lei and Han Mei Mei exclaimed in delight upon seeing Yihan, but they quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and lowered their voices. We are here to save you and sister-in-law. We are fine. Yihan briefly explained, this eyes into the place for conversation. Let us move first. Han Gu, what should we do now? Li Lei asked anxiously. The leader of the Dark Heart is aware of your presence. We must leave swiftly. Yihan nodded, his gaze resolute. I understand, but we cannot abandon Tang Yao. Li Lei. You and Mei Mei must leave first. I will find Tang Yao. No, that's too dangerous. Li Lei and Han Mei Mei exclaimed in unison. This is an order. Yihan's tone brooked no dissent. Only by rescuing Tang Yao do we stand a chance to truly retaliate against the Dark Heart. Li Lei and Han Mei Mei wished to protest further, but upon seeing Yihan's determined expression, they ultimately chose to comply. They understood that Yihan had made his decision, one that no one could alter. Han Gu, take care. Li Lei cast a deep glance at Yihan, fully aware that their next encounter would plunge them into an even harsher battle. Rest assured, I shall return alive, Yihan reassured him, patting Li Lei on the shoulder before turning toward the direction where Tang Yao was held captive. His silhouette, illuminated by the dim light, appeared grand and imposing, akin to a faint glimmer in the darkness, lighting the path ahead. Chapter 64. Revenge of the Dark Heart. Yihan watched as Li Lei and the others vanished into the night, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recognized that this was not the time for sorrow. Tang Yao remained in the clutches of the Dark Heart, and he must act swiftly to rescue her. After a considerable effort, he located the place where Tang Yao was imprisoned, only to find it heavily fortified, indicating the leader of the Dark Heart's vigilance. Yihan refrained from rash actions, concealing himself in the shadows as he meticulously observed his surroundings, seeking the opportune moment to infiltrate. Han Gu, what should we do now? Li Lei's voice crackled through the earpiece, tinged with urgency. Find a safe location to settle. I need to devise a plan, Yihan replied calmly, analyzing various possibilities in his mind. Despite the formidable strength of the Dark Heart's leader, his arrogance was a weakness they could exploit. Yihan resolved to take advantage of this flaw, crafting a bold plan to launch a proactive strike, catching them off guard. He utilized his newly acquired abilities to create a series of illusions, misleading the Dark Heart's surveillance network into believing that Yihan and his companions had fled the city. Concurrently, Yihan communicated his action plan to Li Lei and Han Mei Mei, preparing them for a coordinated effort. Han Gu, are you certain about this? It seems too perilous, Li Lei gasped upon hearing Yihan's strategy. Without risk, there can be no victory. Trust me, I am no longer the helpless youth I once was, Yihan asserted with conviction, his eyes shimmering with confidence. After several days of meticulous preparation, they decided to launch their assault during the leader of the Dark Heart's routine patrol of the base. That night, Yihan conjured a multitude of his illusions, creating chaos throughout the city to divert the Dark Heart's attention. Leader, There have been numerous sightings of Yi Han in the city. Should we dispatch teams to pursue him? A member of the Dark Heart hurriedly reported. Humph, a mere parlor trick. How dare he test me? The leader of the Dark Heart scoffed disdainfully, viewing this as nothing more than Yi Han's desperate gambit. Issue orders for heightened vigilance. Upon discovering Yi Han's true whereabouts, execute him on sight. A flash of murderous intent flickered in the leader's eyes as he resolved to turn the tables, seizing this opportunity to ensnare Yi Han and his allies. Little did he know, he was unwittingly stepping into a trap meticulously laid by Yi Han. The outer perimeter of the Dark Heart base. Li Lei and Han Mei Mei moved like two agile phantoms, weaving through the shadows under the cover of night. Following Yi Han's instructions, they skillfully evaded both visible and hidden sentries, silently infiltrating the base's interior. The base was brightly lit and heavily guarded. Bristling with armed sentinels, Li Lei and Han Mei Mei held their breath, pressing against the walls as they cautiously avoided the patrols. They carried special items bestowed by Yi Han, capable of temporarily masking their energy signatures to evade detection by other ability users. Mei Mei, how is the situation on your end? Li Lei whispered through the miniature communicator, inquiring about her status. All is proceeding smoothly. I have located the area where ordinary civilians are detained, and the guards are few. We can manage. Han Mei Mei's voice remained calm and composed. Good. Wait for my signal. We will act together, Li Lei instructed before continuing to stealthily advance toward their target, in a concealed nook at the base's perimeter. Zhao Gang was diligently setting traps. Despite his severe injuries, after contacting Li Lei, he persisted in utilizing his abilities to contribute to the mission of rescuing Tang Yao. Zhao Gang, how are you holding up? Can you endure? Li Lei inquired through the communicator. Do not worry. I can still hold on. I have laid traps around the base's perimeter. Should they dare to pursue, I will ensure they meet with disaster. Zhao Gang's voice, though weak, resonated with determination. Within the base, Li Lei and Han Mei Mei successfully infiltrated the area where ordinary civilians were held captive. The conditions were dire, as a foul stench pervaded the air. Dozens of emaciated civilians were confined in cramped iron cages, their vacant stares and numbed expressions suggesting they had long since lost hope, though not fear. We have come to where the leader stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Yi Han. Before he could utter a word, Yi Han unleashed a powerful punch, the biting force of icy cold instantly transforming the leader into a mere ice statue. The members of the Dark Heart surrounding them were thrown into chaos at the sight. They could hardly fathom that Yi Han had the audacity to infiltrate the depths of the base alone, let alone possess such terrifying power. Kill him, avenge the leader. After a brief moment of panic, the members of Dark Heart roared, launching various abilities towards Yi Han. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Han's eyes as he moved with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly evading all attacks. He retaliated with a swift palm strike, the surging icy power instantly encasing several members of Dark Heart in solid ice. Utterly foolish, Yi Han coldly uttered, his figure vanishing once more from sight. Chapter 65. Rescuing Tang Yao outside the base. Deafening explosions and fierce gunfire echoed through the night sky as Li Lei and Han Mei Mei led the rescued citizens, dashing out of the base under Zhao Gang's cover. Charge! We are free! The crowd cheered, rushing towards their newfound freedom. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. At the entrance of the base, a group of Dark Heart members, armed and ready, blocked their path. Humph! Do you really think you can stop us? Zhao Gang scoffed, pressing his hands against the ground, causing countless spikes to erupt and pierce through the Dark Heart members. Kill! Li Lei and Han Mei Mei also surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the Dark Heart members. Inside the base, Yi Han moved like a tiger among sheep, leaving a trail of wails in his wake. His formidable strength instilled fear in the hearts of the Dark Heart members, who had never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. Damn it! How is this kid so strong? One of the Dark Heart ability users exclaimed in terror. Don't panic. Let's all attack together. We will not be defeated. Another ability user mustered his courage and, along with several others, launched a concerted assault on Yi Han. Yet, even against the joint attack, Yi Han remained unfazed. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, erecting walls of ice that blocked every incoming strike. Absolute zero, Yi Han declared in a low voice, causing the temperature to plummet. Instantly, the entire base transformed into a realm of ice and snow. The Dark Heart members, caught off guard, were frozen into statues before they could react. Yihan advanced step by step towards the depths of the base, knowing that Tang Yao was within. With each step, the fury within him burned brighter. He vowed to make Dark Heart pay a heavy price. "You finally arrived," a chilling voice echoed from the innermost part of the base. Wei Yihan looked up to see a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a sinister mask. Gripping the unconscious Tang Yao in his hands, Wei Yihan's gaze turned into two piercing ice daggers, locking onto the leader of Dark Heart, an aura of cold emanating from him that seemed to freeze the very air. "Didn't I just freeze you? Let her go." Yihan's voice resonated like a whisper from the depths of hell, devoid of warmth. "Heh, who do you think you are to command me?" The leader laughed maniacally, tightening his grip, causing Tang Yao to moan in pain. "I said let her go." A flash of cold light ignited in Yihan's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the leader. A chilling ice blade aimed directly at his throat. The leader had evidently underestimated Yihan's speed and strength. In a panic, he was forced to release Tang Yao and retreat hastily, barely evading a fatal blow. Yihan caught the unconscious Tang Yao, gently laying her down on the ground, then turned, his icy gaze resembling that of a specter surveying the dead. "You have angered me," Wei Yihan's voice was chilling, and the temperature around him dropped sharply, a thick layer of frost rapidly spreading across the ground towards the leader. The leader, terrified, realized that Yihan's power far exceeded his expectations. He hurriedly unleashed his abilities to defend himself. In an instant, the forces of ice and fire clashed violently, causing the entire base to tremble. Seizing the moment when the leader was distracted, Yihan launched another attack, the sharp ice blades raining down like a torrential storm upon the leader. The leader struggled to respond, sustaining injuries and appearing utterly disheveled. "Damn it! You useless fools, come help me!" the leader roared, seeking assistance from his subordinates. However, his followers were already petrified by the terrifying display of Yihan's strength, retreating in fear, unwilling to approach and risk being drawn into the fray. Realizing the tide had turned against him, the leader's eyes glinted with a ruthless determination, taking advantage of Yihan's momentary lapse. He turned and fled deeper into the base. "Thinking you can escape?" Yihan snorted coldly, about to pursue when he suddenly sensed Tang Yao's weakening presence. His heart tightened, he abandoned the chase and returned to her side. "Yao Yao, how are you?" Yihan asked anxiously, his voice trembling with rare concern. Outside the base, Li Lei and others had successfully broken through, anxiously awaiting news of Yihan. Upon seeing Yihan carrying the unconscious Tang Yao from the base, they hurriedly surrounded him. "Why, Yihan, how is Tang Yao?" Han Mimi asked with concern. "She's fine, just unconscious." Yihan gently caressed Tang Yao's cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness. "That's good, that's good." The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the leader of Dark Heart had escaped, this operation could still be deemed a success, Zhao Gang remarked, surveying the wreckage of the base. "Indeed, we saved many people and inflicted significant losses on Dark Heart." Li Lei nodded in agreement. Wei Yihan remained silent, gazing into the distance, his eyes shimmering with a cold light. He knew that this battle was far from over, and the leader's escape was merely the beginning. The group escorted Yihan and Tang Yao back to the makeshift medical tent. Wei Yihan carefully laid Tang Yao on the bed, his gaze unwavering from her pale, sleeping face. He gently stroked her cheek, his fingertips conveying a heart-wrenching chill. "It's all my fault," Yihan murmured, laden with remorse and self-recrimination. If only he had detected Dark Heart's scheme sooner, if only he could have dealt with the leader more swiftly, Tang Yao would not have been injured, would not be lying there so weakly. Outside the tent, Li Lei and Zhao Gang observed this scene, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They understood that though Yihan appeared cold on the surface, he deeply cared for Tang Yao within. "Don't worry, Tang Yao will be fine," Zhao Gang reassured, patting Yihan's shoulder. "She possesses healing abilities. Her recovery will surpass ours." Wei Yihan remained silent, merely nodding, his gaze never leaving Tang Yao. Holding her hand, he gradually infused his abilities into her body, hoping to aid her swift recovery. Time passed slowly, and Tang Yao's complexion began to regain a hint of color. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes. Gazing around in confusion, "Why, Yihan?" Tang Yao weakly called, her voice barely audible. "I'm here." Yihan immediately tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes brimming with surprise and tenderness. "How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Tang Yao shook her head, attempting to rise, only to find herself utterly powerless. Seeing this, Yihan quickly supported her, allowing her to lean against him. "Don't worry, everything is all right now," Yihan softly assured her. "The leader of Dark Heart has been driven away. The world will restore its peace." Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Tang Yao's eyes. "Really? Will peace truly come?" Chapter 66. A Beautiful Life. Yihan nodded firmly. He understood that this was not just Tang Yao's question, but also the yearning within the hearts of all survivors. "We will rebuild our homeland. Everything will be all right." Yihan's voice was deep and resolute, as if making a promise for the future. Outside the tent, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sky. Li Lei and Han Mimi stood at a distance. Watching the two nestled together inside the tent, their faces adorned with smiles of contentment. "It's time." Li Lei turned to Han Mimi. "We should share this good news with everyone." Han Mimi nodded, her eyes sparkling with hope. They were determined to convey this message to all those struggling in darkness, to tell them that the dawn of peace had arrived. As evening descended, the central square of the base buzzed with activity. Everyone anxiously awaiting news. Li Lei stood atop a makeshift platform, surveying the weathered faces in the crowd, his heart filled with emotion. "Everyone!" Li Lei's voice rang out, powerful and clear, resonating across every corner of the square. "I bring you good news. The leader of Dark Heart has been utterly defeated." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, people embracing one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The fear and despair that had long been suppressed finally dissipated in that moment. The dawn of peace has arrived. Han Mimi's voice was infectious. "We will rebuild our homeland and our future." The crowd erupted once more, their eyes brimming with hope and yearning. They understood that the road ahead was still long, yet they no longer felt lost or fearful, for they believed that under the guidance of Li Lei and Han Mei, they could undoubtedly forge a brighter future. Zhao Gang's injuries had healed under Tang Yao's care, and he resolved to remain at the base, using his strength to assist many more. His robust physique and formidable abilities became vital assets in the reconstruction efforts. "Why, Yihan? Are you truly not planning to stay?" Zhao Gang inquired, observing Yihan as he packed his belongings. Why, Yihan shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the tranquil mountains in the distance, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. "I think it is time to depart." Ultimately, Yihan and Tang Yao chose to settle in a secluded valley, far from the clamor of the world. This place, adorned with pristine waters and vibrant flora, resembled a paradise untouched by time. They constructed a modest wooden cabin with their own hands and cultivated a patch of land to grow a variety of vegetables and fruits. Though their days were simple, they were filled with tranquility and joy. Every morning, Yihan would rise early to prepare a steaming breakfast for Tang Yao, while she tidied up their little home as he set out to hunt. In the afternoons, they would nestle beneath the shade of trees, relishing the rare moments of leisure. Wai Han would share tales from his childhood, and Tang Yao would serenade him with songs from her homeland. As night descended, they would whisper sweetly beneath a canopy of stars, dreaming of the happiness that awaited them. Wai Han, do you think we could live this way for the rest of our lives? One evening, nestled in Yihan's embrace, Tang Yao gazed at the stars and softly asked. Wai Han looked down at her, his eyes filled with affection. As long as you wish it, I would gladly spend my life here with you, even across lifetimes. Tang Yao smiled sweetly, burying her head in his chest, listening to the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, her heart swelling with a sense of peace and bliss. Although Yihan and Tang Yao chose to distance themselves from the world, they did not forget their comrades who had fought alongside them, nor the world that lay in ruins. They would periodically return to the base, delivering the grains and vegetables they had cultivated to those in need, and bringing back news from beyond the valley to stay informed of the world's changes. From Li Lei and Han Mei, they learned that while the heart of darkness had been vanquished, some small factions of ability users still lingered, often clashing over resources and power. Li Lei and Han Mei were dedicated to establishing a new social order and maintaining peace in the world. and their efforts were gradually gaining recognition and support from the populace. It seems that this world still requires our guardianship, Yihan mused, a glimmer of concern flickering in his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Tang Yao grasped his hand, softly assuring him, "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." As night deepened, the valley fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the distant chirping of insects. Yihan and Tang Yao embraced as they drifted into slumber, unaware that a sinister black mist was silently seeping from the earth, inching closer to their little cabin. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a warm golden hue upon their humble abode. Yihan awoke to find Tang Yao a serene face before him. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb her sweet dreams. Reflecting on the myriad trials they had endured, Yihan felt a surge of emotion. From the initial feelings of confusion and helplessness to the moment he met and fell in love with Tang Yao, and ultimately to standing shoulder to shoulder in battle against evil. Each step felt like a thrilling film. Culminating in this peaceful resolution, he approached the window, gazing out at the lush mountains, inhaling the fresh air deeply. The land once ravaged by the heart of darkness now thrived with vibrant life. He understood that this hard-won peace was a result of countless sacrifices made by many. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Yao's soft voice broke through his reverie, laced with the remnants of sleepiness. Yihan turned to her, his heart swelling with love as he replied, "I was contemplating how our current life feels like a beautiful dream." Tang Yao nestled closer to him, whispering, "Indeed, we have finally attained a tranquil existence." "Yihan, Tang Yao, your story will forever be etched in the annals of history," Li Lei's voice echoed from outside. Imbued with admiration and sentiment, Yihan and Tang Yao stepped out of their cabin. Greeted by the sight of Li Lei and Han Mei standing in the yard, their faces adorned with smiles of relief. "Li Lei, Han Mei, it's wonderful to see you," Tang Yao greeted warmly. "Yes, we came to check on you and share some good news," Han Mei added. "The base has regained order, and life is slowly returning to normal." "That is reassuring," Yihan nodded, expressing gratitude for their efforts. "It is our duty," Li Lei replied. "Now that the world needs rebuilding, we each have a responsibility to contribute." By the way, Zhao Gang is nearly fully recovered and is now training new ability users at the base, hoping to prevent organizations like the Heart of Darkness from resurfacing, Han Mei supplemented. "That is excellent news," Yihan expressed. "The world needs more guardians." Chapter 67. The disappearance of Han Mei after bidding farewell to Li Lei and Han Mei. Yihan and Tang Yao strolled hand in hand along a mountain path. Sunlight bathed them, as if draping them in a golden veil. Yihan, "Do you think the future will be brighter?" Tang Yao looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with hope. "It will be, without a doubt," Yihan affirmed resolutely. "As long as we harbor love and hope in our hearts, the future will undoubtedly improve." They paused, exchanging smiles, their hearts filled with joy and anticipation. However, at that moment, Yihan felt an unsettling sensation. He abruptly turned to scan the woods behind them, a flicker of vigilance crossing his face. "What's wrong?" Tang Yao noticed his unease and asked, puzzled. "That it's nothing. Perhaps I'm being overly sensitive," Yihan replied, but the unease lingered in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking in the shadows. Watching them, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden cloak over the distant snow-capped mountains. Yihan and Tang Yao nestled beside the fireplace in their cabin, the flickering flames illuminating their faces with warmth and tranquility. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Tang Yao murmured, leaning against Yihan. "Of course," he replied with a gentle smile, stroking her long hair. "You were such a timid girl, trembling in the corner." "I was truly frightened," Tang Yao recalled. "The world had suddenly transformed, and I didn't know what to do. You were the one who gave me hope and courage. We supported each other to arrive at this moment." Yihan gazed at her lovingly. "We will continue to walk this path together." Yet, this seemingly serene life was soon to be disrupted. A few days later, as Yihan and Tang Yao ventured out to gather supplies, they passed through a deserted city. Suddenly, Yihan halted, his gaze fixated on a wall of a building. "What's the matter?" Tang Yao followed his stare, noticing a peculiar symbol painted in red, resembling an eye or a vortex, exuding an eerie and ominous aura. This symbol. Yihan furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him. though he couldn't quite recall where he had encountered it before. Could it be the remnants of the Heart of Darkness? Tang Yao inquired with concern. It's possible. Yi Han nodded. We must tread carefully. Meanwhile, at the base, Li Lei and Han Mei Mei were also receiving disconcerting reports. Commander, we VE discovered a group of unidentified ability users at the eastern border. Their numbers significant and their aggression formidable, a panicked messenger reported. Additionally, several survivor camps in the south have been attacked, and according to the survivors, the attackers wielded abilities we have never encountered before. Another messenger added. Li Lei and Han Mei Mei's expressions turned grave, a sense of foreboding settling over them. It appears that our peaceful days are coming to an end, Li Lei stated somberly. Han Mei Mei immediately informed Zhao Gang to intensify patrols and have all ability users prepare for combat. We may be facing new enemies. Han Mei Mei nodded, hurrying away. Li Lei stared at the map on the wall. Furrowing his brow, filled with apprehension, he understood that a new storm was on the horizon. Meanwhile, Yi Han and Tang Yao exchanged worried glances. This symbol undoubtedly cast a shadow over their tranquil existence. They resolved to return to the base promptly to inform Li Lei. Near the perimeter of the base, Zhao Gang led a team of ability users on patrol. Since the defeat of the Heart of Darkness, the base had not encountered a large-scale attack in quite some time. Yet Li Lei remained vigilant, fully aware that peace was a hard-won treasure. Stay alert, Zhao Gang softly reminded his team members that although the present seemed tranquil, they must not let their guard down. And no sooner had he spoken than a sharp sound, slicing through the air, suddenly echoed from afar. Zhao Gang's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Something's amiss. Prepare for battle." Several shadowy figures darted out from the dense forest with remarkable speed. They moved with agility and precision, their hands aglow with various extraordinary powers, unmistakably not mere refugees or mutated creatures. Zhao Gang and his comrades immediately engaged in combat, initiating an intense confrontation. Zhao Gang, with his unmatched brute strength, wielded a hefty steel pipe, charging into the fray like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Each swing sent enemies flying several meters away. However, he was taken aback to find that while these foes lacked individual strength, they exhibited remarkable teamwork and tactical dexterity, seemingly anticipating their attacks and always finding the optimal paths to evade them. After a fierce struggle, Zhao Gang and his team, drawing upon their extensive combat experience and formidable powers, ultimately repelled this wave of assailants. Yet, Zhao Gang's heart remained heavy, tension mounting within him. "Captain, who are these adversaries? They seem unlike any we've encountered before." A team member inquired, visibly shaken. Zhao Gang pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "Their synergy in abilities and tactical execution surpasses that of the enemies we've faced previously. This is certainly not a disorganized mob. There is likely a powerful organization orchestrating these events from behind the scenes." When Yi Han and Tang Yao returned to the base, they arrived just in time to witness the tail end of the battle. They joined the cleanup crew, and upon seeing the unfamiliar corpses littering the ground, their expressions turned grave. "It seems we have returned just in time," Yi Han remarked, gazing into the distance, a hint of unease in his tone. "This calm may merely be the silence before the storm." Tang Yao clasped Yi Han's hand, her gaze resolute as she declared, "No matter what happens, we will face it together." That night, the base's conference room was brightly lit as Yi Han shared the peculiar symbols they had encountered along their journey with Li Lei and the others. "An eye? A vortex?" Li Lei's brow furrowed as he searched his mind for related memories, yet found nothing. Could it be that the Heart of Darkness is stirring once more? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Yi Han mused, but we must also consider the potential involvement of other forces operating in the shadows. We need to ascertain their origins swiftly to prepare for what lies ahead. A shroud of mystery enveloped the group once more. In the dim conference room, shrouded in smoke, the gravity etched on each face was palpable. The news of Han Mimi's disappearance weighed heavily upon them, akin to a boulder pressing down on their chests, leaving them breathless. Chapter 68. Black Flame. How could this happen? How could Mimi suddenly vanish? Li Lei lamented, his hands tangled in his hair, his voice thick with guilt and concern. "Calm down, Li Gu," Yi Han reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "This is not the time for self-reproach. We must find Mimi as swiftly as possible. But where do we even begin to search?" Tang Yao asked anxiously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate, Zhao Gang replied solemnly. According to eyewitness accounts, the last place Mimi was seen was near the abandoned factory in the west of the city. The abandoned factory in the west? Yi Han's brow creased as images of the desolate ruins surfaced in his mind. That area was indeed a hot spot for vagabonds and dubious factions. Moreover, Zhao Gang added, based on the intelligence we currently possess, remnants of the Heart of Darkness are likely hidden within that region, so Mimi's disappearance may very well be connected to the Heart of Darkness. Tang Yao asked in disbelief, covering her mouth. We cannot confirm that yet. Yi Han shook his head, but we must prepare for the worst. I have decided to personally investigate the abandoned factory in the west, Yi Han declared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I intend to discover who dares to lay hands on our people. I will go with you, Tang Yao responded without hesitation. I will join as well. Zhao Gang stepped forward. No, Li Lei decisively countered. You three are the backbone of the base and cannot afford to take such risks. I will lead this operation, while you stay behind to await further instructions. But Tang Yao wanted to argue further. This is an order. Li Lei's tone brooked no dissent. Ultimately, Yi Han and Tang Yao acquiesced to Li Lei's decision. Watching as the rescue team set out, Yi Han gazed out at the darkening sky. An overwhelming sense of unease washed over him, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. He approached the window, peering into the distance, his gaze deep and resolute. Mimi, you must hold on. We will find you, he vowed. Restlessly pacing the room, Yi Han felt a weight in his heart akin to a massive stone. The news of Han Mimi's disappearance pressing heavily upon him. Though Tang Yao had yet to fully recover, she summoned her strength to remain by his side. Why, Yi Han, do not worry. Li Gu and the others will surely find Mimi. She softly reassured, grasping his hand. Why, Yi Han reciprocated her grip, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet the shadow of concern lingered in his brow. He understood what the remnants of the Heart of Darkness represented. A group of fanatics willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. Rather than wait passively, we should investigate the West ourselves. We may uncover some clues, Yi Han proposed. Understanding Yi Han's character, Tang Yao nodded in agreement, and together they gathered minimal supplies before stealthily departing the base. In the abandoned factory district to the west, a scene of desolation greeted them. Amidst the crumbling walls, faint echoes of past prosperity lingered, now transformed into a refuge for various wanderers and obscure factions. Yi Han and Tang Yao navigated cautiously through the ruins, relying on their keen instincts to search for any signs of Mimi. Look over there. Tang Yao pointed towards a peculiar symbol on the wall of a distant building, whispering, that is the mark of the Heart of Darkness. Yi Han's expression turned grave as he followed her gaze. He gestured for Tang Yao to remain silent, and they crept closer to the structure. Through the shattered windows, they glimpsed several shadowy figures clad in black cloaks moving about, seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual. It appears we have found our target. A spark of determination ignited in Yi Han's eyes as he prepared to investigate further. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Reacting swiftly, Yi Han and Tang Yao dodged to the side just in time, several arrows embedding themselves in the ground where they had just stood, their fletchings quivering slightly. Who goes there? Yi Han barked, his gaze sharp as he scanned their surroundings. Kill! A roar erupted, and dozens of figures in black surged forth from the shadows, surrounding Yi Han and Tang Yao. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Yi Han's heart sank as he realized their predicament. Just as they prepared to fight back, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and several black-clad assailants fell to the ground. Zhao Gang descended with a squad of fully armed soldiers, joining the fray. Why, Yi Han, Tang Yao, are you all right? Zhao Gang asked, firing his weapon with concern. We're fine, but what are you doing here? Yi Han queried. I couldn't bear to leave you unguarded. So I brought reinforcements, Zhao Gang replied. It seems we arrived just in time. Though the immediate crisis had been averted, Yi Han felt no sense of relief. He observed the increasing number of enemies around them and spoke gravely. This is merely the vanguard. The true enemy lies deeper within. Prepare for battle. The sound of gunfire echoed through the ruins as the black-clad assailants fell like harvested wheat, Zhao Gang leading his troops like a torrent of steel. Swiftly turning the tide, Wei Han and Tang Yao stood back to back, seamlessly dispatching the approaching foes. While Tang Yao's primary ability was healing, the whip in her hand danced with ferocity, clearly reflecting her dedication to mastering combat techniques. "It seems we have underestimated the strength of this new faction," Yi Han remarked, slicing through an opponent's defense with a blade. "Their intent is undoubtedly to capture me and Tang Yao in one fell swoop. We must retreat." Zhao Gang made a swift decision, covering Yi Han and Tang Yao as they made their escape. Upon returning to the temporary base, the tear-streaked Han Mimi collapsed into Tang Yao's embrace. Unable to articulate her relief, having been captured by this new faction days prior, she was fortunate that Yi Han and the others arrived just in time to rescue her from their clutches. "Do not fear, Mimi, you are safe now," Tang Yao gently reassured, patting her back. Once Han Mimi had calmed down, Yi Han and the others inquired about the intelligence she had gathered regarding the new faction. It turned out that this faction was known as Black Flame, led by a mysterious and formidable ability user whose power remained unfathomable. The hierarchy within the Black Flame organization is strict, and their defenses are formidable. Breaching their stronghold is akin to scaling the heavens. Their base lies underground, with heavily armed guards stationed at the entrance, complemented by an array of intricate traps. Han Mimi's voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the terrifying methods employed by Black Flamed. Wei Han, Zhao Gang, and their companions huddled around the map, their brows furrowed in contemplation. A direct assault was evidently unwise. A meticulous plan was imperative to ensure their safety while infiltrating the enemy's lair to gather intelligence. Preparing for the complete eradication of this nefarious force, we can utilize the cover of night to approach from the flanks, Zhao Gang suggested, pointing to a shadowy area on the map. No, that is within their patrol blind spot, which would only serve to expose our position, Li Lei countered, dismissing Zhao Gang's proposal. After a heated discussion, Yi Han ultimately resolved, "We shall breach through the front door." What? The others exclaimed in astonishment. A glint of cold determination flashed in Yi Han's eyes as he asserted, "Only by doing so can we catch them off guard and disrupt their formation." As night fell, Yi Han and Zhao Gang led a small team composed of both psychics and ordinary soldiers, clad in stealth attire, stealthily approaching the Black Flame's stronghold. The entrance was brightly lit and heavily guarded, with several sentinels patrolling listlessly. "Prepare for action," Yi Han whispered, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, akin to a cheetah poised to hunt. The night enveloped the earth, and the chilling wind seemed to herald the impending danger. Wei Han and Zhao Gang led their team, lurking like phantoms in the dark. Their target the illuminated steel fortress that was the Black Flame's lair, the first line of defense. Infrared sensors, Li Lei's voice was barely audible as he pointed ahead, where nearly imperceptible red beams crisscrossed the night sky. Yi Han nodded slightly, signaling for the team to halt. With a subtle wave of his hand, an invisible energy wave emanated, enveloping the entire squad. Zhao Gang and the others suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies, as if they were in a zero-gravity environment and were astonished to find themselves floating. "Is this my new ability?" Yi Han murmured to himself, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Since the last battle, it seemed his powers had undergone a new breakthrough. Not only could he manipulate metal, but he could also temporarily alter the gravity of himself and nearby objects. Utilizing this newfound ability, Yi Han effortlessly guided the team over the infrared sensor zone, pressing onward toward their objective. Along the way, they encountered several patrols, all of which Yi Han and his companions adeptly evaded. Tang Yao's voice periodically crackled through the communicator, providing them with the latest enemy updates. Ensuring their mission was foolproof. 100 meters ahead, their SA thermal imaging device. "Stay hidden." Tang Yao's voice carried a hint of urgency. The team quickly sought cover, concealing themselves. The thermal imaging device could detect the heat radiation emitted by living beings, rendering them visible even in darkness. "What now? We can't get through," a soldier whispered, despair evident in his tone. Wei Han furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he simulated various strategies, each one promptly dismissed. Just then, he noticed Zhao Gang regarding him with a peculiar expression. "Dio, you have a plan?" Yi Han inquired. Zhao Gang nodded, retrieving a black cloak from his backpack and handing it to Yi Han. "This is made from a special material that can block heat radiation. Wear it, And the thermal imaging device won't detect you. Yi Han accepted the cloak, feeling a surge of admiration for Zhao Gang's meticulousness and preparedness. He donned the cloak and instructed Zhao Gang and the others, "Wait here for me. I will return shortly." With that, he activated his gravity manipulation ability once more, silently drifting toward the thermal imaging device. With remarkable courage and agility, Yi Han successfully evaded all surveillance equipment, quietly infiltrating the inner sanctum of the Black Flame stronghold. Before him lay a dimly lit corridor, each interval adorned with flickering, muted lights that cast eerie shadows, enhancing the ominous atmosphere. Yi Han, what's the situation on your end? Tang Yao's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with anxiety. "I've successfully infiltrated. I'm searching for their laboratory." Yi Han replied softly, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. As he traversed the corridor, he could intermittently hear distant screams and roars emanating from rooms, sending chills down his spine. Eventually, he arrived at a heavy metal door. Prominently emblazoned with a striking emblem, a burning black flame, Yi Han's heart raced. He knew he had found his target. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the doorknob and pushed open the weighty door. A pungent odor of chemicals assaulting his senses, compelling him to hold his breath. The room was shrouded in dim light, various instruments flickering with a ghostly glow, and the lab tables cluttered with test tubes and beakers. The air thick with a nauseating scent of blood. Several researchers in white lab coats busily operated the machinery, oblivious to Yi Han's presence. On the table before them, a young man was bound to a metal slab. His eyes vacant and face pale and emaciated, weakly struggling against his restraints. His body was connected to a web of tubes and wires, emanating a sinister green glow. "What are they doing?" Tang Yao's voice trembled through the communicator. Yi Han did not respond, merely shaking his head gently to signal her to remain silent. He cautiously approached the researchers, attempting to overhear their conversation. "The life signs of Subject 3 are diminishing. It seems the dosage was still too high," one bespectacled researcher remarked, devoid of any trace of sympathy. "And no matter, there are plenty of subjects left. If one dies, we simply replace it," another replied dismissively. "Hurry up. We need to develop a more potent psychic serum to meet the leader's demands." More potent psychic serum? Yi Han's heart sank. He finally grasped Black Flame's intentions. They aimed to manufacture powerful psychics in bulk through human experimentation. Just as Yi Han prepared to gather further evidence, a chilling voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Who is there?" Startled, Yi Han whirled around to find a towering man standing in the doorway, his eyes glinting with menace. An overwhelming aura of power bearing down upon him. "Who are you?" Yi Han queried in a low voice, bracing himself. "I am the guard here." "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man advanced slowly, his tone laced with hostility. "I am here too," Yi Han began, but the man abruptly struck. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a punch that sliced through the air with fierce wind. Yi Han had anticipated this, sidestepping the blow while retaliating with a punch of his own. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows within the confines of the cramped laboratory. As the fight progressed, Yi Han gradually gained the upper hand, recognizing that while his opponent's powers were formidable, they lacked practical experience, leaving numerous openings. Just as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow, the man erupted into laughter. "You think you can defeat me? You are sorely mistaken." As he spoke, his body began to transform, his skin turning a bizarre dark red, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue that radiated an unsettling light. "This is my true power," he bellowed, lunging once more at Yi Han. Yi Han's heart sank as dark red energy surged around the man, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yi Han, unwilling to underestimate him, summoned frost to his palm, forming a crystalline ice shield. The man's attacks came crashing down like a tempest, each collision unleashing a frigid chill and searing energy waves. "Yi Han, be careful." Tang Yao's anxious voice crackled through the communicator, interspersed with electrical static. "I'm fine," Yi Han replied softly, his gaze unwavering from his adversary. He understood that a swift resolution was paramount. Prolonged combat would only attract more enemies. Seizing an opportune moment, Yi Han deftly maneuvered behind the man, ice blades forming instantly as he aimed for his foe's back. The man, caught off guard, let out a muffled grunt as the ice blade struck him, causing him to stagger. Now's my chance, Yihan thought. Unleashing the full force of his frost abilities, the laboratory swiftly transformed into a winter wonderland. The man's movements slowed, and he howled in agony, ultimately encased in ice. We must go, Yihan urged, not pausing to assess the aftermath. As he pulled the captive subject from the corner and made a hasty retreat, Tang Yao, Zhao Gang, and Li Lei were already waiting in the corridor, and the group fought their way back, finally escaping the hellish nightmare. Upon returning to the base, Han Mimi had awakened. Though still weak, her spirits had noticeably lifted. Seeing Yihan and the others return safely, gratitude shimmered in her eyes, glistening with tears. Thank you for saving me. Don't speak. Rest well. Tang Yao gently helped Han Mimi lie down, softly offering her comfort. Yihan and the others gathered around the table, beginning to organize the intelligence collected from this operation. The fate of the experimental subjects, the frenzied research, and the eerie red energy all foretold the formidable and perilous nature of this new force. They were developing a serum capable of enhancing supernatural abilities, and had already reached the stage of human trials. With a grave tone, Yihan declared, "We must act swiftly to thwart them." However, Li Lei furrowed his brow in concern, stating, "But we have no knowledge of their main base." "I do." Han Mimi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "I can lead you there." The group looked at her in astonishment as Han Mimi took a deep breath and slowly continued. "When I was captured, I overheard them mention a place called the Heart of Lava. I believe that must be their base." "The Heart of Lava," Yihan murmured, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Very well. We shall confront them." Outside, the night was deepening, as if heralding an even greater storm to come. Chapter 70. Limit Absolute Zero. Han Mimi's words were akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of concern. The name the Heart of Lava resonated with danger and the unknown, yet it was their only lead. Yihan understood the urgency. He had to act promptly to prevent this catastrophe. The cold night wind howled through the ruins, as if playing a mournful prelude to the impending battle. Yihan and Zhao Gang led an elite team of supernatural beings, stealthily lurking in a grove not far from the Heart of Lava. "Are we ready?" Yihan asked in a hushed voice, his gaze piercing as he scanned each member. "Always prepared." Zhao Gang tightened his grip on the long knife, his eyes glimmering with resolve. The others nodded in agreement, clutching their weapons, bracing for combat. Yet, they were unaware that an unforeseen calamity was about to descend upon them. Just as they were about to set off, a blinding red light suddenly illuminated the distant sky, followed by a deafening explosion. "Not good. The base is under attack." Yihan's expression changed drastically, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he and the others hastened towards the base. Along the way, they encountered countless panicked crowds and buildings ablaze, the air thick with the stench of blood and charred remains. Upon reaching the base, the scene before them resembled a hell on earth. The once formidable defensive structures lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere, smoke billowing, and the sounds of screams and cries echoing relentlessly. "What happened? How did the enemy breach our defenses?" Yihan anxiously grasped a terrified guard, demanding answers. "They mentioned the Heart of Lava," the guard stammered, pointing towards the center of the base. "They must have used some weapon. Our defense systems are completely incapacitated." Yihan's heart sank. He realized the situation was far worse than he had imagined. The new force had somehow acquired weaponry capable of breaching the base's defenses, delivering a devastating blow. "Zhao Gang, take a portion of the team to reinforce the front lines and ensure the enemy's advance is halted." "I will find Tang Yao." "Understood." Without hesitation, Zhao Gang led a group of supernatural beings toward the fiercest point of the battle. Yihan, however, fought against the tide of chaos, desperately sprinting towards the heart of the base. He had to locate Tang Yao and ensure her safety. In the midst of the turmoil, Yihan spotted Tang Yao, who was organizing the evacuation of civilians with calm decisiveness, her face devoid of panic. "Tang Yao!" Yihan shouted, weaving through the crowd to reach her side. Upon seeing him, Tang Yao's face broke into a brief smile of relief, quickly replaced by concern. They have secret weapons, and our defense systems have failed. I know, Yihan replied, gripping her hand tightly. The situation is dire. We must devise a plan. His words were abruptly interrupted by another thunderous explosion. They turned simultaneously to witness a colossal mushroom cloud rising from the center of the base. Flames reaching skyward, thick smoke billowing. The shadow of the mushroom cloud loomed over everyone, instilling a pervasive sense of dread. Take everyone and leave. I will assess the situation, Yihan said with unwavering determination. Though his eyes betrayed his anxiety, be careful, Tang Yao cautioned, understanding that the foremost priority was to ensure the survivor's safety. As she watched Yihan rush towards the explosion, Tang Yao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Most of the base had fallen, and she needed to orchestrate a swift evacuation to a secure location. Li Lei. Lead everyone to the underground passage to the south. It offers temporary refuge from danger. Tang Yao commanded decisively, but what about you? Li Lei's expression was troubled. Do not worry about me. I will stay behind to see what assistance I can provide. Tang Yao offered a reassuring smile. Remember, your safety is paramount. Li Lei wished to protest further, but upon meeting Tang Yao's steadfast gaze, he nodded reluctantly and turned to organize the evacuation. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Tang Yao stood alone in the desolate street, gazing at the distant flames, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within her. The enemies might surpass all imagination. Who were they? Why were they intent on annihilation? What were they searching for? Han Mimi's voice interrupted Tang Yao's thoughts. Pale and filled with terror, she exclaimed, I overheard their conversation. They mentioned searching for a key that could open the gates of hell. The gates of hell? Tang Yao's heart tightened at the thought. Recalling legends she had read in ancient texts about the gates of hell, said to be a passage to another world, fraught with peril and the unknown. Could it be that they intended? Tang Yao dared not finish the thought. If the gates of hell were truly opened, this world would plunge into an irreversible abyss. We must stop them. Han Mimi clenched her fists, her eyes glinting with determination. Do you know where the key is? Tang Yao shook her head. Her knowledge of the gates of hell was limited to folklore, and she was unaware of the key's whereabouts. However, she understood that this was not the time for despair. They must find a way to prevent all of this. There must be a solution, Tang Yao murmured, her gaze settling on a nearby abandoned library. Perhaps there, they could uncover the answers they desperately sought. Yihan charged at the forefront, wielding his ice blade like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the invaders. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Each swing of the ice blade drained him of tremendous energy. What troubled him further was that his supernatural abilities seemed suppressed, their potency diminished. Why, Yihan, be careful. Zhao Gang's anxious voice rang out. Instinctively, Yihan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a razor-sharp steel claw that nearly slashed his throat. Damn it! Yihan cursed under his breath, retaliating with ice spikes to repel the enemy. Gasping for breath, sweat beaded on his forehead. His strength was nearing its limit. Their aim is not to seize the base, but to stall us, Zhao Gang observed while fighting. They are buying time. Buying time? Yihan's heart sank at the realization. They're searching for that key. Han Mimi's voice echoed from afar, tinged with panic. They've already found a lead. This is bad. Yihan's alarm bells rang in his mind. He knew they could not allow this to succeed. Yet, faced with the seemingly endless tide of foes, he questioned whether he still had the strength to protect everyone. Despair began to spread within him, and just as the base teetered on the brink of capitulation, fragments of memory surged in his mind. Those were messages conveyed by the mysterious power during his last unconsciousness. All or nothing. Yihan gritted his teeth, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his eyes. He poured the last of his strength into the ice blade, a powerful energy wave radiating outward from his core. Yihan, what are you doing? Zhao Gang sensed Yihan's unusual behavior, calling out in alarmed. Why Yihan remained silent, closing his eyes and delving deep into his consciousness to connect with that mysterious power. Believe in yourself, an ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Believe in yourself. The voice grew clearer, as though emanating from the depths of Yihan's soul. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. This force was cold and violent, yet tinged with warmth and hope. He abruptly opened his eyes, now filled with a fearsome brilliance. The ice blade in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light, and the temperature around him plummeted, as if the very air was on the verge of freezing. Limit absolute zero. Yi-Han let out a furious roar, and a formidable surge of ice energy erupted forth like a flood breaching its dam. A colossal ice wall rose from the ground, completely isolating the base from the enemy. The wall was studded with sharp ice spikes, and those enemies attempting to scale it were instantly impaled, transforming into ice sculptures that plummeted to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone, both foes and allies, stunned, each person shaken by Yi-Han's earth-shattering strike. Chapter 71. Yi-Han unconscious, seizing the moment of chaos among the enemies. Zhao Gang shouted, "Retreat, quickly!" The surviving members of the base, as if awakening from a dream, turned to flee the battlefield, while Yi-Han maintained the ice wall until the last person had escaped, then wearily released his grip. The ice wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying countless enemies beneath a blanket of snow and ice. Yi-Han's body swayed precariously. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he fell straight down. Yi-Han, Tang Yao cried out in alarm. Rushing toward him and embracing him tightly, Yi-Han's complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath faint, as if it could cease at any moment. Tears streamed down Tang Yao's face uncontrollably as she desperately shook Yi-Han's body, calling out his name. Yi-Han, wake up! You cannot leave us! Zhao Gang and the others gathered around, their faces etched with concern and despair as they looked at the unconscious Yi and Lei. Go fetch a doctor! Zhao Gang urged anxiously. Lei stumbled away, fear evident in his eyes. Without Yi-Han, the base felt like it had lost its final bastion, leaving them to wonder if they could withstand another assault. Han Mimi sat helplessly on the ground, murmuring, "Are we truly to abandon this place and return to a life of wandering?" No one answered her, for they too were uncertain of the reply. In the dim room, only a flickering oil lamp cast a faint glow, illuminating the frail figure beside the bed. Tang Yao held Yi-Han's hand tightly, as if it were her sole anchor, her tear-streaked cheeks glistening with sorrow as dried trails were once again soaked by fresh tears. Yi-Han, please wake up. I beg you. Come back to us, she whispered repeatedly, her voice hoarse and despairing, akin to the last cry for help from a lost traveler. Yi-Han lay still on the bed, his complexion ghostly, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible, his brow furrowed slightly, as if battling some unseen force. Or perhaps ensnared in an endless nightmare. I will awaken you. I promise. A flicker of resolve shone in Tang Yao's eyes as she wiped her tears, rose to her feet, and exited the room. Within the base, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere lingered. Yi-Han's unconsciousness cast a shadow over all. The Lei and Zhao Gang were seated at a table, their brows furrowed in deep thought as they deliberated strategies. We cannot sit idly by. Zhao Gang slammed his fist on the table. We must find a way to contact other bases and seek assistance, but our communication devices are destroyed. How can we reach out? Lei inquired anxiously. I recall that there is a survivor base approximately 100 kilometers east of US, Zhao Gang pondered. Although uncertain of its existence, it was their only glimmer of hope. All right, I will prepare to leave immediately. Lei stood, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. Wait, Zhao Gang called after him. This mission is exceedingly dangerous. I will accompany you. No, the base needs you. Lei firmly refused. You stay here. I will go. But there are no buts, Lei interrupted. Zhao Gang fell silent, recognizing the truth in Lei's words. The base could not afford to be without him. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Lei patted his shoulder before turning to leave. Outside the room, Han Mimi anxiously awaited. Upon seeing Lei emerge, she rushed over, asking, what happened? Is there a solution? Yes, we've found a glimmer of hope. Lei relayed their plan to Han Mimi. However, her expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, it deepened her worry. But what about Yi-Han? Lei understood her unspoken fears and reassured her, do not worry. We will do everything we can. Han Mimi sighed softly, returning to the room to stay vigil by Yi-Han's side. She picked up a towel and gently wiped his face, her heart heavy with guilt and helplessness. It is all my fault. If only I had noticed sooner, she murmured. tears once again blurring her vision. She vowed that, by any means necessary, she would find a way to awaken Yi-Han. Even if hope was but a flicker, she would exert every effort to eye in the dim light. Han Mimi clutched Yi-Han's cold hand. Her heart twisted in anguish. As the team's medical personnel, she was acutely aware of the peril Yi-Han faced. For days, she had tried every conceivable remedy: acupuncture, massage, herbal treatments. But none could rouse him from his slumber. If only I were stronger. If only I had noticed earlier. Han Mimi choked out, her self-reproachful tears falling onto Yi-Han's pallid face. The base's rudimentary conditions constrained her medical skills. She could only watch helplessly as Yi-Han's vitality ebbed away. Mimi, do not despair. This is not your fault. Tang Yao gently embraced Han Mimi's shoulders, offering her comfort. She understood the depth of Han Mimi's sorrow. Yi-Han's unconsciousness was a heavy blow to them all, for he had risked everything to save her. Yet, Han Mimi began, but was interrupted by Tang Yao. Trust me, Yi-Han will be all right. Tang Yao's voice brimmed with conviction. We will find a way. We must. Meanwhile, Li Lei led a small team through the desolate city in search of supplies. Since the communication breakdown, they had been forced to rely on such primitive means to acquire the resources necessary for survival. Captain, look over there, a team member exclaimed, pointing toward a dilapidated building in the distance. Following the direction indicated, Li Lei noticed a faint glimmering light emanating from the top of the crumbling structure, standing out starkly against the darkening sky. Let us investigate. Hope flickered in Li Lei's heart. Perhaps there were survivors there. They approached the building cautiously, only to discover that the staircase leading to the upper floors had collapsed. Just as they were at a loss, Zhao Gang suddenly spotted a crack in the wall that seemed climbable. You all stay here. I will take a look, Li Lei instructed before scaling the crevice. On the top floor, an elderly man clad in a gray robe sat cross-legged, an ancient wooden table before him, atop which flickered an oil lamp casting a dim light. Who are you? Why are you here? Li Lei asked warily. The elderly man slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity piercing through their murkiness as he scrutinized Zhao Gang. Have you come to find me? Li Lei paused, perplexed. You know me? I know you, and I am also acquainted with your unconscious friend, the old man replied, his tone calm yet seemingly all-knowing. A jolt of surprise coursed through Li Lei. Did this elder possess knowledge of something crucial? He quickly relayed Yi-Han's condition and implored the old man's assistance. After listening to Li Lei's account, the old man fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I can help him, but what? Li Lei pressed anxiously, clinging to the lifeline offered, yet fearful it might slip away. The elder's profound gaze seemed to penetrate Zhao Gang, revealing the hopes and despairs that lay behind him. To awaken him requires a catalyst, and that catalyst will come on the approaching full moon night. The old man paused, his cloudy eyes gazing out the window, as if he could see through the concrete to the moon that was soon to be full. Li Lei's heart raced. The full moon night was when supernatural powers were most potent. Could Yi-Han's awakening be tied to this force? He contained his excitement and respectfully bowed to the elder. Please, guide us. We will do everything in our power. The elder nodded slightly, a hint of nostalgia in his ancient voice. Go, bring your friend, on the night of the full moon. I will await your arrival. When the news returned to the base, hope radiated from every face. Tang Yao was so overcome with emotion that tears filled her eyes as she grasped Han Mimi's hand tightly, choking out, I knew it. I knew he would be all right. The night of the full moon arrived as foretold, the silvery light spilling across the land, lending a touch of tranquility to this post-apocalyptic world. In an open area outside the base, Tang Yao gently caressed Yi-Han's face, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Why, Yi-Han, you must awaken. We are all waiting for you. Her voice was soft yet imbued with deep emotion. To allow Yi-Han to bask in the moonlight, Tang Yao deliberately loosened his collar, exposing his emaciated chest. Chapter 72. A new power. Can you feel this power? It is the power of hope. The collective yearning of everyone for you. Tang Yao spoke as she began to channel her own abilities into Yi-Han's body, hoping to awaken his dormant consciousness. Time passed slowly, yet Yi-Han remained unresponsive, his chest rising and falling slightly, a testament to his continued existence. Tang Yao's heart sank gradually, Could the elder have been mistaken? Was there truly no way forward? At that moment, an unprecedented transformation unfolded. The once serene moonlight suddenly surged with a ferocious intensity, crashing like tumultuous waves and converging upon Yihan. Tang Yao was violently pushed back by this overwhelming force, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnessed the scene before her. The instant the moonlight bathed Yihan, a faint glow began to emanate from his body, his fingers trembling slightly, signaling signs of awakening. In that very moment, a miracle transpired. The initially weak radiance ignited like a spark, instantly engulfing him in a blazing inferno. This light was not searing. Rather, it bore a chilling aura that harmonized with the surrounding moonlight, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Wei Han's fingers trembled more violently, and within his tightly shut eyelids, a flicker of light seemed to dance. Wei Han. Tang Yao cried out in excitement, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She grasped Yi Han's hand tightly, feeling his gradually warming body, her heart brimming with hope. The onlookers held their breath, nervously observing the scene, fearful of disturbing this hard-won miracle. Li Lei clenched his fists, whispering, "He is on the verge of awakening. Let us prepare to welcome our leader back." Han Mimi, equally exhilarated, covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears, as if she could see the dawn of victory on the horizon. Zhao Gang stood at the periphery of the crowd, gazing at Yi Han, illuminated by the moonlight. His heart filled with myriad emotions. He understood that the elder's words were true. Yi Han's awakening was intricately linked to this mysterious power, which perhaps stemmed from Yi Han's own formidable abilities and the unbreakable bond they shared. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, with all eyes focused on Yi Han. The rise and fall of his chest became more pronounced, his breathing gradually steadying and gaining strength. Finally, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Yi Han's eyelids fluttered a few times before slowly opening his eyes. "Why, Yi Han, you have finally awakened," Tang Yao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, her voice trembling with uncontainable excitement. However, the gaze that met her was not the familiar warmth she had longed for, but rather a cold, unfamiliar stare. Yi Han's eyes held no warmth. They resembled a bottomless, icy abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. He slowly sat up, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding crowd, his tone frigid as he inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The silvery moonlight cascaded down, draping the desolate ruins in a dreamlike veil. Under the moon's illumination, Yi Han gradually opened his eyes. The depths of his gaze, once clouded with confusion and pain, were now replaced by an unprecedented resolve, akin to the stars shimmering in the night sky, radiating brilliance. The familiar voice of Tang Yao was like a celestial melody, shattering the last remnants of coldness in Yi Han's heart. He slightly turned his head, meeting the tear-streaked visage of Tang Yao. The worry and longing in her eyes poured forth unabashedly, warming the once frigid core of his being. "Yao Yao?" Yi Han's voice emerged. Slightly hoarse yet imbued with indescribable tenderness, he reached out, gently caressing Tang Yao's cheek, feeling her warmth, a surge of joy swelling within him at the thought of regaining what had been lost. Tang Yao could no longer contain her emotions. She leaped into Yi Han's embrace, clutching him tightly as if to meld him into her very being. Her scalding tears soaked Yi Han's attire, melting away the final vestiges of ice in his heart. "You have finally awakened. Do you know how worried I was?" Tang Yao choked out, her voice heavy with fear and guilt. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for protecting me, you wouldn't." Yi Han gently patted Tang Yao's back, softly reassuring her. "Fool, this is not your fault. It is I who should apologize for causing you worry." He surveyed the surroundings, noting the eerie silence, only interrupted by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. In the distance, a few dilapidated buildings stood out under the moonlight, exuding an air of desolation. As if silently recounting the desolation that had followed the onset of the apocalypse. "And the others?" Yi Han inquired. "They are all outside, keeping watch over you." Tang Yao lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Yi Han. "During your unconsciousness, they remained steadfastly by your side, fearful that," as she spoke, her voice caught in her throat once more. She could not fathom what she would do if anything were to happen to Yi Han. He was her pillar of strength, her sole hope for survival. Wei Han gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Tang Yao's eyes, soothingly saying, "I am fine now. Do not cry. We still have much to accomplish. Do we not?" Though his tone was tender, his gaze reflected an unprecedented determination. He understood that this cataclysmic disaster was only beginning. They had a long road ahead. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. Li Lei and Han Mimi appeared at the entrance, their faces betraying uncontainable excitement and Wei Han. "You have finally awakened," Li Lei exclaimed, rushing forward, his voice thick with relief. The burden of Yi Han's coma had weighed heavily upon them. And now, with that burden lifted, they could finally breathe. Han Mimi stood nearby, her eyes slightly reddened, yet unable to conceal her joy. "That's wonderful. It's truly wonderful that you're all right." Yi Han looked at his companions, who genuinely cared for him, and warmth surged within him. He offered them a reassuring smile. "I apologize for worrying everyone. I am all right now." Attempting to move his body, he was astonished to discover that the weakness caused by overexerting his abilities had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of vitality coursing through him, as if ready to erupt at any moment. This sensation was entirely different from before. "Wei Han, how do you feel?" Tang Yao asked with concern, sensing the powerful aura emanating from him, yet apprehensive that this newfound strength might burden him further. Wei Han clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within. A confident smile gracing his lips. "I feel wonderful. Unprecedentedly so." His gaze turned to the horizon, his tone resolute. "This power is sufficient to protect us all and to confront any adversary." No sooner had he spoken than a tall figure appeared at the entrance. It was Zhao Gang, hurrying in with a serious expression, evidently bearing important news. "Wei Han, you have finally awakened." Upon seeing Yi Han conscious, Zhao Gang's tense demeanor relaxed. "The situation at the base is not optimistic. We need you." Wei Han nodded, signaling him to continue. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, speaking gravely, "During your unconsciousness, a new force has launched a massive offensive. They possess a powerful weapon unlike anything we have encountered, and our defenses have been breached at several points. The situation is dire." "What do they intend to do?" Yi Han's eyes glinted with cold resolve, the ambitions of this new force painfully clear. "Their target seems to be you," Zhao Gang said gravely. "They have been probing for information about you, seemingly convinced that you possess something they desire." Wei Han fell silent, a nagging sense that this new force might be connected to the secrets he harbored within. "It appears we must return to the base promptly," Yi Han declared, rising to his feet, determination glimmering in his eyes. "It is time to settle this once and for all." Zhao Gang nodded solemnly, adding, "They have acquired a weapon capable of suppressing abilities, and many of our comrades have been captured. The situation is urgent. We must return at once. The weapon that suppresses abilities?" Yi Han furrowed his brow. Realizing the gravity of this news, he understood the critical role of ability users in battle. If their powers were stifled, the consequences would be catastrophic. Indeed, Li Lei clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Those scoundrels are despicable. We must make them pay. Let us not act impulsively," Yi Han calmly analyzed. "We know too little about this new force. Rash actions will only put us at a disadvantage. We need to gather intelligence on them to formulate an effective counter-strategy." Chapter 73. Taking action. Tang Yao moved to Yi Han's side, gently grasping his hand. "I believe in you. No matter what happens, we will face it together." Yi Han reciprocated her grip, feeling the warmth of her palm. A comforting surge within him, he addressed the group with unwavering determination. "There is no time to lose. We shall set forth immediately." A group of individuals swiftly gathered their belongings and embarked on the journey back to their base. Along the way, they traversed the desolate ruins of a city, forded turbulent rivers, and encountered attacks from mutated creatures. Yet, they remained ever vigilant and coordinated, deftly averting one crisis after another. During a brief respite, Yi Han wandered to an open area, closed his eyes, and felt the surging power within him. He attempted to unleash this force, causing the surrounding air to tremble, and the fallen leaves on the ground began to swirl without any wind, forming a peculiar vortex. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Han was astonished by the spectacle before him. He realized that his newfound power not only augmented his own strength, but also influenced the environment around him. This sensation was akin to wielding the very forces of nature, filling him with confidence for the battles that lay ahead. "You have fully mastered your new abilities," a deep voice resonated from behind Ihan. He turned abruptly to find a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and hood standing not far away. The figure seemed to meld seamlessly with the surroundings. Had he not spoken, Ihan might not have sensed his presence at all. "Who are you?" Ihan inquired cautiously, feeling an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from the stranger. The mysterious figure slowly removed his hood, revealing a pale yet handsome visage, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I am the one you have been seeking." Ihan furrowed his brow, fragmented memories flashing through his mind, strange dreams he had experienced during his unconsciousness. He sensed that his powers had been enhanced in those dreams, becoming more potent and uncontrollable. By the time he regained consciousness, the enigmatic figure had vanished. "I need to examine my powers," Ihan declared. Rising to his feet, he inhaled deeply, channeling the energy within him. The air around him began to swirl, forming a visible cyclone, and the furniture in the room trembled as if an invisible force was surging. Tang Yao and the others looked on in astonishment, acutely aware of the immense power radiating from Ihan, far stronger than before. "Is this your new power?" Zhao Gang exclaimed, hope glimmering in his eyes. "It seems we have a chance." Ihan nodded, gathering all the ability users and ordinary soldiers in the base. Before them, he showcased his newly acquired strength. Gale force winds howled at his command, and lightning danced at his fingertips. As if a deity had descended upon them, "I know everyone is terrified. We face a formidable enemy armed with weapons that can suppress our abilities." Ihan's voice was grave yet resolute. "However, we cannot falter, nor can we remain passive. We must take the initiative, destroy their core stronghold, and eliminate this threat once and for all." His words ignited a fierce determination within the crowd, and they responded with fervor, pledging their unwavering loyalty. "Zhao Gang, come with me." Ihan beckoned Zhao Gang aside, whispering, "I have a plan." As night fell, Ihan and Zhao Gang led a small team of elite ability users, stealthily departing the encampment. They utilized Ihan's newfound powers to evade all sentries and patrols, moving toward the core stronghold of the new faction. "Can we truly succeed?" Zhao Gang asked quietly, gazing at the ominous silhouette of the buildings ahead. Ihan remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead with unwavering resolve, a confident smile gracing his lips. He understood that this battle would determine the fate of humanity, and he would not fail. As they approached the edge of the new faction's stronghold, towering walls adorned with barbed wire and surveillance cameras loomed before them, fortified with machine gun bunkers. "That's their patrol route. We must find a way around." Zhao Gang pointed to a nearby path. Ihan shook his head, taking a detour would waste too much time. "We'll go straight through the patrol route." "What? Just walk through? That's far too risky. If we're discovered, it's all over for us." Zhao Gang exclaimed. Astonished, Ihan said nothing, merely offering a mysterious smile as he leaned closer to Tang Yao. "Yao Yao, when the time comes, use your abilities to create illusions to conceal us." Tang Yao nodded in understanding. Her power lay in mental manipulation, capable of conjuring illusions to deceive the enemy's senses. Ihan took a deep breath and led his team onto the patrol route, moving stealthily as if they were phantoms gliding through the night. Suddenly, footsteps and voices echoed from a distance. A patrol team was approaching. "This is bad. They're coming," Zhao Gang whispered, anxiety etched on his face. Yet, Ihan remained composed, whispering to Tang Yao, "Now is the time." Tang Yao focused her mind, unleashing her powers. The air around them shimmered slightly, enveloping Ihan and his team in a veil of mist. As the patrol drew nearer, they remained blissfully unaware of the anomaly. Continuing their jovial conversation as they passed by the FOG, Ihan and his team held their breath, frozen in place, fearful of alerting the patrol. "Wait, do you smell something?" One of the patrollers suddenly halted, his nose twitching as he detected an unusual scent. "What smell? Are you trying to slack off?" Another patroller scoffed. "Really, it's like something is burning," he began. But before he could finish, Ihan sprang into action. Like a leopard, he darted for Tang Yao, grasped the communicator, and Li Lei's anxious voice came through. Captain Tang, the situation at the front line is critical. We urgently require medical supplies and ammunition. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yao forced herself to remain calm and replied in a steady voice, "Understood. I will make arrangements immediately." As she set the communicator down, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She knew that this battle had only just begun. Within the control center, Yihan wielded a sharp dagger, darting left and right, each strike claiming a life. Although the soldiers of the new faction were numerous, they stood no chance against Yihan's ghostly agility and fierce attacks. Zhao Gang swung a massive warhammer, resembling a tiger among sheep, sending every enemy who dared to block his path flying. Damn it! Wang Hu seethed with rage as he witnessed his subordinates being ruthlessly slain by Yihan and Zhao Gang. With a furious roar, he brandished a giant axe and charged towards Yihan. "Your opponent is me," Zhao Gang interjected, immediately engaging Wang Hu in combat. Both men possessed formidable strength abilities, and each clash resonated with thunderous sounds, the shockwaves toppling nearby soldiers. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Gang occupied Wang Hu, Yihan, accompanied by several ability users, swiftly made his way towards the rear of the control center. He was aware that the laboratory of the new faction must be nearby. Along the way, they encountered considerable resistance, yet Yihan and his companions effortlessly overcame it. Eventually, they stumbled upon a heavy metal door at the back of the control center. This must be it. A glint of clarity shone in Yihan's eyes as he stepped back and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the metal door flew open, revealing the interior. It was a spacious laboratory filled with various instruments and equipment. At the center stood a colossal glass container, within which a humanoid creature was submerged. "What is this thing?" One of the ability users gasped in astonishment. Yihan paid him no heed, striding to the glass container to scrutinize the being within. The creature was entirely naked, its skin a sinister shade of green, devoid of any facial features save for a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth. "Is this a test subject?" Yihan's heart sank. He recognized that the new faction had been conducting some horrific experiments, and this creature was likely one of their results. "We cannot allow this to continue," Yihan decisively declared, turning to his comrades. "Destroy everything here." The team nodded in agreement, unleashing their respective abilities to obliterate the laboratory's equipment. "No?" Wang Hu, witnessing this destruction, erupted with fury, launching a frenzied assault against Zhao Gang in a desperate attempt to reach Yihan and his team. Yet, Zhao Gang clung to him tightly, preventing him from advancing even a step closer to the laboratory. Wang Hu roared in frustration, fully aware that he was on the verge of defeat. Just as Yihan and his team prepared to retreat, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the laboratory. An elderly man, clad in a white lab coat with graying hair, emerged slowly. "Who are you? Why are you destroying my laboratory?" He glared coldly at Yihan and his companions, his tone chilling. "Are you the mastermind behind this?" Yihan squinted, assessing the old man before him. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, a force far surpassing even that of Wang Hu. "Young man, do not overestimate yourself," the old man scoffed. "You have destroyed my life's work, and you shall pay the price." Before he could finish speaking, the old man vanished in a flash, appearing in front of Yihan in an instant. His fingers curled into claws, and with a fierce gust of wind, he lunged for Yihan's throat. Anticipating the attack, Yihan tilted his body slightly, evading the old man's grasp as he swung his dagger toward the old man's chest. Clang! The dagger collided with the old man's torso, yet it felt as though it had struck solid steel, failing to breach his defenses. How is this possible? Yihan's heart raced. His dagger was crafted from a special alloy, razor-sharp enough to pierce tank armor, yet it could not harm the old man in the slightest. "Humph! You overestimate your abilities," the old man sneered, countering with a swift palm strike aimed at Yihan's chest. Yihan had no time to dodge and braced himself for the blow. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Yihan was sent crashing into the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. "Why, Yihan?" Tang Yao cried out in alarm, rushing to his side to help him up. "I'm fine." Yihan wiped the blood from his lips, struggling to stand. "How are you?" Tang Yao asked with concern. "I won't die." Yihan shook his head. his gaze fixed once more on the old man. "However, it won't be so easy for you to keep us here." No sooner had he spoken than a surge of powerful energy erupted from Yihan's body, chilling the air around them. The old man's expression shifted slightly. "Ice is extreme." "Seal!" Yihan shouted, forming seals with his hands as a terrifying force of ice surged forth, enveloping the old man. Before the old man could react, he was encased in ice, immobile as a statue. "Have we succeeded?" Tang Yao asked, her voice laced with surprise. Wei Han did not respond. His eyes locked onto the frozen figure, filled with wariness. He sensed that things were not as straightforward as they appeared. The old man had not been completely immobilized. Indeed, at that moment, cracking sounds erupted from within the ice, followed by a surge of immense power bursting forth. Crack! The ice shattered instantly, revealing the old man unscathed. His face twisted with fury and murderous intent. "You have successfully enraged me," the old man bellowed, an even more terrifying force emanating from him, threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. "This is bad." Yihan's face turned pale as he realized that the old man's current power exceeded anything he could withstand. Suddenly, the old man raised his right hand and swung it violently in Yihan's direction. "Die!" An invisible wave of energy surged forth like a tempest, uprooting trees and leaving deep trenches in the ground. Yihan's pupils dilated in horror. In that critical moment, he summoned all his ice abilities. Forming a massive ice shield before him, boom! The wave slammed into the ice shield, producing a deafening roar. Ice shards flew everywhere as the violent energy pushed Yihan back, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. "Yihan!" Tang Yao, watching from a distance, felt her heart leap into her throat. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing the pain. "Our leader is magnificent," the soldiers of the new faction cheered. Their morale soaring. "Damn it, this old man still possesses such formidable strength." Yihan steadied himself. Cursing internally, he lifted his gaze, coldly locking onto the unscathed old man, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging within him. Chapter 75. The vanished leader. The old man cast a disdainful glance at Yihan, sneering, "Is this all the power you possess? You have truly disappointed me." And no sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his right hand once more, this time with even more intense energy fluctuations, causing the surrounding space to warp violently. This is not good. He is about to unleash a powerful attack. Zhao Gang's face paled as he urgently warned. "Prepare for battle." Yihan took a deep breath, knowing that they were about to face an unprecedented struggle. The leader of the new faction, shielded by his protective barrier, unleashed a devastating assault. The raging energy surged towards Yihan and Zhao Gang like a tsunami. The two men dared not slacken their efforts, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand this cataclysmic force. From the rear, Tang Yao observed the scene with mounting anxiety. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. Addressing Han Mimi beside her, "Mimi, assemble a team. We must support Yihan." Han Mimi looked at her with concern, attempting to dissuade her. "Sister Tang Yao, the situation is too perilous. You cannot go." "No, I cannot stand idly by while Yihan is in danger." Tang Yao's tone was resolute and brooked no argument. She inhaled deeply, her gaze filled with determination. "Mimi, there is no need to persuade me further. My decision is made." Though Han Mimi attempted to voice her concerns again, Tang Yao interrupted her with a wave of her hand. "No buts. This is an order." Tang Yao's voice was sharp and uncompromising. Realizing further argument was futile, Han Mimi sighed in resignation and turned to rally the troops. Tang Yao's heart brimmed with worry and unrest as she gazed at the fierce battle unfolding in the distance. "Wei Han, you must hold on," she murmured, her voice laden with anxiety and hope. Within the base, Li Lei and Han Mimi closely monitored the battle's progress, utilizing communication devices to continuously provide intelligence support to Yihan and Zhao Gang. "Wei Han, the enemy's firepower is intense. You must be cautious." Li Lei's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency. "Received. We will do our utmost." Yihan gritted his teeth, yet his hands continued their relentless motion without pause, encircled by a tempest of ice and snow. He struggled to withstand the onslaught of energy crashing upon him like a tsunami. However, The adversaries' attacks grew increasingly fierce, seeming to surge without end. Zhao Gang's condition was equally dire. Already wounded from previous battles, he appeared pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yet he persevered, unleashing bolts of lightning from his hands in a bid to alleviate some of Yi Han's burden. This cannot go on. We will be exhausted, Zhao Gang panted, desperation tinging his voice. Yi Han understood this all too well, yet felt utterly powerless. The strength of the new faction's leader far exceeded their expectations. Even united, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. With a resounding crash, both Yi Han and Zhao Gang were hurled backward by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground and involuntarily spitting out blood. Yi Han. Zhao Gang. Tang Yao's anxious voice resonated through the communicator, tinged with a hint of tears. How are you? Please, don't frighten me. Cough. We are fine. Yi Han struggled to rise from the ground, his chest surging with blood and his vision darkening. He realized they had reached the brink of collapse. If this continued, they would truly perish here. Ha ha ha, give up. You cannot defeat me. The new faction leader's arrogant voice echoed ominously, laced with mockery. Submit to me, and I may spare your lives in your dreams. Yi Han managed to stand upright, his gaze resolute. Even if I die, I will never yield to you. Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The new faction leader sneered coldly, raising his hand once more, as terrifying waves of energy coalesced in his palm, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Yi Han. What do we do? Zhao Gang's voice was heavy with despair, sensing death's approach. Yet, in that critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached Yi Han's ears. Filled with urgency and concern, Yi Han, hold on. We are coming. Just as Yi Han and Zhao Gang's lives hung in the balance, brilliant rays of light suddenly erupted in the distant sky. The wind howled, dark clouds churned, as if the apocalypse had descended. It's Tang Yao. A flicker of hope ignited within Yi Han. He knew Tang Yao had arrived with her allies, leading Li Lei, Han Mimi, and their newly acquainted companion, a power wielder capable of controlling storms. They charged toward the battlefield's epicenter. This extraordinary individual waved their hands, summoning fierce winds that whipped up sand and stone, forming a colossal tornado that surged toward the new faction leader. Forced to divert some of his power to fend off this sudden tempest, the lethal blow he was about to unleash was abruptly interrupted. Now's our chance, Zhao Gang shouted, seizing the moment of distraction. He concentrated all his electrical energy into his hand, transforming it into a massive lightning spear, which he hurled with great force at the new faction leader's shield. Yi Han, too, capitalized on this precious opportunity, summoning the remnants of his icy power, compressing and condensing it until it manifested as a razor-sharp ice crystal sword, aimed precisely at the point of Zhao Gang's attack. The two formidable forces collided simultaneously against the new faction leader's shield, producing a deafening roar. The shield trembled violently, fissures appearing across its surface. What? The new faction leader's countenance shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that these two figures, whom he regarded as mere ants, could challenge his defenses. Now, Yi Han and Zhao Gang exchanged a resolute glance, mutual determination reflected in their eyes. They had no avenue for retreat, only the option to fight with their lives on the line. With a crack, the new faction leader's shield finally succumbed to the relentless barrage, emitting a sound of overwhelming strain before shattering. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Han and Zhao Gang launched their fatal strikes without hesitation. The ice crystal sword, imbued with a biting chill, lunged toward the new faction leader's heart, while the lightning spear shimmered with destructive brilliance, aimed to utterly engulf him. Die! Zhao Gang bellowed, channeling all his electrical might into the spear. Yet, in that critical instant, a peculiar smile crept across the new faction leader's face. He muttered incantations, a powerful wave of energy emanating from him, warping the space itself. Not good, Yi Han's instinct screamed, an intense sense of foreboding flooding his mind. In the next moment, the new faction leader's figure vanished into thin air, leaving only an empty void behind. Where did he go? Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, his lightning spear dissipating in the absence of a target. Yi Han scanned the surroundings, yet the new faction leader was nowhere to be found. Frowning, He was engulfed by confusion and unease. What kind of ability is this? Could it be instantaneous teleportation? Li Lei exclaimed. Impossible! Han Mimi countered. I have never heard of a power wielder capable of true teleportation. Yihan, Zhao Gang, are you all right? Tang Yao's anxious voice broke in. We are fine. Yihan replied gravely, though his tone betrayed a hint of seriousness. However, the enemy has vanished. Vanished? Tang Yao and the others exchanged glances, their anxiety deepening. Could it be some sort of invisibility? Zhao Gang speculated. But I don't sense any energy fluctuations around us. Wei Han shook his head. Dismissing Zhao Gang's conjecture, he could feel that the new faction leader had not merely become invisible. He had genuinely disappeared from this realm. What on earth is happening? Han murmured, his mind swirling with confusion and dread. He sensed an ominous premonition that the new faction leader's disappearance heralded an even graver crisis on the horizon. The new faction leader's vanishing act loomed like a thick fog, shrouding each person's heart in uncertainty. Upon returning to the command center, Yihan and Zhao Gang immediately began analyzing the details of the earlier battle. Chapter 76. Preparation Instantaneous Disappearance, without a trace of energy fluctuation. Yihan replayed the scene in his mind, realizing that the new faction leader had never displayed such an ability before. Zhao Gang clenched his fists, knuckles whitening with the strain. Have we been underestimating his strength all along? Has he concealed his true trump card? Yihan shook his head. It doesn't seem so. From his expression, it appears more like a skill for escape rather than a deliberate action. He approached the tactical map, scanning the marked locations. Where did he last appear before vanishing? Less than 500 meters from the base gate. Li Lei promptly replied, pulling up the surveillance footage. In the footage, the new faction leader's figure gradually became blurred before ultimately disappearing into thin air. Leaving no trace behind. 500 meters, Yihan quietly repeated the number, his mind racing. That distance was sufficient for him to escape beyond our surveillance range. But why would he flee? Zhao Gang questioned. Puzzled. At that moment, while we had gained a certain advantage, he could have continued the fight. Yihan did not respond, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Yao was inside the base, soothing the anxious survivors. Please rest assured, although the enemy has temporarily escaped, we have achieved a significant victory. They have suffered heavy losses, while our casualties are minimal, demonstrating our superiority. Tang Yao's voice was gentle yet firm, imbued with a reassuring strength. As long as we stand united, we will surely overcome the enemy and rebuild our home. Her gaze swept over the anxious faces, her tone filled with encouragement. Trust me, trust Yihan, trust ourselves. We will surely weather this storm. Under Tang Yao's calming influence, the atmosphere within the base gradually stabilized. People began to clear the aftermath, tending to the wounded, preparing for the impending decisive battle. Li Lei, how is the defense operation progressing? After concluding her address, Tang Yao approached Li Lei with concern.